Hello and welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me today to start things off are Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic, and it is Group B. Dratnos is giggling with excitement and anticipation. Isn't that right? You're just hyped to see how this group is going to go down?
So very excited to see the various gamers we've got today. We've got some good teams in this bracket too, so I'm looking forward to see them smash into each other.
We do. We definitely do. We've got another group of 8 teams this week. Again, 2 will move on to the Global Finals. 6 will have a chance at the Last Chance tournament a little bit later on. But look at the list here. I think a lot of people coming into this saying this is going to be Perplexed versus the World a little bit. MONKA, obviously, a lot of good experienced players as well. But Nagura, who else on this list stands out to you?
So there's definitely a lot of good teams, like you mentioned, Perplexed and MONKA. But I do think Just Reset is going to be, or possibly is like a surprise, like a dark horse, because they got the 9th seed in the time trials. But I looked at their players, and they're fairly unknown players, but they also do play high keys a lot on live servers. So I do think that they are definitely a team to watch out.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, they are a team, I believe, from EU. Is that right? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Zyronic, what do you think? Do you think this logo tells you anything? Do you recognize what that device is?
Oh yeah.
There?
Oh yeah. Okay. Listen, I'm one of the older people on the desk, so I do remember making mixtapes and rewinding them. Thank you.
Just making sure. Just making sure. It was more just checking that the memories were still there. Me too. You know, swinging around with the number 2 pencil, like you do. Yep. Well, there's other teams obviously on this list as well. SOUNDPROOF down at the bottom. They apparently. Their logo, their name was chosen because they're the opposite of echo, is what they say, you know? If something is soundproof, then it doesn't have an echo. Now, I don't know if that's like a self-own, or if that's like trying to say they're just immune to the skill of echo. Any interpretations anyone want to throw out there?
I think they're immune to the skill of echo. They just really believe in themselves. They just do the opposite of what echo does in like every dungeon, like when it comes to routing, but they just do it faster than them. I think that is their philosophy.
Well, that will be interesting then, because the opposite of what Echo did in every dungeon sounds like my pugs. So I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to do that. But here's a nice big list of all of the different dungeons that we'll have available in all the different matches. Of course, there are blind bans in this. Each team is able to ban one of these maps, except for the first one. You can't ban the first one. And then if the teams end up banning the same map, we just take the first 3 of whatever's left over. So it is entirely possible that both teams ban the same map.
Yeah, so these are the 4 that we're going to see today, starting off, of course, with match 1. That's why it's got the number 1, the first number, and then 2, 3, and 4 after that. So first series, we've got a lot of high keys and some nasty ones, too, starting off with an unbannable 24 Plague Ball.
Yeah. Should
be a pretty exciting place to begin our day.
That is kind of terrifying. You know, looking through this, it's kind of interesting because Plaguefall obviously we saw caused a lot of problems last week. The thing is that we've got different affixes this week. You know, what do you think, Zyronic, as far as the affixes this week versus last week? We'll be able to take a look at those a little bit later. In fact, we'll take a look at them right now. In terms of difficulty, more, less, about the same. General thoughts there.
Across the board, it seems pretty okay. There's no Fort Raging this time around. Oh no, there is. It's in a 21 though, so it's not that big of a deal. I think the thing that's actually kind of mean is that, well, you notice at the top there, we don't have Court of Stars this week as our Legion dungeon. We have I Have Ashara joining the fray, and it's tyrannical. Remember, I Have Ashara is a pretty tough dungeon, especially on tyrannical. There's 5 bosses you have to deal with, and that was a dungeon that gave our teams in the Great Push last season a lot of trouble, so I'm interested to see like what kind of speed runs they have going for that dungeon. Also, bursting is a pretty big counter to the mass pull in that dungeon that teams tend to like to do, so I'm interested in that I Have Ashara, but we're not going to see that until tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, Ivysaur isn't showing up until any of our matches on day 2, so don't have to worry about it today. We did see a couple teams last week, you know, try to avoid Court of Stars, but then we saw a couple like double bans where it meant Court of Stars did come into play, so we'll see with Ivysaur. I'm just thinking about some of those bosses, a combination too of like Volcanic and Storming with some of the movement that you need. That can get a little bit, like normally you don't worry about Volcanic too much, I feel like, as an affix, but when you combine some of the other stuff in there, it might get a little bit crazy. So yeah, we'll see. It's always fun to see the Legion Dungeons come in, but people have generally avoided them a bit. But let's talk about our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Perplexed versus Boomba. That's right. Dratnos, predictions here, like obviously Perplexed coming into this with a ton of MDI experience and success. You think Boomba has a shot?
Yeah, so just looking at the seeding, this is our most lopsided matchup of the day. The 3rd seed overall versus the 23rd seed. So Perplexed are definitely the big favorites. It's no surprise to me that they've banned out Tazavesh Gambit, and it's also no surprise to me that Boomba has banned it out, because this was a time trial dungeon where Perplexed are something like 6 minutes ahead on their time trial run. So Boomba wants to ban it because they know that like they're several pulls behind in terms of speed in there, and Perplexed wants to ban it because they don't want anybody to see their Gambit strats. No Gambit run has been seen yet by like a sub 12-minute team of time trials, and I think there's a good reason for that. Teams are going to do their best to avoid tipping their hands in Gambit. Since Echo successfully held their strat in reserve last weekend, Perplexed are going to try and do the same thing this weekend, I think.
Right. Now, Nagura, you did a great video breaking down Echo's Streets, strategy from last weekend. It seems like in general, Tazavesh, both Gambit and Streets is where like a lot of these matches are going to have kind of like make or break components to them as we go deeper in the groups. It's just because these dungeons are more of unknowns, right? This is the first time we've brought them in the MDI, so there's a lot to hide, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. I think the other dungeons, even though, of course, the seasonal affix has changed from this MDI to the last, I do think a lot of tricks that you can do in these dungeons, they kind of got figured out in the previous MDI already. There's still optimizations, of course, depending on the affixes, but really when it comes to Gambit and Streets, that's where last week we saw so many like things and tricks that the teams showed, especially Echo, that had all of these snapping mechanics and using the woe buff to split up their group in 3 ways and do different things across the map. And I definitely think that we're going to see a lot of teams approach the dungeon in a similar way when we see Streets. Of course, there's different affixes, but in fact, the Streets affixes that we don't see in this series, they're the same as the time trial ones. So they already have practiced this. All of the teams in Group B, they have practiced with those affixes in Streets.
I want to see some of those mega fast runs later in the weekend. We probably will, but let's talk about our first map of the day. It's going to be Plaguefall 24 Fortified. Thanks to Raider.io for our live stats here. And again, on the live servers, the fastest run ever has been 26 minutes, 55 seconds. I mean, we're used to seeing those runs getting absolutely dominated right in MDI, but then again, it's ironic. Like, people are pulling massively bigger amounts of mobs than you would normally see, like, in the game, but with this particular set of affixes, how much can you really do on Plaguefall? How MDI can you get?
I mean, you can go pretty big. The biggest change to bolstering, which we need to keep mentioning, because this is the first season we've ever had this change in, is that bolstering no longer affects bosses. So the major slowdown in MDI for bolstering is gone. You can just pull a bunch of trash on top of bosses. Now, the trash will still bolster each other, which makes the pulls that much more dangerous when you have like a 9-stack bolstering mob still alive at the end of a pull. But generally speaking, I don't think this is going to slow down teams as much. The biggest problem in this dungeon is going to be just the level of the key plus fortified. That trash will live a long time. I mean, 24 is approaching what some of the higher teams are doing on live keys right now. It's very typical to see higher end teams do something along the lines of like 26, 27, 28. So this is a pretty high key level key, and the higher the key level goes, the more dangerous the key is. So I could see trash one-shots just happening randomly if people aren't perfect with their trash management here.
Yeah, that's right. So, gonna get things started soon with Perplexed versus Boomba. The thing is, if you come into it as Boomba, I could say that name like all day, and I probably will. You kind of almost are thinking it's like, all right, well, we'll see what we can do against Perplexed, and then we kind of have to think about the lower bracket a little bit, which is, a similar situation to, where teams found themselves against Echo later. Is it's like, let's do what we can here, but kind of think about the future, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's a case of like, you prep for the match against Perplexed, you try and win it for sure, but know there's an overwhelming likelihood that you're going to be in the lower bracket, and so you assume that when you're allocating your practice time. Ooh, but looks like we're underway here.
Here we go. Enjoy the map.
So very interesting comp already from Boomba here, running that Prot Paladin. I do think this is the first time we see a Prot Paladin in Shadowlands Season 2. So interesting to see that. And then we also have a Frost Mage on Dilemma, and we also see a Frosty K. So yeah, already breaking out 2 specs that we haven't seen before in this season.
Yeah, so we didn't really talk about this BOOMBA team that much. They're definitely like all pretty known NA players, if I have to say. Lots of them have done keys in the past. Flix has been known for playing specifically, I think, DK a lot in the past, but I mean, playing the prop pal here instead. I wonder if that's just a dungeon-specific thing. Dilemma, known for playing mage. Wolf is known for being a healer for a long time, and Kilosh has played warlock a lot. So these are all like pretty good players in their own right at their classes, and they're all in pretty high-level guilds, but you can see the bolstering fortified key causing them issues in this first key. And I don't know if that's necessarily a player skill thing there. I would imagine it's more of a, what we were talking about earlier, like, ooh, we're playing Perplexed in the first round. Maybe don't practice this match that much. We'll have to see how it continues to go for them. Over on the side of Perplexed, though, business as usual for this team. They're playing like we expect them to play.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job with this first kind of trash room because, yeah, we talked about bolstering not affecting bosses. Shine actually going down here. They do have to commit a battle rest, but they should be out of danger now, mostly because they have finished off the trash that they pulled with the boss. So they still have to deal with this Vi relic mob here, the Interceptor, but yeah, it looks like they're going to be fine for the rest of this boss. Yeah, having a 45 dungeon with bolstering, there are some pulls that you definitely have to look out for. And these slime pulls at the very start, you can see how much trouble Boomba had with that one, just because once you killed off most of them, the rest of the slimes are just going to be so bolstered and do so much damage, and that's why they had a couple of people go down there. But they also did manage to recover now and are pulling the rest of the trash here before they engage the first boss as well. But Perplexed, close to being done already, and they did commit the Bloodlust as well for this first boss. Looks like it takes a long time. It's just a 24 key, right? Like, that level, that means that bosses are still going to take a while, even if it's not tyrannical.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, remember, it's I believe, 8% per level right now, so 8% HP and damage per level, so it scales up pretty quickly. Now, the thing, I don't want to, like, continue a narrative from 8 months ago, which is the last time we saw Perplexed in an MDI scenario, but if you'll remember, back in the Global Finals we had last year, they went out 7th-8th. They had a very weird showing for a team that's been as good as they have for so long, so I don't want to say they're starting a revenge tour here, but it kind of could be seen that way. I mean, these guys, they were, for the longest time, the #1 competition to Echo. And they just kind of unceremoniously bowed out in the first round of the lower bracket in the Global Finals last time around. So it'd be a good thing to see them get back to form here and just play some really clean dungeons.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely looking forward to see what they have to show in this dungeon here, for the rest of it at least. Looks like they did finish off the WoW buff, but are not necessarily really utilizing it on Perplexed side. They just finished off the trash and now immediately engaging another one. So I'm not sure if it was a mistake or if they had some different plan. And again, they're finishing off the WoW Drifter. This time around, they probably are going to use it to skip some trash, because the next trash packs leading up to this pool are probably something that you can skip or want to skip if you have the option to do so. But yeah, I do quickly want to talk about the comp that they're running as well. I do think the Windwalker makes a lot of sense for Perplexed because they want the Necrolord in this dungeon. And this typical, like, standard MDI comp where you would have a Rogue or a Demon Hunter instead of the Windwalker, you don't have anyone who really wants to play Necrolord there. So replacing that with a Windwalker makes sense. And then Boomba is running the Mage, the Frost Mage, who wants to play Necrolord anyway, right? So it's nice to have the Mage, which we've seen lots of things happen in Plaguefall with mages as well, right? With the spell stealing. So I'm not sure if Boomba has been doing that or if they plan on doing that.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have one of those Fungalmancers in with the group right now, so no spell-stealing stacking going on from them. But of course, one of the things you kind of have to do if you really want to like make full use of that throughout the dungeon, I don't think you do that as a Frost Mage. I think you do it as like either a Fire or Arcane Mage, but I suppose you could do it as Frost Mage as well. More problems for Boomba, though. Kilosh going down, they have a Battle Res, so they're going to get him back up, but I mean, this just goes to show you, when the key level is high, the dungeon is not that easy, as these teams that have qualified for our bracket stage here are still having issues, and it's not just this team. We saw problems last week in our higher level keys as well.
Yeah, definitely not easy, especially if you take so many risks to do bigger pulls, maybe commit certain cooldowns that you need later on. So yeah, definitely seeing how difficult it is. But BOOMBA, fortunately, did have a battle rest left, so they managed to get their Warlock back up and they can continue the boss fight. As Perplexed is now in this tentacle area. This is the first time I think we've seen a team actually play this tentacle area, right? Because with the addition to this Woe Drifter buff, lots of teams just chose to completely skip tentacle area because it's such a slow kind of trash percentage to gain because the tentacles just don't move, right? So you can't really do any bigger pulls, you can't move further, you just have to stand there and finish off this tentacle. Of course, the Plague Borers help you out, but it takes a while for them to explode and actually get the damage off.
Well, not only that, but remember, you only get a certain amount of Plague Borers, right? So if you use your sets of Plague Borers on these tentacles, that's 2 sets of Plague Borers you don't have left to use on trash packs in Dr. Hickus's room, which is what we saw last week. Like you mentioned, we had the Woe Drifter skip past all the tentacles, pull the first set of Plague Borers into Virulax here, and then after that you just pull trash. And you can pretty much clear out all the trash in the room, plus get a bit of damage on top of the boss with those Plague Borers. And they're just going for a much slower, safer strat here, probably because the higher key level.
Yeah, very possible that that's their idea behind it. Now we do see them finish off that mini-boss, and they have one more set of Plague Borers. I assume they're going to be using it, yeah, so they're pulling it onto the right trash pack, which does include that purple slime with the damage reduction, so it makes a lot of sense to utilize the Plague Borers for this. But yeah, that means that the rest of the trash in this room, they'll have to play without the Plague Borers. It is possible for them to pull some of the trash on top of the boss. Maybe, commit cooldowns, just pull a bunch of stuff into that slime as well. You can see the pool on the floor, that red pool giving you haste buff, of course. And now Ashine also using Fleshcraft to get the haste buff from himself. So we'll see if they maybe do a bigger pool here with the boss, possibly.
That's what I would guess they're going to do here. They might just start up this 3-pack and then just pull in the boss whenever he jumps to them in a sec here, but let's see. Oh, they've got 2 more trash mobs coming in, okay. Well, it doesn't look like they're pulling with the boss yet, right? So, just playing it safe here. Again, keeping it safe. I mean, I guess the big problem here is you could bolster that Spinebreaker to very high levels, and that could be dangerous, but I feel like a team like Perplexed should be able to deal with that with boss. Or maybe they realize that BOOMBA has had a ton of issues, and they're so far behind that they don't really need to go for any of the bigger pulls.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible that they have planned to pull the boss on top of this very pool. But yeah, as you said, maybe have seen BOOMBA had some issues and are generally just a little bit slow in their route, and they can allow to take less risks in their route to make sure that it just goes smoothly. As they now did engage the boss though, and it looks like they killed is this a Woe Drifter? Yeah, it is, right? So Woe Drifter again. At this point, I'm really wondering if some of the Woe Drifters are maybe a mistake. Especially with the comp that they're running. Usually when you have a Demon Hunter or a Rogue, you can really tell them, okay, focus down this relic, while the Hunter and the Desert Warlock are just AoEing. But if you have a Windwalker, Survival Hunter, and a Desert Warlock, then maybe there's literally no one who's just sitting there single targeting the relic, and they just say, you know what, just kill whatever dies.
With the extra damage reduction from Woe Drifter, if you're just full-on skipping Plague Bombs, maybe the extra DR helps live through this without, having to commit too much. I imagine they're going to be using pretty much everything anyways, but also the Woe Drifter's kind of nice for getting across the sludge here too, right? Like it's not that bad of a choice. And look at that, bomb exploded and...
It's not horrible, for sure.
No one took, any damage.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. Maybe they're doing it on purpose to... Because not killing any of the bombs is a pretty big damage gain on the speed gain in the dungeon, because you can just put all of that damage into the boss, right? So it makes a lot of sense if you need a 10% damage reduction to survive it, to actually just go with the Woe Drifter. Then it would be a bigger time save than killing any other relic, right? So yeah, very possible. As they now finish off the boss and they move on. Obviously, BOOMBA taking everything quite a bit slower. Looks like they're just doing, pull by pull, kind of like a live key route as well. But, maybe they're just thinking, we're just gonna play this slow and clean, or as clean as possible, and hope that Perplex maybe, has a huge mistake, does some crazy pull onto the boss, and has a full team wipe, and that's when they can catch up, which we've seen before happen. So, Yeah, but all eyes on Perplexes, they're pretty far ahead at this point.
Yeah, so just taking a step back here and looking at the group comps that both teams are running, do we think that there's any like credibility to the comp that BOOMBA is running? I know Prot Paladin can put out some pretty insane damage, but I wonder if it's just too much of a DK meta right now. Like, I know Prot Paladin has to actually spend globals healing itself a lot more than just doing damage, so the damage value isn't there, and I know Blood DK kind of cranks right now anyways, so I don't know if that's necessarily a better pick than the Blood DK.
Yeah, I don't think that the Prot Paladin provides enough, because we've seen different tanks other than Blood Decay, but it was mainly a Vengeance Demon Hunter, right? To provide the magic damage increase, which is has a lot of value, right? But the Prot Paladin doesn't necessarily provide any extra damage buff to your group. It does provide a lot of utility when it comes to, you know, like immunities, buff, or spell warding even, freedom, stuff like that. Extra dispel. Maybe they're thinking about that, having another disease dispel because they don't have the Windwalker on their side, right? So maybe that's something that they were thinking they need, or maybe the last boss for Sodama. Not sure, because I mean, a 24 Stradama definitely is not that easy to deal with, right?
Yeah, that's definitely. Also, from playing with the Prot Paladin on live, I know that aggro is definitely an issue. If they don't have Divine Toll up, they are not going to get aggro on a pull until like 5 to 10 seconds in, which is a problem with a Destrolock and a Frost DK in your group, because both of those classes do actually ridiculous AoE damage. I think Frost DK is one of like the most underlooked at specs this patch right now for Mythic Plus. Every time I play with the Frost DK in Mythic Plus, they just blast damage. It's just, with Survival Hunter and Destro being as good as they are right now, unfortunately they're just kind of a third wheel.
Yeah, I also just saw, so obviously we see their healer being dead on Boomba's side, and Glix on that Prot Paladin just self-sustaining that pull, but struggling quite a bit as the HP just keeps going from like 1 HP to like half. You can see the Word of Glory is coming in, the self-sustain is coming in, but yeah, it's crazy how some of those tanks can self-sustain for so long. Of course, Blood Decay is doing the same thing as well, but yeah, let's look at Domina Venomblade. Pull for Perplexed here. They pulled the rest of the trash group that they still had left with the boss, and also commit the Bloodlust here as well. So this is a pretty insane pull that they're doing. You can also see they killed Vi and so getting the biggest like damage buff combination of the relics with the haste and the cooldown reduction. And we also see Wolf Disco playing Venthyr. So that is really nice as well for these bigger pulls, getting all of those curses and everything, helping out too. So yeah, interesting strategy. Looked like they do some slow pulls throughout the dungeon, then they do this big pull here on top of Domina Venomblade, and it's certainly very risky to have a bunch of snipers and ambushers on top of a boss fight like that.
Yeah, I don't really know how I like the Venthyr pick. After playing with a lot of it on live, I think that it's just inferior in pretty much every way to Night Fae or Kyrian, because the shard gen from the haste you get as Night Fae, or the shard gen you get from just the Kyrian ability working the way it does, just it helps you kind of funnel those shards into the self-replicating engine of just spamming Rite of Fires for AoE damage. Now, I guess part of the reason it could be looked at as a good thing in this dungeon is it's definitely a more defensive option. Remember, when you cast Impending Catastrophe, which is the Venthyr Warlock ability, it puts a curse on every single mob that it hits, which is pretty nice. I mean, you're never going to manually cast those curses, so it reduces your overall group damage intake, which is, you know, pretty useful when you're in a 24 fortified key. I just think that the damage output is theoretically lower for Venthyr than it is for other covenants.
Yeah, I guess it is possible that it was more of a defensive choice, right? Considering that it is at 24 fortified. So maybe that is the reasoning behind it. But we do see them now entering that last boss room. And I quickly want to take a look at the best time we had in Plaguefall last week with Group A. Of course, they had different affixes. They had 1 key level lower, so it was a 23 for them. And it was also tyrannical for them versus 45 that we have now, right? The best time that we had last week was from Evolved, and it was a 15 minutes 4 seconds clear. Which we're already past now. So, of course, with the different affix, bolstering also did more difficult affix than what they had last week as well. So it will affect their routing, but just so you have like a rough comparison to what happened last week with Group A.
Well, and like we were talking about earlier, they definitely haven't been going for the super speed strats, right? Like they didn't optimally use the plague borers, they didn't low drift or skip a whole lot of stuff. They even pulled trash at the start of the dungeon, right, if I remember correctly. So it was a very different route to what we saw last weekend. And, I mean, unsurprisingly, it's just a lot slower because they've been playing safer.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, if you compare it to Boomba Boomba, like, I do quickly want to just mention that because it almost looks like Boomba Boomba is really, you know, they just say, you know, Plaguefall, we only have to play it against Perplex in the first round, and then in the lower bracket, there isn't really any more Plaguefall, or we can just ban it. So if we assume, which I don't want to say this is true, but if we assume Boomba Boomba didn't put too much practice into this key, then you can see just how much slower it is on their side. If you compare it to Perplex actually having practiced this. So I'm not sure, it might actually just be that hard with these affixes for them, that it can't necessarily go like insanely fast. We also saw Wolf Disco go down there, unfortunately, but they did have a battle rest to get him back up.
Well, no more battle rests for them, so things could go wrong here in a 24 key. It is fortified, remember, so boss doesn't have as much HP. They don't have the Bloodlust, though, because they committed that to the previous boss when they pulled trash on top of it, so this could get a little spicy here in this last phase if they don't have enough cooldowns committed to it. You can see the Infernal is used here. They don't have. They'll have Tiger for the last phase for a shine on the Monk, so they should be totally fine. And if they really need it, they do have the Disease Dispel, right? So they should be chilling.
Yeah, I just looked at the raid frames, and 3 people removed their debuff somehow. We saw a Dwarf Racial being used by Ryzen, and of course the Dispels coming through as well on Swag, on the Hunter, being probably the squishiest class in the whole group. Maybe next to the Priest as well. So having the Dispels on the Hunter certainly helps. And yeah, now that they go through that last intermission phase, if I look at defensive cooldowns, they have some offensive cooldowns left on Hunter and also on their Windwalker, so they should be able to get through this pretty quickly. And yeah, I mean, not the fastest run. Surely I do think they can go quicker, but still pretty cleanly played by Perplex, considering that they knew that they're so far ahead in comparison to Boomba Boomba.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of that Streets run we saw from Echo in the first round last week, where we were like, wait, was that Echo? Because that didn't seem like they could... It seems like they could go way faster than that if they wanted to. It seems like we're seeing the same thing for Perplex here. They didn't really have to show anything, so they have a much better chance of bringing it out later on. But it's good enough to give them a first-round win over Boomba Boomba in this first match of the weekend.
There you go, victory for Perplex. Kind of cruising to victory on that one, it seems like. Oh, wait. Yeah, cruising to victory on that one, it seems like. And, you know, I suppose there's not a huge shock. You know, Fortified, it's going to be a little bit rough. Boom Boom was struggling there, but Perplexity kind of making it happen and making it look, frankly, easy, which I'm kind of jealous about. Not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty nice run there from Perplex. There was definitely some interesting stuff that they were up to that I'm curious. I'm curious what their route would do differently if they... like how much they're holding in reserve in this dungeon. Because yeah, like Zara, you were saying, you know, 1830 is not a blazing fast time, but on the other hand, they probably knew that they could do something a little bit more comfortable. On the other hand, you know, still 2 deaths here for Perplexed in this run. Yeah. Sort of uncharacteristic, especially if you consider that they're probably playing slightly slower and safer than their fastest potential path through this dungeon.
I mean, like, I don't want this to sound mean, but like seeing Wolf Disco die to a tentacle on Stradama made me feel so good, because it was just one of those. It was one of those situations, right, where it's like you think you've gone, you know, the right spot, but like the tentacle hitbox is just a little bit wider than you always expect, and you just walk into that first one that slams. Like, you know, it happens to the best of us, I guess. So it's there you go for all of you out there, you know, pushing keys on live. Like, hey, even the very best players get slammed once in a while.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, except for Nagura. Nagura never has been hit by a tentacle on Margrave Stradama. It is never in the recorded history of her playing has she ever been hit with a tentacle. I forgot that. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Yeah.
One interesting thing about what Perplexed were up to, they were kind of picking Woe as their default. We talk about a lot of groups taking like as their default relic, but Woe was the predominant choice for Perplexed. Now, on this boss fight, it actually has a lot of utility. You can use it to get to the next platform more quickly. If that's saving you 2 or 3 globals, like that's more damage than the other ones would be. But also then you've still got this 15% DR that you're floating into the bomb explosion. And that maybe makes it so you don't need to use quite as many cooldowns. Although if you look at that bomb explosion, barely like causing any damage to anybody. Yeah, because there's immunities, you know, dampen, diffuse, karma, all that kind of stuff. Also on this boss fight, they went with They went with Vi combo. They got Vi from the trash pack before the boss, and then at the start of the boss, and they got them both multiplying together in a really nice synergistic way. I really liked the way that they were attacking this dungeon. But the thing that surprised me was just like several points throughout this dungeon on several random trash pulls where I would kind of expect groups to default to that they were just going for Woe. As sort of a like I almost never saw out of them. There was the just on the boss once or twice, and otherwise it was woes pretty much the whole way through. A different way of playing encrypted than I had come to expect.
Do you think it's just a reflection of the fortified 24 nature of the dungeons, ironic that you just want that little extra durability maybe? Or do you think it's just or not caring necessarily what relic you get once in a while on some of those pulls? What do you think?
Well, when we were talking about this and contemplating what relics would be the best choice in general in dungeons last week, I think one of the things we talked about is in MDI specifically, one of the biggest like hindrances to going fast in the key is actually just how fast your character moves, right? Mm-hmm. So Drifter in general just seems like it's a solid choice at any time if you don't need the CDR, if you don't need the haste for anything. Getting from point A to point B, not having to mount up and just going faster than you would be mounted anyways, just seems like a pretty solid choice in general.
Yeah, to kind of synergize with that, Perplexed have also been running speed gems on their slower characters. So their more mobile character, their monk doesn't have any on, but the rest of the group, they're actually running 2 speed gems on their DK and their Holy Priest. There's 2 different Shadowlands speeds. One's just 5% speed, and the other is speed increased by 13 for each Shadowlands gem you have socketed. So when you put all those on, you're getting an extra like 15% movement speed passive, which again, you know, we think about that being against something like 32 haste from playing 2 haste gems in those slots, but that's a lot of, you know, again, if those movement speeds are giving you more globals, if they're getting you to the pack 10% faster, something like that, that is a lot of kind of hidden value that doesn't show up on damage meters, but speeds up the run. So I think a good focus from Perplexed on really investigating what things are going to speed up the dungeon the most.
Yeah. And, you know, that actually reminds me, too, if you out there want to check out all the different gems, conduits, legendaries, what have you, Wowhead's provided us with a nice tool to go and check out the teams in the current match. So I think that's in the YouTube description. I think it's in chat as well. You can find that there. It's a pretty cool tool. I always have it open as well to check that out. So good segue into that, Dratnos. You at home can observe and ruminate, as it were, over all the minutia choices that teams are making too. Speaking of choices, though, go ahead.
Well, then DM me if there's something cool, so I can point it out and sound smart, please.
Or make a video later, make some content out of it. That's right. Get that sweet content. But yeah, speaking of choices and things, we actually saw the Prot Pally brought in by Boomba, which is kind of interesting. It didn't end up working out, but do you feel like it's kind of a comfort thing? We saw that in the Frost Mage as well, Nagura. Comfort, or they think of something specific there with this dungeon?
Yes, I'm not sure, honestly, because I do think some of it was probably comfort. Because we saw them go pretty slow, you know, do pack by pack. Looked like they didn't necessarily spend like days upon days on practicing this dungeon beforehand, right? So maybe it was more of a comfort pick. Maybe it was partially also because they wanted to have the utility of the Prot Paladin, which is not necessarily a utility that makes you go much faster, but it's a utility that is safer to go with, right? Having those off heals, having the immunities, the freedom, that kind of stuff, and the dispel as well. Might help you out in Plaguefall.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, Plaguefall went to Perplexed, and now we go to the 23 Halls of Atonement, 23 Tyrannical, Spiteful, Necrotic. Dratnos, what can we expect from this one? What's going to be the big points of concern?
Tyrannical Spiteful is the arena where we are going to see the biggest Warlock numbers of our weekend is going to be Halls of Atonement, because with Spiteful you get these extra mobs when things are dying, so the AoE is like bigger for longer. With Tyrannical you can pull pretty big. Necrotic does limit pull sizing somewhat, although with the current meta of Blood Death Knights with 70% parry the whole time, it's really not even that bad, even on a big AoE trash pull. So I think we are going to see some large damage numbers in some early polls from some Warlock players.
What do you think is going to be their choice? Because last week we've seen Halls of Atonement being played a lot, and usually we saw a little bit of a switch in the comp, because you kind of want a Curse Dispeller in this dungeon, and the usual quote-unquote comp doesn't really have that. So we've seen some Resto Shamans come in, we've seen Resto Druids come in as well. What do you think they're going to be running for these affixes and this level to get that Curse Dispel?
I am going to keep singing the praises of Ellie Shaman. No one's going to pick it, but I think it's the best option for your third DPS. The teams were opting for Resto Shaman instead, which is okay, but you lose your power infusion for the Destro lock, so I don't know. I still think Ellie Shaman's an insane pick. Ellie Shaman or Frost Mage both seem like they're solid choices here. Frost Mage purely to just slow everything and slow the Spitefuls would be pretty solid.
Do you really need to enable the Warlock even more anyway,
Yes.
though? You know, yeah, why can't you, you know, make that choice? Let the Warlock take care of themselves. They don't need any help. They're doing plenty of damage already, you know?
Yeah, we also need a Vengeance or Havoc Demon Hunter in here as well. Stat.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And
You
we
need
need
all the
maybe
buffs.
Intellect.
What people need to
yeah.
understand is the predominant strategy for high key pushing, and this also kind of transfers to the MDI sometimes, is you have your queen in the dungeon, right? That's your Destro lock this season. That's your Fire Mage at the end of BFA, and then everyone else there is just is there to make sure the queen can do their damage. That's it. So I don't know if you remember
Just
in
the pawns on the
BFA, but
chessboard,
like
huh?
your 4 non-Fire Mage players would all play they would stack versatility just so they would not die, and then your Fire Mage would just do max DPS. You do that with the Destro Warlock here. I feel like that's just a smart way to play the game.
It's just protect the VIP, right? Apparently. It's
Yeah,
just,
exactly.
Warlock's the VIP, everybody else is just the bodyguard, I guess.
What if they
We'll
would play
see.
2 Holy Priests? Like 1 Kyrie and 1 Night Fade, and they have 2
That's not
PIs
allowed.
and...
That's not allowed. We
True,
can't
that's
do
not
that.
allowed. Otherwise they would do it for sure.
They
Yeah,
could do Shadow
that's
Priest.
the
They
only
could
reason
do,
they
One
don't do
holy,
it.
one disc, I
They
don't
could
know.
do Holy
Yeah.
Disc.
Sure, 2 Holy Disc, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that
Double-
would be good,
Hey,
but they
Guardians
could.
and
Double
the
healer,
PIs.
yeah. Might reduce the damage across the board a little bit to do that, but you know, who am I to judge, right? Who knows? But I'm excited to see how Perplexed does this weekend. Like, a lot of people expect them to go through after the first dungeon. How can you know, really think otherwise? And like, you know, they want another crack at Echo, right? I mean, they were runner-ups in Shadowlands Season 1 in the Global Finals against Echo. They got to the Global Finals in Season 2, got knocked out right away. So I feel like they're coming back with a vengeance. And I'm not talking about the Demon Hunter. I'm talking about the state of mind. And so I want to see them do well. It'd be fun to see that matchup if we can get it at the Global Finals again.
Yeah, I mean they must be so disappointed and so hungry after the last Global Finals, you know, losing their first upper bracket round and then losing in the lower bracket instantly as well, going out in 8th out of that tournament is really, really rough feeling for a team as storied as Perplexed. You know, this is a team that has stood up against Echo, has taken cups off them this expansion and last expansion, and to fall to that point was, I'm sure, something that they are really hoping to recover from. And that Plaguefall was definitely the start of it, but they got to keep it going as we get into the Halls of Atonement.
Exactly. Halls of Atonement will be dungeon number 2 between Perplexed and Boomba, trying to find a way to equalize here. But man, that first dungeon was very Perplexed favored. So we'll see what happens. But you never know. The Chamberlain might have a statue with your name on it, which is you know what he does. He's the sniper, right? Revendreth sniper, Lord Chamberlain.
He's taking
they're
out
murking
a lot of
people's
MDI
statues.
players.
Reverend
He has.
Sniper.
He has.
I love that.
I made the poster for it. A great push because we saw him kill so many people on those ridiculously high keys. But even on this, even in the MDI where the key levels are a little bit lower, that statue can still do a lot of damage. You know, it turns and looks at you, and you're like, oh no, please, not me. But it's too late. It's already coming at you.
The worst is when they bounce off of other statues, and then they like get knocked into you. It's the worst.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
I love watching
Yeah.
those happen.
I first saw that happen in to Tettles.
I feel like I had that happen to me like 4 times in one of my runs this week. There was one where I just got hit by every single statue, but I'll take that over the ghost yaks or whatever that Tokyo Drift at the end of Theater of Pain. You know, they're going one way, so they turn right into you. But we're getting started in this dungeon here. Perplexed, trying to win it with a 2-0. We'll see if they can do it.
Alright, so very interesting. We do have a little bit of a change here for Boomba as they're running the Brewmaster now, interestingly enough. And they keep the Frost Mage, which makes sense. They have that Versus spell now on the mage. And then a Vengeance Demon Hunter instead of the Frosty. But more interesting to me is that Perplexed is just not running at Versus spell. They're just like, we don't need this. We have immunities, we can get rid of it with the cloaks, with other things. So we're just not going to run a Versus spell at all.
I think that's actually a fair choice, considering it's tyrannical, not fortified. So if one of the curses does get through, you can just pop a personal and live through it. So it's probably okay.
Second boss?
Second boss?
Don't have one either, I guess?
Second, well, let me see. What are they, what race are they playing? Because what you can actually do on second boss is you can play Orc. And, well, they're just playing Dwarf. So they'll probably just dwarf them off. But quick tip, you can play Orc, and it reduces the debuff time to the point where you can port or use a global to get away from the slam, as long as you're not right next to the boss. But they're not going to do that in the MDI. They're going to stick with Dwarf being the safest option.
We do quickly need to talk about Perplexed's pulls, though, because the amount of damage they're doing on these two pulls that we've seen is just insane. I mean, the Daster Warlock and the Survival Hunter just absolutely cranking up the damage here on those pulls. They've already cleared the right side shard with a lot of trash on top of it, and now they're clearing the left side shard as well. Boomba also went to the right side first, but had some issues as they're now on 2 deaths on the board. Managed to finish it off though, but it does look like Boomba does have a plan for this dungeon. Looks definitely faster than what we've seen in the Plague Ball. And now Perplexed is moving on to the last shard pull that they have to do in record speed, like 2 minutes into the dungeon, and they're already in the third shard.
Also important to mention, they haven't dropped combat yet.
Yes.
Those Spiteful Shades have kept them in combat, and yeah, that's a Warlock casually doing 120k overall DPS currently, 2.5 minutes into the dungeon. Survival Hunter's doing its part too. It's at 100k, but man, just the amount of AoE damage that these classes can pump out still post-nerf is it's kind of wild.
And that is great. I guess some of the damage is bolstered a little bit by Spiteful, right? Because the shard is probably going to survive longer than all the other mobs. So you just spam those Rain of Fires, and the Spiteful Shades are going to get by your Rain of Fires. So it might be like slightly exaggerated when it comes to useful damage, at least. Because yeah, you can do damage to the Spiteful Shades, but is it really that useful? Probably not, right?
Well, I mean, they're so scary. They melee you for your entire HP bar. They gotta die.
That is true.
Yep.
But yeah, it also looks like Wolf Disc is still playing Venthyr, which again makes sense maybe for like more defensive choice. Maybe he thinks he just does more AoE damage for those insanely crazy pulls. He doesn't have to play Venthyr in this dungeon because Shine is already playing Venthyr anyway on the Rogue, so they don't necessarily need it to enable the Stoneborn micro.
Yeah. Shine
No, he's playing Nightfang. Never mind. He just cast.
Oh, it just
Rock,
swapped.
I
Okay.
guess, yeah.
Yeah. Nightfang would be the more safe option here. It just helps you ramp up more quickly, so yeah, that's good. Well, back to doing massive AoE damage. Now, it is tyrannical dungeons, so yes, they did get to the boss 3 minutes into the dungeon, but the boss is going to take a lot more time than they did last week, so they'll probably be in combat with Halkias for a solid 2 minutes if I had to guess here, because they're also going to be pulling more trash on top of this, I believe. They're at 77% trash already. They're probably just going to be doing the Drifter pack to skip to the second boss afterwards, if I had to imagine. That, or they could be pulling extra trash here and then skipping the trash pack directly after Echelon. How much did you see what their route is?
I honestly don't hate that idea, because we've seen one team do that last time. I think it was Evolved. It didn't really work out for them, like they didn't win that boss. But I do generally like the idea. If you can get some extra trash onto this boss and you can efficiently cleave it down, I don't mind skipping that pack there after the second boss, just because it is kind of weird to pull all of it into the third boss. Because that's something we've seen a lot in previous seasons, right? Where they kill Echelon and then they just pull everything on top of the third boss. But that is a little bit riskier this time around this season. So most teams kind of split the pulls. And if you're gonna split the pulls, then you might as well do additional pulls here on Halkias and then just skip that pack anyway.
Yeah, and they definitely have more trash count than they need now. Remember, in order to, fully skip, in order to not need to do any extra trash after you kill the second boss, you need to be at just under 80%. I think the way that the count works out, it's like 79.85% or something weird like that. We don't show decimals, so we don't know exactly where they are. But they do have 2 more mobs left to kill, so this will push them closer to 81 or 82%, which means they're definitely well over the count they need there. So I imagine they'll probably pull something else, or maybe they pull trash into the second boss. We did see a team do that last week too. I wonder what the strategy is.
Still do have the woe buff here, so it looks like they're just skipping ahead to the second boss now. Maybe they tried to pull the sunburn here. No, it doesn't look like it. Maybe it's in a bad spot, bad timing. But yeah, now they're going to be engaging Echelon, and again, they don't have that Curse Dispel. So we'll see how they deal with that leap mechanic. There's a bunch of things they can do to get rid of it anyway, to not get stunned, to not get hit by the leap. And maybe sometimes they just get hit by it, and they're like, just heal me, Ryzen, you know?
Maybe? I mean, that hurts. It'll probably one-shot you on 23 Tyrannical if you don't have a cheat death up. Yeah, well, let's see what they ended up doing. Looks like the Cloak was committed for a Shine there, to not have to worry about it. Let's see what they plan on doing for other ones. So some of the options that they have available is you could, any DPS could Dwarf Racial the first one that they get.
Does Dwarf Racial work on the curse?
I think you have to do it after it already stuns you in order for it to work. If I remember properly, it's a very weird interaction. Ryzen could dwarf someone and then grip them, but I guess they don't really need to. Ryzen just went max range and just walked out of it.
Did Ryzen get rid of it?
He didn't.
Did he just walk out of it?
He just walked out of it at max range, so I guess you can just do that. That works too. We're so used to getting Dispelled Nagura that we don't know how it works if you don't have a Dispel, I guess.
I thought he got Dispelled. Like, it looked like he didn't have debuff. I might be wrong. Yeah, Shine has the debuff. See, he's Dispelled by something. Oh, he used Dwarf Racial, okay. So this time Shine used Dwarf Racial to get rid of the stun there, so he doesn't have to walk out. Makes sense, right? Would be a big damage loss for a Shine to just get out there. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things they can do to get rid of it. They can even use... No, actually, they can't really use the grip from Ryzen because, well, I guess Ryzen could Dwarf Racial and then grip the person.
Yeah.
So if Ashine would get it one more time, and he doesn't have Cloak and he doesn't have Dwarf Racial, then he can grip Ashine. This time it's on Swag. Swag uses Dwarf Racial, there we go. And he's just gonna disengage, yeah, so...
Yep, no problem.
Makes sense, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, no issues whatsoever, actually. It seems like it's really easy to do Dispel without a Dispel.
Yeah,
now,
I guess you don't need a Curse Dispel.
if it went on the same person like 3 times in a row, you're probably in trouble.
Yeah.
But, that didn't happen to them. The boss dies so quickly, even on 23 Tyrannical, that I don't think that's that big of a deal. And if, worst case scenario, you end up having to battle risk somebody. And as far as the trash count goes, I guess they just don't care about going over trash count. Tyrannical, trash doesn't have that much HP. You just pull a little bit extra in, let your Warlock and Survival Hunter pad a little bit of extra overall damage, and you're chilling. 2% extra doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. You're probably not losing actually any time overall in the course of the dungeon.
Yeah, so this is a crazy pull. They're not skipping anything whatsoever as they just pull everything on top of the third boss here. We do see a lot of damage coming out of the Survival Hunter, and Wolf Disco is going to be catching up in just a moment. As he obviously did up his Infernal, he's ramping up his damage with all of those Rain of Fires being stacked on top of each other. And yeah, lots of damage to be handled here, especially because of Necrotic. You can see Divine Field now committed his Dwarf Racial. Necrotic, that's another thing that he has to keep in mind, right? He cannot waste his Dwarf Racial on the previous boss on Echelon. He has to hold on to it for this pull, because otherwise he's just going to go down to the Necrotic. So, good for him to hold on to that. He also does have the Carrion Vial, additionally, if he needs that eventually. But yeah, this was really well executed by Perplexed.
Very, very clean. Also, if I'm not mistaken, there was a nice little AoE grip on the Spiteful Shades at the very end there, just to make sure they were nowhere near anybody. Just playing it very, very clean. Now, unfortunately, it's Tyrannical, so 50% of the boss's HP is still there. I mean, last week the boss was almost already dead when the trash was already dead, but looks like it's still going to be a really fast dungeon compared to last week, because you can do all the trash in like 3 minutes when it's not fortified.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to mention earlier as well. I do think we're going to see a lot speedier Hulls timers in this group compared to the last group, because the difference in affixes is just really favorable for this group. So yeah, having the Tyrannical and also 1 key level lower as well really, and no Sanguine. I think Sanguine was also a big problem for Group A for this dungeon because the shards are so prone to get healed by Sanguine because they're so immobile and have so much more HP than everything else. So yeah, with those affixes, definitely gonna see timers that are similar to maybe what we've seen the first season, second season of Shadowlands, right? In the MDI. So yeah, we'll see how fast they are, but they are about to finish up this boss, and they also just now pulled the second Stoneborn, as you can see, because they want to utilize it for the mini boss, possibly ignoring the neutrals. Right?
Oh yeah, that's definitely what they can do. We couldn't see that last week because Fortified typically stops teams from doing that, but you can just one cycle Inquisitor Cigar here if you have one of those Stoneborns available. So yeah, that looked like it's going to be the plan here as they all move up to the top of the room here. That first Dark Communion goes off and the DPS is off to the races here. Is it though? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Okay, now they're going. They took a little bit of time to ramp up after the Communion there, but looks like they're going for it, going for the Cigar Burn. Can they get the boss dead before the next Dark Communion? I believe 2 more casts and then it does another one. So let's see. It's going to be close.
Boss is lower and lower. Looking good
Yeah.
though. They're already dragging the boss, so they knew they had enough damage. And yeah, now they have Bloodlust back up. That's why the Bloodlust is the very first pull, because this is only 11 minutes 40 into the dungeon. So they basically just got the Bloodlust back up a minute ago. So now they're going to be committing whenever their cooldowns come back up. You can see they already have finished off that, it was Vi, right? Yeah, they're getting the Vi for the extra boss damage here. So they will have Vi buff, Bloodlust, and unfortunately no PI. That's still going to be a minute. But maybe they wait for it to come back up. I think that's very possible because they want to wait for Wolf Disco's Infernal anyway.
Yeah, they're definitely waiting on that. That extra haste boost is so useful for Infernal generations and like Reign of Chaos generation. So the soul shards you get from that are very, very useful. And you can see that that's probably going to come up in about like, I don't know, 15 or so seconds here once he starts actually spending shards. But yeah, just once that lust comes up, this boss is going to melt very quickly.
And you can also see they're delaying the Vi kill here because they still have the Vi buff up from the mini boss. So they're really staggering the Vi buff, especially for this boss, which is really nice. They delayed the Vi kill on Cigar, so they have the haste buff for the boss. And then they're also delaying the Vi kill on Lord Chamberlain as well. So now they just stacked one Vi buff into the second Vi buff, and now they're using their Bloodlust. You can see PI was ready as well now by Ryzen. The Wolf Disco is going to be doing a lot of single target damage here with the Infernal, with the PI, with the Bloodlust. There's just so much haste for their Warlock there.
It's actually kind of disgusting how much single target damage that spec could do if you just gamble properly. If you're Soul Conduit procs and you can just spam out Chaos Bolts, it does so much damage. You know, it's kind of funny. Warlocks are one of the classes where if one spec gets nerfed, you can always fall back on the other one. Happened in Sepulchre. Demo got nerfed, and now Dester's back at the top. But Perplexed...
20k single target damage, wow.
Dude, 20k single target. Now, you know, he's getting PI, so, you know...
Yeah, but still, right? Like, it's...
I don't think that's the impressive thing. I think the impressive thing is that the
Swag
Minefield is
is
doing
doing so
14k over a
that as
shine.
well.
1k out DPSing the Rogue. Oh, boy.
Oh,
What a world we
Latik's
live in.
fine.
Little fun death from Swag at the end there, but that's going to be the end of our first series of the day. Perplexed taking a very convincing 2-0 series over Boomba.
Yeah, it was fast. I mean, Perplex absolutely rocked them, but you know, the thing is that death from Swag at the end ruined the perfect run. They had 0 deaths before that. He had to go ahead and do it at the very end, apparently, so that's tragic. Tragic to see that at the end, but still, I think Perplex is going to be okay with a quick 2-0 like that.
I think that's where you're yelling, commit, 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 and then you see
Yeah.
the DPS
Yeah,
running
exactly,
out.
yeah.
You're like, what? The betrayal.
I could hear
Yeah.
from across the globe here the it dies or I die call.
It.
Yep. Exactly. But
50k overall DPS. Whew,
wow.
that's
Well-
a lot of DPS.
You were saying it, you know, before this run, like this was going to be the dungeon that we were going to see big numbers, and that certainly turned out to be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the warlock numbers in this dungeon in particular are just so absurd, because if you look at the pull sizing, basically everything is a massive pull. Look at this little tech that we have though from Wolf Disco at the start here as they're doing this big pull. Demonic Circle, jump down, grab another pack, circle back up, and now those are going to be running and joining the party here. So even more mobs can come into this massive first pull that Perplexed do in this dungeon. Such a cool way to find some more count and to deal with another pack. It's a dangerous pack. You know, it's necrotic, and that has 2 of those Gargans in it, but it's no big deal for the level of damage that they're putting out, the cooldowns, the binding shot that you can see here, preventing those mobs from actually reaching Divine. So even though the mobs are staying tightly grouped up, they're slowed by a huge amount from the Death and Decay, and then they're also caught by that binding shot, and Divine is in no danger. Then the comp that we see, actually, of course, no Curse Dispel here, but 5 dwarves means that they actually have a really good way of handling whoever's being targeted by the stomp, being able to just stone form it off. Plus you've got Cloak, Turtle, and ultra worst case, same person gets targeted 2 or 3 times in a row. You do have Guardian Spirit. You have some ways around that, but it seems to be just like a, hey, we actually don't even need that at all. And then this part here on Inquisitor Cigar, when you're trying to kill this boss, this mini boss, without it getting the last cast, Zyra was counting the number of casts here, but look what they do at the end here. There's 2 more Wicked's Bolt casts, they let one go off, and then they interrupt this one midway through, and that's going to put it on the cast lockout on that school, and that gives you a couple more seconds at the end to actually land the kill on the Inquisitor before he goes into the Dark Communion cast, and they actually needed those couple of seconds. That was really close before the next Dark Communion was coming out.
Yeah, the Warlock Shadow Lock is a 6-second spell lockout, so that's probably what that was there.
Yeah,
it was
I saw
really
Mind
close.
Freeze coming out, but it may have also been the Shadow Lock or the Warlock one. Yeah, because that's the best one. That's 6 seconds is all. Whew, that's a long time.
It's cool, though. It's nice to see the little intricate things like that shave off just a couple more seconds. Or in that case, I mean, if he gets a Dark Communion off, then that's a lot more seconds that ends up being added to it. But when you, yeah, seriously, but when you're able to, like, add it in at just the right moment like that, that's the kind of stuff we like to see at MDI. You know, that's the kind of stuff that makes champions, right? And Perplexed looking like champions with their 2-0 victory over Boomba Boomba. Boomba Boomba will go down to the lower bracket, but they'll, you know, we'll see how they do down there, because it's kind of like seeing, who was it that played Echo first last week? Was it Dwarf this? I'm trying to remember who it was.
Apes Together Strong.
Apes Together Strong. Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, like, they, you know, it's kind of like, all right, go next, you know, see what we can do in lower brackets. So keep an eye out for Boomba Boomba a little bit later on, but Echo moves on. Not Echo. Well, they did move on, but Perplex moves on right now. Yeah. I got there.
This Boomba Boomba team, actually, I was trying to mention it at the start of the Plague Fall, but they just weren't very practiced in the dungeon, it seemed. Those are players who have played in the MDI before. Dilemma was, their team got 3rd place back in,
Glix too.
2019. Yeah. Oh yeah, Glix was on that team as well, right? So,
yeah.
Or was he on that team?
He was on a team.
They both played in the MDI back then. They both placed pretty well, so they're pretty seasoned players. They played a lot of Mythic Plus as well. I imagine that they could make a pretty good low bracket run.
Certainly could. We will have to wait and find out until tomorrow, where we'll see those early lower bracket. The elimination matches will come in during about the middle of the day tomorrow is when those will kind of start. But for now, we're looking ahead to the next series. It's going to be Dismissed versus Free for All. Let's chat a little bit about that one very briefly. Any insight coming into this one? Besides Duck versus Pizza, Duck can consume pizza. But beyond that, what do we really know besides the dungeons that we're going to?
Well, we do know that it's a really close match between those 2 teams from the time trial runs, right? We have Dismissed, which was the 10th seeded team from the time trials, and we have Free For All, which is the 15th seeded team. So it is pretty close, and they are actually playing Gambit, as you can see here, if they don't choose to ban it. And in Gambit, they were actually pretty close as well. It was 1 minute between those 2 teams, so I do think this can be a pretty good series. And then at the same time, I think they're both new teams. They have never competed in the MDI before. So that is always going to be interesting what they can show. If there's anything they adapted to, maybe even see some routing changes, some things we saw from Group A. That is always something that I love to see when new teams come into the MDI and they're already like adapted to some strategies that we've seen from like veteran MDI teams. So I would love to see that.
Well, we won't have to wait long to find out. We're just going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our second series of the day, Dismissed versus Free For All, here on the Mythic Dungeon International. See you in just a few. Welcome back to MDI. Doe here along with Zyronic, Nagura, and Dratnos. We're about to get in to our second series of the day. It is going to be Dismissed versus Free For All. So both these teams are new to the MDI, I believe. Dismissed, they were formed by the players Megan and Exo on their team, who played together throughout Shadowlands, apparently, then brought everyone else together. Meanwhile, well, let's talk about them a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, this is one of the fun things about MDI, right, is that we have a lot of players coming in where, like, they're known to be, like, higher key pushes maybe in certain circles, but in MDI, it's kind of an unknown, isn't it?
Yeah. I actually don't think I've ever seen these players before, except for on the key ladder, right? So it'll be interesting to see how the skills from pushing high keys transfer over to the MDI, because in general it's the same kind of concept where you have a general idea planned throughout the dungeon. In high keys you more have like specific lineups for certain scenarios. Like for instance, if you ever go watch any of the Ambition players do high keys, they have notes for certain scenarios in games, such as the Undying Rage casts in the other side, which I think we're actually seeing first in this matchup. You know, they have cooldowns planned up. They say Erdrifter needs to die for this cast. That kind of transfers over to MDI as well. You have specific cooldowns lined up for packs. You have specific interrupts that need to be hit. I think MDI is definitely something that high key pushers can easily transition over to and do well in.
Yeah, we've seen it before. I love the logo too in both sides. So we had a duck being let go from their job, it looked like, and now we have the free for all that happens every time the pizza shows up, right?
Yeah, so this team name is actually based off of, it's kind of the exact opposite philosophy to what Zyra was talking about having like a plan for every pack. Free for all is the way that they handle kicks and stops in some packs. So the call is made, right? Like in my groups, the call is somebody kick. But in this group, it's free for all, which
they like to live dangerously. You know?
Yeah, whenever you hear that, like that means everybody's got to turn their brain on. You're playing off instinct, right? You're not playing off of like pre-planned everything, which some would argue is less of an effective MDI strategy. But we're about to find out in this series.
You got to go with your gut, right? And apparently, you know, we talked about a Dwarf This being a team that met up and looking for a group and coming into it last week and putting on kind of a pretty good show. And now this week we've got Free For All, which is another team that met each other in LFG, and now here they are in MDI. So again, you never know who you're going to group up with on live service if that's going to end up being the team that you go to MDI with. So you never know. You got to treat your teammates with respect, because you might get to the Mythic Dungeon International if you do well. But this will be a good one. I'm curious to see who's going to go through with this.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be a good one, especially because they're both new teams as well. And the other side. And I think the affixes that we had last week in Group A are actually kind of similar to what we have now. It's one key level higher, it's still tyrannical. We don't have bolstering anymore, it's inspiring now instead. But I think there's quite a few things that they can actually adapt to what we've seen previously. Because we saw Echo have this like really cool strategy with the relics. And I do think that's something that they could adapt to if they chose to do so, because we saw all the other teams in Group A, after the first day, after they saw Echo do that strategy, almost all the other teams adapted to it as well. So that is something that I'm going to keep an eye out for, to see if these teams also kind of did that as well.
Yeah, and we're starting things off with a 22 the other side, like we mentioned a little bit earlier. So Dratnos, give me the route.
So there's a couple different ways you can do DOS, right? The one option is to head to Hakar first, and that's turned out to be like kind of the MDI special, right? It's go Hakar. You're still using a lot of woes to skip around, and you're leaving a pack of trash to deal with Moizala at the end of the encounter as well. The other option is to go left at the start as well. You can get that woe from the first pack and just go all the way into the Ardenweald wing off of it, and those both are compelling plans, but I think the Hakar first attack plan is a little bit faster for this level of keys and at this level of optimization. So I suspect that's what we're going to see these teams have kind of settled on based on what we saw last weekend.
Well, I think we might need to change number 2 on that graphic too, by the way, because teams are starting to use Dratnos, Rouse, and MDI. We did see it that week, but I digress. Ironic. What were you going to say?
Well, on that point, I want to go back to what Nagura was saying, because that's something I think we haven't really talked about enough today, and I think it's something that's going to be a theme for the next couple of tournaments that we have, is that the teams have a blueprint on how to do every key. Yeah, it's going to be slightly different based off the affixes in the dungeon and the key level, but you've seen how to do a base strat in every dungeon, and any team that spends their time practicing, like what Echo did in every dungeon, can look a lot better than what their seeding turned out to be, and they can kind of surprise people with a dark horse pick.
That's true, but it's like, how easy is it to just be like, oh, we'll just play like Echo. We'll just do everything Echo did. You know, like with what we saw, especially in I think like Tazavech Streets, like how easy is it? How feasible is it to really translate that? I think you could take some of it, right? But what percentage would you say, Zai, can you shift over for an average MDI team coming in?
I mean, a lot of it, probably 80 to 90% of it, you can do pretty easily. It's just a matter of damage allocation. Now, the really finicky stuff, like making sure you get all the woe drifters in the middle of bosses, is going to be a little bit of finagling you have to do to figure out how to do that. But you can get most of the way there in putting a clean run together.
It depends on the type of thing, right? Like yoinking the Echo snapping a mini boss to the boss in Streets of Wonder, right? Like that, you can just steal that very easily, right? But then the high execution involved in like fighting these specific 15 mobs, there's like a million little things that need to happen to make that pull work. And you don't just get that by watching Echo do it. You do have to like figure out exactly how they solved all the problems as you encounter them with that pull to get it to the same degree of consistency that they did. So it's doable, but it is a different sort of challenge than just like lifting the actual really innovative but not difficult to execute, just difficult to think of stuff that they come up with.
Yeah, and then you have to also think about like how much time you're investing into that kind of stuff, right? Because if you try to copy one of those like insane pulls that maybe Echo did, and you try to do it on one key level higher, because those are your affixes now in this group, then maybe you're just wasting a lot of time trying to get this one pull done, but then the rest of your dungeons aren't as good, or the rest of your route isn't as good.
Yeah, true enough. So, I mean, it's a lot of that. I'm going to be curious to watch these teams and see, how much of those Echo runs we see echoed in their own play, so to speak. That wasn't intentional. It just kind of happened. But well, especially when you get to Streets, how much of that can you really kind of take over? But we are going to get started with the other side. This dungeon has been one of the most fun, I think, to watch with the new seasonal FX because of, like the things Dratnos was saying, you can do a lot of really interesting skips and, like, not necessarily even skips as much as just rearranging things in a way you couldn't earlier in Shadowlands, right?
Yeah, it's all about those woes in this dungeon. As we get started here, we've got Dismissed against Free For All. Both teams are engaging the first pack here, and I suspect that the Woe Drifter will be the automa of choice for both of them. Team composition's looking pretty standard out of both teams, right? This is our classic Blood DK Holy Priest, and then we got the Survival Destro and a Rogue to round things out.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see that they adapted to the comp, right? Because that's not always something that happens either. Because just because you can qualify for the MDI doesn't mean that you also know exactly how to play all of the like meta quote-unquote classes that all the other MDI teams are playing. So that is something that is really cool to see, that these two teams have adapted in their first time doing the MDI. But now we do see the route of Dismissed. They are going to that right side area to the Hakar wing, while Free For All is doing the exact same thing on their side too. So we'll see if they are kind of adapting to the Echo strategy. They are skipping ahead, but what Echo has been doing is pull all of the strats together, and it looks like Dismissed is doing the same thing, except the duration they have is that they actually see inspired mobs, right? Because they don't want to have those in that pack. We saw a trap come out here of the Hunter to see those, while Free For All, they're just pulling everything together. They don't care about the inspired mobs.
Yeah, I mean, if they can kill it, the AoE stun from that urn does pierce through, and they're actually going to Shining Force it out of the pack, but it's not going to be enough to move it out of inspiring range, and so we have Hexes now free casting. That's going to need to dispel there. Looks like they're doing an okay job, though. They've got it now dealt with on the inspired mob. The trash for the rest of that pack is still fairly high health for Free For All, though, whereas for Dismissed, they've got most of that now taken care of, and they can take this High Priest fairly safely into Hakar. So I think that is probably what they're going to do. And just because it's inspired, that doesn't really do anything on Hakar.
Yeah, and just taking a look at Free For All, I did just see the Rogue move back to that pack that they skipped earlier with that Priest in there, and did probably do exactly what we've seen Echo do last time. In case you guys haven't watched it, their strategy is basically to just use a blind, use as a C on that Priest, and make sure you stay in combat with the pack. Because then you can go to the boss, fight Hakar, and as soon as your blind runs out, the priests and the relics that are attached to that pack are going to be running into the boss room. And then you can kill the Drifter, the Woe Drifter, at the end of the boss fight, and use that speed to get back the other area. But that is exactly what Free For All was doing. Not sure if Dismissed was also doing the same thing. We'll see in just a second. If we see that other priest run in to the boss fight with those relics, then that's also what they did as well.
Yeah, they do have that first High Priest in, just the inspiring one that they CC'd earlier. It's actually really nice for them to have that extra target as well available for some more funneling, as again, a beautiful Shining Force is going to be used here by Dismissed to just knock one of those Sons of Akar right under the boss. And they now get their Vi buff as there are no other mobs, and they're just able to pump some single target into Hakar for a while. But it's actually Free For All who have the boss much lower, and they do have those relics coming into the pool here, including that High Priest. It's actually going to be trapped out to the side while they deal with this Woe relic. And there's the Woe Drifter now that they're going to cleave down with the last 30% of the boss. Oh, and it's happening to Dismissed too.
Oh yeah, there we go. So both of the teams adapting to that Echo strategy, as we mentioned earlier. Really cool to see that both of those teams are doing that, as Exo is standing in those puddles to cast the Hymn of Hope and reset everyone's defensive cooldowns a little bit. Because of course on that 22 Tyrannical, this boss still does a lot of damage. If you have a lot of those stuns up, they're just channeling this AoE as well. So, but yeah, Free For All doing a really good job as Hakar is dropping lower and lower, and they can get this boss down before the next double cast for sure, before the next shield. And you can see they're also just cleaving off the Woe Drifter as well with that High Priest. High Priest is still a little bit high though on their side, because they had it deceived earlier. So now they have to finish off this High Priest, and then they'll use that movement speed to get there.
Yeah, the Woe buff lasting a full minute makes it fairly forgiving how you sequence this, right? You don't need to do it perfectly timed, but they do still need to get this done sometime soon if they want to get full value out of that Woe buff. Dismissed also get the Woe buff, but they actually have player going down here. Multiple players going down, including their tank. Hakar is going to die, but most of the group is also low or dead here.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully they managed to finish off the boss there, because this could have ended in a disaster if they had a boss reset there at such a low percent on the boss. So thankfully they got it done, and they did immediately release to spawn here, right? So that is good. And they still have the Woe Drifter. That one actually persists through death, so you can just release and you still have that buff, which is great. Managed to finish off the priest as well. So they didn't lose too much time, but it's still 15 seconds death penalty on.
Free For All certainly having a little bit of a lead built up now as they are starting their next pack. Damage is looking quite strong as well here on this one. Affixes we have active really don't make packs like this too nasty in DOS this week, so it makes it fairly easy to replicate even the hard pulls that were done last week. Now that we're just on 22 Tyrannical, it's about as favorable as it can get on the trash, with the exception of specific inspiring mobs that, as you can see, both teams have had to adapt to solve in various places already.
Yeah, the one difference we see here compared to the Echo route that we saw last week was that Free For All did decide to not pull the Enraged Spirit into this pack, right? And it also looks like Dismissed doesn't want to deal with that Enraged Spirit either. So they're just pulling the Warlords with that Bone Soldier pack that is walking around, peeling off that Woe Drifter again to skip ahead in the trash. That means that they're going to have to make up for that percentage somewhere. Either they pull the Enraged Spirit later with something else, or they solo it, or they do some more trash in the Ardenweald area and just leave the two Enraged Spirits up, which can cause some issues on the last boss fight when he gets sent to those platforms and the Enraged Spirits are just patrolling around.
Yeah, we've seen that cause problems before for teams in previous MDI seasons, so it is another interesting question to see how the teams decide to solve it, as we do have the second boss now being engaged here, the Mana Storms for Free For All. Dismissed still in their Woe skip, so I feel like something like 30 to 45 seconds, especially when you factor in those 3 deaths, is the advantage that Free For All have built for themselves here. And let's not forget, Free For All are actually the underdogs going into this based on seeding, right? Free For All our 15th seed, Dismissed our 10th seed, so certainly impressive that Free For All are putting together this run so far. A great sign for that team. Oh, we have a stun on their healer.
Yeah, he did actually drop really low, using the Guardian Spirit on himself to be able to survive, as he's also tanking the bleed effect from Maleficent. Also, you stand to that boss, that target will get the bleed effect, so he's trying to get that on himself. But another thing that I wanted to mention, that both of the teams are snapping those Sentient Oils too. You can see the Sentient Oils just casting Essential Oil on everyone, dropping the whole group really low. but free-for-all is now through that difficult phase, while Dismissed is still having to deal with those. And that can cause lots of issues. There's so many interrupts you need to do on those oils, while also trying to interrupt the boss and soaking all of those crystal lines as well. So not that easy to execute. And we also saw Priest from free-for-all getting constantly gripped by the Sancient Oils because they didn't snap to them immediately, and now he's actually going down on free-for-all's side. We do have a Battle Rust available after that Angel form, and I think they should be fine because the rest of this boss fight, without those oils up, should be pretty easy for them to deal with. Yeah, some issues on their side now.
Yeah, not perfect, but again, it's great whenever you can get that extra trash with the boss, right? So it's worth, but it was definitely a little bit of time lost there for free-for-all as they now get into this Maleficent explosion, Chickens of Doom phase. They've dealt with that, though. They're back over to Millhouse, and on Tyrannical, this encounter might actually last for a while. I'm not sure if they'll even get Millhouse down before he next escapes. He was only at 60% at the start of this phase. You look on the side of Dismissed, they were able to get Millhouse down to 48% by the same point in that fight. So damage perhaps being a little bit more efficiently allocated by Dismissed, as they actually were able to get both bosses lower in their first phases than Free-for-all were.
Yeah, very interesting. It's possible that Free-for-all decided to focus the trash a bit more, maybe also focus the relic mob a bit more to just be on the safer side, while Dismissed decided, okay, you know what, we're a little bit behind, guys, we need to just fully funnel the boss and just passively cleave down the rest of the mobs and hope we can make up some time here. We'll see, but they executed it really well on their side. So this is incredibly close between those two teams, as they're just, slowly finishing up the boss. Not much they can do to really speed up this boss fight, other than, using their offensive cooldowns as they're going to be doing on CD. And we also see the PIs coming out of the Holy Priests, making sure their Warlocks can funnel their single target damage even more.
All right, so Dismissed have actually pushed Millhouse here. They have Millhouse at 10%, so Millhouse is out of the fight. And they actually need to kill Maleficent before her next cast, because they won't have stuns for her like you do if Millhouse is still active. Free-for-all, on the other hand, Millhouse is still alive, so they'll be able to get that stun, but it is going to be a little bit close here for Dismissed on the next timer for Maleficent. They do need to make sure that that needs to reach 10% before it gets more than a couple ticks of that cast, or else it will wipe them. You can see she's going to go and start casting that now. 12%, great damage though from Dismissed. I mean, really good to be able to push that damage and not even need that Millhouse stun there. And even though they reach this boss significantly later than Free-for-all, they are actually going to kill it before Free-for-all. So huge damage coming out from Dismissed.
And that was actually insane, their single target damage there, as they are now engaging the next trash pack. There is one inspired mob in there, so this is going to be slightly more difficult than what we've seen with last week's affixes. And they again just finish up this Woe Drifter, making sure they can skip the trash again and just get the movement speed. It's incredibly valuable in this dungeon with all of the distance that you have to cover from one wing to the other. So it just makes a lot of sense for them to do that. Free-for-all now also done with their boss, and you can see the boss split 30 seconds slower than Dismissed there, even though they were 20 seconds faster than the previous boss. So Dismissed really just were a little bit faster between first and second. Well, not just a little bit, a lot actually. So big shout out to Dismissed. Just putting out so much single target damage.
It was all the boss fight as well. The gap stayed the same until that boss got pulled, but there was the one death on the side of Free-for-all that can account for some of it, but I mean, that was a healer death. It shouldn't have been that much time that it cost them. So, I mean, we are in such a close game here because there are still 10 extra seconds of death penalty that favor Free-for-all. So both teams are in basically the same spot in the dungeon. When you factor in those 10 seconds, I think they are exactly tied pretty much.
Yeah, and now we do see this really long skip, just not dealing with any trash in this like outside area. They immediately just walk into the Ardenweald area. We'll see if they have a favorable skip here, because even though they are really fast, you can still get hit by that area. But it looks like they both can just run through, don't really have to stop for too long, so that is great. As Dismissed is now gathering up this first trash.
Yeah, see how big they decide to go with the first trash pull here. Inspiring, we don't think of it as too dangerous of an affix for these mobs in particular, because none of them really do individually scary casts that you need to stop. But not being able to AoE stun the pack and stuff and not AoE slow them, those sorts of effects, is a big thing that you do lose when you have Inspiring active. So you can see Dismissed are going to go up to 51% here. Free For All also have a fairly large pull brewing, including Relics coming in for them, so actually a slightly larger pull, whereas Dismissed are going to be shrouding forward, and it looks like they are setting up their Earn pull now. Let's see how big they decide to go with this one.
Yeah, interesting. They're utilizing the Shroud here, while Free For All did finish off the Woe Relic again, so a little bit of a difference here in their routing and what kind of relics they're focusing on. But yeah, Dismissed now gathering up everything. We do know that we saw some teams last weekend just completely ignore their Earn. They just didn't even use it. But I do think that maybe with Inspiring, the Earn gains a lot of value because, as you said earlier, it does actually pierce through that inspired CC immunity. So maybe having that stun from the Earn is a lot more valuable with those items.
It does look like Dismissed is walking their way down the hill here, so maybe also just completely avoiding that Earn. Yeah, absolutely. They are going to do some more pulls here, but they aren't going to get enough count from this alone. They're going to need to do more Ardenweld count after the boss with the way that this is shaping up for them. They do still get some at the end of the dungeon from there are 2 trash pulls that are like on the outer ring that they'll still be able to pull, but even with those, I think they are still going to need a little bit more count after the boss. Meanwhile, Free For All are catching up on that enemy forces and are about to overtake here. Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they actually did pull everything on top of the Earn there from Free For All side. So definitely having a little bit of a different approach to this Ardenweald area. Dismissed did now focus down the relic, so they get that cooldown reduction on their side. And now it looks like they're slowly moving towards Dilar Sexa. Both of them having that Bloodlust available, and I assume they are going to be trying to pull as much trash as possible that they can onto the boss, and then use that Bloodlust and all of their offensive cooldowns to deal with that. But Inspiring, probably making that pull quite a bit more difficult for them, considering that you really cannot help out the tank at all. But there we go, Dismissed is engaging that boss and immediately popping that Bloodlust too on their side.
All right, so if I had to guess what Dismissed are going to be up to, it's they're going to take that portal after this boss, and then you know that relic pull that Free For All took in to get that woe where Dismissed shrouded instead? I bet that Dismissed are going to do a medium to big pull there, get that woe, and then they're going to use the woe to speed out of the Ardenweald ring, or the Ardenweald area, and get back to that central ring. So I think that's going to be the difference in having between these 2 teams. That's why Free For All are at a higher count right now, and they're pulling the boss a little bit later, but they have 1 less pull in their future as compared to Dismissed. So again, 2 teams that I can't tell which of them is ahead right now. They are both doing so well. A huge pull coming out onto boss here for Free For All. 30 zillion mobs, plus 2 sets of relics also coming in here.
Yeah, that is actually a crazy pull that Free For All is doing here. You can see they're gonna have so much track percentage. You see, it looks like 2 Woe Drifters actually got killed. And I would assume that was an accident. They just didn't manage to get the correct ones. But having a damage reduction is probably really valuable for them on that tyrannical boss fight. In addition to just having all of that damage coming from the trash, you also have all of those the debuffs jumping through the players as well. So a little bit of a help with the damage reduction. But probably would have wanted to have at least 1 or 1 buy to get that piece at the end.
Yeah, it may just have been a case of like the relics aren't really the priority right now. You know, we have to focus on these other things. On the other hand, I do think getting 1 Woe Drifter is not bad for this encounter. Even the movement speed can be nice on this fight to just have everybody get to their portals and again cost 1 less global to do so, and it becomes worthwhile. We are going to have Dismissed taking care of this boss a few seconds ahead of where Free For All are at. Free For All 50%. Dismissed almost have the boss dead already, but Free For All have 17% more enemy forces. They are ready to go back to the start of the dungeon. They just need Moizala and the 2 trash pulls that are still alive next to that boss, whereas Dismissed are going to need to find, I think, a fairly large pull here in Ardenweald to catch up.
Yeah, and then additionally, we also talked about this earlier, that both of the teams did skip the Enraged Spirits, both of them. So that means that they either have to get that trash percent elsewhere, or they have to deal with Enraged Spirits eventually. So we'll see what Dismissed is doing, as they, as you mentioned, are going to do a fairly large pool here. You can see the tank is off to the side, just gathering up everything on the mount. And now we also see that Relic package. So another huge pool coming in by them, and probably, as you said, finishing off that woe to get the movement. Now, Free For All, though, they have all of this trash already on their side. So once they finish off the boss, they're gonna be at the same time in the dungeon, like at the same trash percentage in the same boss fight in the dungeon. Plus, Dismissed has 2 extra deaths on the board with a 10 seconds differential there. So I do think free-for-all is looking pretty good right now. Plus, Dismissed is really fast at finishing off this pull too.
Yeah, and they're going to have this WoW speed boost that free-for-all have already spent, so that is going to help them get back to Moisala so much faster. Anytime you get a WoW speed boost, it's already faster than mounting, but in this area, you can't mount through this passageway, so it is so much better than not having a WoW buff. You're saving so much time from having that active, so Dismissed, I think in the lead here actually by something like 30 seconds, given how this has all worked out, given how quickly they were able to kill that trash. They are only at 85% count, while free-for-all are at 87. So I think that may mean that they'll need to run up to the top of the stairs and grab the 2 mobs from the very start of the dungeon. Let's see what they decide to do here. They're actually going to dodge this first pack, and it looks like it's going to be the Enraged Spirit. Okay, so this is going to be the 2% more that they need. Is just going to be fighting a solo Enraged Spirit, maybe as an opportunity for some cooldowns to recover.
Yeah, so free-for-all actually doesn't deal with this Enraged Spirit by itself, then free-for-all is going to be back in the lead here. We'll see what they decide to do, because having 2 Enraged Spirit patrol around the area while fighting the last boss is very risky. There's so many things that can go wrong with it if you accidentally pull that during the intermission phase. But maybe free-for-all decides to pull this Enraged Spirit on top of this trash pipe? It does look like it. Okay, so they are pulling the Enraged Spirit. That was a perfect patrol as well. It was right there as they came out. And this might actually be something they have planned too. So now they're fighting the Enraged Spirit with this Death Speaker pack, and they also have the Urn here too to help them out. Right? They did stand their Spirit here, they finished off the Woe Drifter, and this is still very dangerous. As you can see, their freeze go down, the Rage Cast of the Enraged Spirit, plus the frontal of the Death Speaker as well. You do have a Battle Rush to get them back up, or it could just release as well as you spawn right there. But yeah, that looked like a really risky pull, but still executed just really nicely by free-for-all.
Yeah, that was, that was dangerous for a bit there. You saw that frontal actually killed the priest, but it also knocked all the pets away, which was a pretty big damage loss for a while. But they were able to recover it. Both teams are now pulling Moisala. Both teams have the boss at right about the same amount of health. Both teams have basically the same count, too. There are 5 seconds that free-for-all have of advantage from the death timer, but it's all going to come down to who can do more boss damage here and who can execute this encounter more cleanly. The Mana Storms was a great example of Dismissed being so much faster on that. Free-for-all really have to make sure that they hold on here and that they keep up on the boss damage.
It's crazy just how close this game is, as both of the teams have pulled Moisala like at literally the same second. I saw the HP bar of the boss appear at the same second for both of these teams. So crazy how close they are. You see, both of them did finish off the Die Relic, so they have this East buff in just a second. And you can see they're also delaying the kill a little bit. But unfortunately for Dismissed, the Die Interceptor just jumped out really far. And we do have a death on free-for-all side. They have a Battle Rush to get them back up. But now they're even on the death timers. Now it's 15 seconds death penalty for both of the teams.
And a Pod Tender is going to come out for Dismissed also, so that's one less resource available for them, but it's not going to cost them the death timer. Actually a pretty good time for a Pod Tender to need to be used here as they now go and deal with these images. The Vi Cypher that they have active makes these a lot easier, but it's still on 22 Tyrannical. By no means a given that they're going to be able to kill all 4 during this intermission. If one team can do it and the other team can't, that is going to decide who wins this game. As you can see, they're just trying to pump as much as they can into these. They need to click these totems so quickly after they die as well, because they're not going to have much time after that before they get gripped back towards the front. Dismissed are able to do it with their tank healer team. Let's see how everybody else has done as they now get gripped in.
The Rogue didn't make it on free-for-all side, it looked like, and they're after. Oh no, this is horrible for free-for-all, as we see 2 people go down, plus the priest is in angel form as well. They only have 1 battle rush to get somebody back up, but I don't think that's gonna be it, as Dismissed is doing the same pull on their side, because all of this trash, the left of this entrance area, is now being engaged by them. And unfortunately, free-for-all is gonna have a full wipe there, but it was so close between those 2 teams. But yeah, the Rogue not managing to finish off that Visage, not having that extra haste buff on them, and just things going wrong immediately as they get pulled in there. It's just so unfortunate for them. But yeah, now all eyes on Dismissed, as they did finish off all of this trash. Now you can see they're on 100% enemy forces. Still need to get through 6% of the boss though.
Yeah, this boss actually takes such a long time to take from like 18 to 0 on Tyrannical like this. Once you've killed all 4 of the ads in the intermission, it won't send you to the platforms anymore as well. You just get to keep DPSing it. But it has such a big health pool that this is going to take them a little while to get through. Luckily, none of the mechanics are that deadly at this point. They've dealt with the trash, they've dealt with the intermission. They just need to keep on doing their thing and making sure that they don't get complacent. They don't wipe to anything silly. They don't pull the Enraged Spirit that for them is also still patrolling off over to the side. All of those things, if they can just manage that for another minute or so, they'll be able to take the last little bit of health off this boss. Meanwhile, Free For All are pulling again. They're wanting to make sure that they're in a position where if somehow Dismissed does wipe, they can still take this one back. But Dismissed at this point at 13%, so far ahead. Just have to keep holding on for a little while longer.
I wonder what exactly happened to Free For All. Did you see it by any chance? Was it quaking? I guess Saro is gonna show us the highlight afterwards, but if it was quaking, but that is so unfortunate because it can happen, right? If everyone gets pulled into the boss, and you have like a very unfortunate quaking timer, and you can go down there. And I hope it wasn't that, because that would be heartbreaking for Free For All. But Dismissed now on that last 2% as they're fighting this boss. They did also skip the Enraged Spirit that was patrolling in there. That could have been another disaster if they pulled the Spirit on top of the boss accidentally, but they managed to avoid that.
Yeah, there's going to be Moisala now at 11%. Finally goes down for Dismissed. They're going to take a 1-0 lead in this series over Free For All after an unbelievably close game.
Wow, so there you have it. That was tragic seeing Free For All come so close just to have that wipe on Mozala. But victory for Dismiss. But I think we're in for a really good series. Like, this is one that could easily go to the 3rd dungeon, isn't it?
Oh yeah, easily. I mean, this Echo versus Echo matchup is really, really interesting to watch. Just Echo playing better than the other Echo, unfortunately, here.
Well, when 2 Echoes clash, 1 Echo has to win, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, but jokes aside, this is actually like exactly what we were talking about coming into the series. Is you have the blueprint that Echo put out there to play, and both teams essentially took Echo's route, played it to the best of their strengths, and it came out pretty good. They even took all the small things like making sure they CC'd the pack right before Hakar, making sure they snapped the Sentinel Oil into the second boss, and we'll see that in a bit here. But yeah, pretty good play from both teams. Unfortunately for Free For All, just fell apart a little bit at the end there. It would have been really close otherwise. But man, these tyrannical bosses, especially Mozala, even though the boss only has 2% left, it felt like it took like a lifetime to get through that last couple percent.
Yeah, seriously. Like that, once after you kill the totems on Mozala, like just trying to DPS down to 10% at the end of it is always so stressful, because it's like we've done what we need to do, but that last couple percentage takes an eternity. Which is appropriate, because it's Shadowlands, right?
Yeah, but let's take a look at that. So you can see they were able to figure out exactly how Echo did that CC snap. Of course, it's not really a snap, it's more of a run, but they CC that High Priest there, which pulls it into the boss after the fact. They aren't in aggro with the Priestesses, so even from the Devoted, so even though they transform, they don't come into the boss, and you also get that Relic pack. So this gave them that Woe Drifter later on, which they were able to skip. Now, it was actually kind of interesting. Free For All had an advantage after the first boss in this dungeon, because Dismissed did have problems at the end of that first boss, because they played cleanly throughout the dungeon, through Mana Storms, through Ardenweald. They were able to secure that advantage and play clean for the rest of the dungeon and take the win here, even pulling off the Sentinel Oil snaps, or the Sentient Oil snaps. I don't know why we say Sentinel Oil, it just looks like Sentinel.
Sentinel oils. I mean, Sentinels, they probably do need some oil from time to time.
I might have POV.
It makes sense.
But maybe. Yeah, I mean, this is a very dangerous thing. Snapping mobs is always something that we kind of gloss over, because those mobs, whenever you abuse snapping, mobs tend to evade bug out, and that's usually not a good thing to do, but they were able to pull it off. So let's see what happened here. They came into the pack here. It wasn't a quaking thing. It was just a everyone instantly died thing. Oh, actually, you know what?
No one was in range to the boss, right?
Yeah, it was the boss. It was
what
being in range of
happens?
the boss.
Yeah.
They pulled the boss from range, and everyone instantly died because the boss did his out of range thing. So that is an unfortunate way to wipe in this dungeon, but that is how she goes. But we have a little bit of a treat for you. We put together a system where we can show you the MDT of our dungeons here.
Makes perfect sense, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see here, there's not really too much to break down, but this is essentially your quintessential the other side Echo route. Of course, here you have the first pull here, where you pull these first 2 mobs into the boss. Woe Drifter, you can see they even have it highlighted here. This is probably the major pull of the dungeon here. On Inspired, this mob right here, this High Priest, has that inspired buff. So the only change they had to make to their route over Echo's route was they had to CC this High Priest in this first pull, AoE the other 3 packs we have highlighted here in the screen pack down, and then you pull this High Priest with Inspired into the boss just to get Cleave off, because it doesn't inspire bosses, right? You're not too worried about that. So that was the only major change they had to make in their route. Of course, everything else is essentially what we saw from Echo last week, and Dismiss did a pretty good job of pulling that off.
Yeah, it looks solid. And that priest isn't going to add a lot of like group damage, obviously, on Nakar in the end. So why not just like focus the boss and then kill the priest at the very end, like what we saw? But I'm wondering now, can Free for All bring it back? After a loss like that can be a little bit mentally taxing sometimes when you come so close and then you have something silly like pulling Mozala from range, right? That's not something that's supposed to happen in a regular run. You don't see that happen every once in a while, or you don't see that happen much at all, right? So now it's a question of mental fortitude, right? Can they bounce back, say, all right, it happened. We were in the running, though. We were close, and we can come back, have a better map, too.
I actually have really high hopes for this next map because we're going to Necrotic Wake, right? And the Necrotic Wake has the exact same affixes as they had last week. So we saw that they are able to look at the strategies from last week and adapt to them. So I think it's very possible that they also adapted the Necrotic Wake strategy. The only difference is that the keep level is 1 level higher. So it's possible that they can pull off the same pulls. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult for them compared to the teams last week.
I don't know if I've seen anybody pull off the same pulls as Echo, even on the same key level as them in this dungeon. Going a key level higher. This is the most like volatile, the most aggressive pulls out of Echo of any of the dungeons we saw. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, if either team can replicate that, then yeah, they are gonna take home the win. But there's also the world where you try that and you end up with 30 deaths, like most of my Necrotic Wakes go.
Exactly. Yeah, you pulling the whole Necropolis. You're out there. There you go. Necrotic Wake data from live, courtesy of Raider IO. 23 minutes, 19 seconds. Obviously, we saw that blown out of the water last week multiple times. But 9.8 average deaths on a 23 Tyrannical. The deaths are always lower than I expect, but I guess, the people pushing those keys on live are probably pretty good too. So there you have it.
Yeah, and just to compare that to the fastest run that we've seen last week, which, again, was the same affixes, just 1 key level lower, was 10 minutes and 58 seconds.
Right. Yep.
So I don't think we're going to see quite that time, but it technically could be close to it if they somehow manage to miraculously just copy their strategy and execute it perfectly.
I mean, that's the hope, right? But I think it comes down to the Necropolis. Like, how much of that are you going to pull? Are you going to be bold enough to pull the entire thing? Or are you going to do it a little bit safer, take it in like 2 chunks instead or something,
Yeah, ultimately that's what it's going to come down to. We've seen a lot of teams breaking it in half, saving something for the end, using a mind control at the end, something like that, doing the last pull slower but safer. That is going to be the ultimate decider, is like, can you do that all? Also, just can you avoid wiping to the second boss with all the trash into it if you're trying to attempt something like that? That's something that nearly wiped several teams last weekend on this, and 1 key level higher. I mean, 1 key level, that's 10% more health and damage on all of these mobs. That is going to take us over some breakpoints, I think, for some difficulty of certain pulls.
Probably will. I mean, you think about Stitch Flesh as well. I mean, with teams that are playing, so if they continue to play as close as they did on the other side, 1 hook slightly to the left or right, could make the difference in your run too. And we did see people miss hooks off and on last week.
Yeah, we did. I'm not sure I completely agree with the higher key level being too big of an issue, because the thing about Necrotic Wake, and this is one of the reasons it's one of our highest push keys in general, and why the key level doesn't really matter too much in MDI, is the damage of the carrying weapons also scales with the key, right? And that's the majority of your damage on bigger pulls. So yeah, you have to do a little bit more damage, but really not that much. The big thing is whether or not your tank can actually just survive the pull. If your tank can survive the pull, you have the damage to pull it off. It's just a matter of playing safe enough and playing clean enough so that your tank can live.
It's like if you go back to any of those routes and anybody ever dropped below 10% health, like they would have been dead, right?
Yeah,
and so that's
exactly.
That's kind of the danger zone that we're in here. And I think people were dropping fairly low fairly often, so should be interesting to see if either of these teams have it. I mean, thinking about this as well as a 10th and 15th seeded team, if they can have this dungeon polished and as like their best dungeon, that is going to be a really, really strong asset for them continuing forward into this tournament.
Yeah, very true. I wonder sometimes when Stitch Flesh was designing his creations, like why he decided to make them throw hooks at things. Like, is this something that you really need a lot of, per se? They're just up in the necropolis. Maybe he's like, maybe they kind of are supposed to use it for fishing. If they're hungry, they kind of like hook something down below and bring it up. Maybe that was the original
the
intent.
Valkyrs that they're hooking,
I don't know.
right?
Well, if he simply
just the necropolis is open and you can just hook them out of the sky, you know.
But if you
might
didn't
be
give them
right
hooks,
there,
he would
yeah.
be unkillable, right? So like he should just do that.
Yeah, exactly. He could just stay up on that stage
Yeah.
forever, you know? Yeah. Instead of trying to hook the Kyrian flying around, you know, you just like chill on stage and then you just live.
Yeah, I think that's good. A good adaptation there. We'll see if either the teams have any adaptations or if any of the bosses have any new tech to show us this week.
Yeah, Dismissed versus Free for All, dungeon number 2, the Necrotic Wake. We've seen some really fast times. Obviously, we'll see if we see some more fast time. I think that whoever wins this one, obviously, is going to be moving pretty quick. But will it be the blazing speed that we saw from Echo? How close will they get to that blazing finish of sub 11 minutes that we saw last week? I think that's kind of the big question: is who can get closer? You know,
On a key level higher, I'd assume that
you're not going to do it.
you'll probably get around just under 12 minutes in like a perfect run. Like an Echo could get just under 12 minutes. I'd say a really good run for like any other team would be like sub 13 if it was a perfectly clean run.
Fair
But
enough.
We'll see. I mean, these guys, we saw it on the other side. They pretty much just saw Echo's route and were like, yeah, we can do that. So I would not be surprised to see it happen here in Necrotic.
I don't know. This is so much more volatile. I wouldn't be surprised by 13 minutes. I also wouldn't be surprised by 28 minutes. Like, this is a dungeon where sometimes you just go in and it all falls apart. And
Sometimes you just die, yeah.
especially if you're trying to replicate what Echo did on a lower key level in this dungeon, this is something where I could see that being a huge problem for one or both of these teams. It's just going to come down to how well they're able to play it as we do get into things. Same comps coming out from both teams here, the kind of Season 3, I think MDI sort of default here, right? That Blood Decay Holy Priest, the Hunter, the Warlock, and the Rogue, as they're going to get started here. Actually, right off the bat, though, we do have a death coming out for free-for-all, as yeah, it looks like something went a little... Okay, they're going to mass res forward here, so somehow the skip didn't quite work out for them at the start. Dismissed, though, are already into the first class.
And Dismissed just pulling a lot of trash on top of this first boss, who are, of course, committing all of their offensive cooldowns as well, as their rope is dropping incredibly low, just so much AD damage coming into the whole group, and their tank dropping so low as well. As they try... Oh, the drain fluids have not been interrupted on one of those mobs on the side, on the harvesters, so having a full stun being channeled on one of the members, possibly the rogue that dropped so low, as their tank again just drops to 1 HP, and they're just like immediately topping them. But that's just crazy just how much damage is coming out on the whole group here. You can see now we do have the Goliath orbs on everyone pulsing, so now it's a little bit of a relief because they get the extra healing on everyone and also the extra damage, so they should be fine from here, but still very difficult. And you can see the harvester just channeling great fluids again in the back.
Yeah, such a dangerous mob when it's let to free cast like that, especially with Raging. Once it's below 30%, that dot actually does quite a bit of damage. Free-for-all, though, they're actually gatewaying into this next pack. Very cool pull here. Unfortunately, they're going to have a worm or a boss puddle coming out right where they wanted to be, so they're going to have to immediately move off of that. Both teams, though, are doing a good job of keeping things alive here. Free-for-all actually have their Death Knights playing Necrolord, not playing Kyrian as well, so a little bit lower damage potentially, but a lot more of that control, and those mass grips, or the Abomination of those frequent grips, will be pretty big for them to be able to just keep packs grouped and under control as the dungeon goes on. But look at the side of Dismissed here. Look how much damage they're putting out here. Look at that Survival Hunter DPS that they're deploying as well. This is crazy.
Yeah, that's just a lot of damage coming in. A lot of procs, I assume, from that Survival Hunter too. As they did finish off the Woe Relic now, so after they finish off the boss and the rest of the trash here, they can use that movement speed and the stealth as well to skip some trash if they choose to do so. But they're gonna be enabling the next Goliath as well, because they want to have those pulsing AoE anima orbs on everybody too. Free-for-all now also just moving on and constantly putting trash on top of this boss fight, but again, slightly slower compared to Dismissed because of that first death that they had on their DK, having to use that mass rest to get them back up. But still, really clean by both the teams other than this first death. Because this is a very difficult pull to execute, putting so much trash on top of the boss, so really well done by both of them.
Yeah, both teams able to get that 31% count as well. They did it in a slightly different sequence and with slightly different plans of attack, but they were both able to do it. As now free-for-all hugging around the side here, they're going to skip that Necromancer. It looks like an AoE Fear has actually gone uninterrupted on the side of Dismissed, but they are able to recover and keep the pull going, and they'll be able to finish off Narzuda here. Meanwhile, free-for-all just starting that same pull.
Yeah, so again, we do see Dismissed having finished off that Woe Drifter, but they did not pull those 2 Marauders into the previous pack. That is something we've seen teams last weekend do a lot. Just somebody moved ahead, put the Marauders into the mini-boss, and then they just nuked it all down with those Anima Orbs. Free-for-all is doing exactly that. You can see both of them did move those Marauders in. It was actually their Holy Priest pulled them, but there's so many absorb debuffs on the tank as he actually goes down here. And you can see he's actually gonna die in just a second. Yeah, there we go.
So he's gonna die there. He does. The Bonesmith does let you keep the pack going for a little while longer. It's actually a little bit of an unconventional choice, even for Necrolord DKs. A lot of the times they'll play Plague Divisor instead, but the Bonesmith does let you keep a pull alive for another few seconds after you die, and it does let everybody sort of plan for what to do after you do drop that and die. So potentially a big consistency increase to have your tank playing that Soulbind and getting just a little bit more wipe prevention. Dismissed though are about well, they're actually not, they're tied on count here. Free-for-all are doing this Necromancer by itself, and they'll get a little bit more count, whereas Dismissed are going to be skipping a little bit more and going into this next trash pull here. Big trash pull. They're not going to try and take this on the boss or anything.
Yeah, the craziest thing we've seen last weekend was Echo just pulling all this trash into the next boss, which was just insane. But Dismissed not doing that, they just finishing off the trash by itself. Did finish off the Relic as well to get the cooldown reduction. And you can see they also just picked up all of the weapons here. They have the double spear, plus the triple hammer, and they still have the Anima Orb on the tank. They didn't use any of that. They will have an additional Anima Orb behind this Goliath in this boss room as well. So we'll see if they just use it here. Yeah, there we go. So the tank did use the Anima Orb for this trash, and a Marth also being engaged by Dismissed as well.
Yeah, Dismissed are certainly speeding through here, but free-for-all, even with those 2 deaths, really not far behind as they are making the same pull happen. Something like 30 seconds is the lead that Dismissed have here, which is not that big a lead in the Necrotic Wake sense, because Necrotic Wake is all about like a wipe coming out, a huge scuff coming out and changing things, and we still haven't seen that from either team. So both teams doing so well to prevent that from happening. Dismissed have made it all the way now to 70% enemy forces, so they don't need to even kill the Fleshcrafter at the end of this dungeon. Free-for-all also reaching their 69%. I think they might need the Fleshcrafter, although maybe they're also good and they won't need to finish it off after the last boss.
Yeah, and free-for-all finishing off double unfortunately, and also kind of just like stacking the kill. They didn't really get a lot of value from that from one of the but not too bad as they got the cooldown reduction from one anyway. And looking at the weapons, we do see that one hammer has been used from free-for-all here. They only have 2 hammers left, plus 2 spears, while Dismissed still has 3 hammers left and 2 spears. So Dismissed having a slight advantage. I don't think hammers are that crazy when it comes to damage. The spears are of course much better overall, but still slight advantage for Dismissed here when it comes to weapons.
Yeah, the hammers tend to be used kind of usefully in 2 different ways, right? One is you use him on Stitch Flesh because you need to push a little bit more to make sure he doesn't reach 5%, or he reaches 5% in time, and once he reaches 5%, he won't cast Escape anymore, and so you can use that to prevent him from, you know, jumping back up to the stage. The other is to use it on the last boss to break through a shield really quick, right? Anything other than that, yeah, the hammers are pretty trivial amounts of little extra throwaway damage, or a stun potentially for certain trash mobs, although they haven't generally been used that way.
Yeah, and one more difference I've seen now between those 2 teams is that we do see the Warlock in Dismissed actually playing Kyrian, which is something we've seen last weekend a lot as well, right? Having that that extra single target damage whenever you can put that dot on targets that are dying, getting the crits, getting the soul shards as well. So really nicely adapted by Dismissed, while free-for-all still just playing that Knight, playing Dastro Warlock, which of course also has pros and cons depending on what kind of pull you're currently doing. But Dismissed, we do see a really big pull coming in that Necropolis, but they didn't quite pull everything in this room. They did leave the right side up, and now they're chaining into.
Yeah, Free-for-all looking to set something very similar up here. It looks like left side only is going to be their play, while Dismissed are getting started with the second half of this Necropolis. So nobody is doing an Echo pull in the Necropolis out of those two teams, and this makes so much sense because that pull was scary on 22. On 23, it is super duper scary. And so I think, even without that happening, Free-for-all actually having some deaths coming out here, and that is really not good for them. They were already a little bit behind, but with those 2 deaths and now those players having to run back, this is going to potentially be a disaster here. I don't know how much longer their tank can hold out. I guess they've cleared most of the trash, so they'll probably be able to limp over the finish line on this pull at least.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Free-for-all. As Dismissed, though, not only are they dealing really well with this trash, they're also dealing with the relics perfectly. We just saw 1 and 1 Vi killed, so the perfect combination of those buffs, getting the haste plus the cooldown reduction. Now we saw the mind control coming out of the priest here to make sure they can keep that flash crafter while the next trash maps are spawning. And now they're using that trap from the hunter to see the flash crafter in that corner. Looks like I thought they did have a double fixate on the same person, but it was actually a hunter in the rope. So no bad RNG here either on those 2 assistants.
Yeah, well done there. I guess well done on the RNG the start there. And they now have actually one of them raging as well, and they're going to use its throw cleaver to finish off the other one. Good work here by Dismissed as they now just have 2 more trash pulls and 2 more bosses, and they'll be able to take this dungeon over. 0 deaths so far as well for Dismissed is so impressive. Again, for a 10th seeded team out of time trials, right? Coming into Necrotic Wake 23 raging and not having any deaths through the first 95% trash of the dungeon is hugely difficult and hugely impressive out of this team. So definitely a team to watch. And we think about going into the way that our tournament is lined up with them not being a favorite to take one of the 2 tickets out of this group. But with the way that these runs are looking, if I was Perplexed or MONKA, I would start being a little bit worried about this team.
I agree. They're executing this dungeon really cleanly. I did notice that they did use a spear at some point in this Necropolis. They will have 1 last spear to use in comparison to Free-for-all, who still have both of the spears, but they also had those deaths on that pull. So maybe it was that first trash pull that they maybe committed a spear on, where Free-for-all had all of those problems with the double death on the damage healers. So maybe committing the spear there was like smart play by Dismissed. And yeah, that means that you're gonna miss a spear on probably, I assume, the last boss, or also Stitchwork. It depends on where you kind of have your bloodlust allocated as well. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for Free-for-all to catch up, just having 1 extra spear.
Yeah, my guess is that you'll lose 1 spear on the last boss, because I think the one on Stitch Flesh is a little bit less negotiable. I think you need that spear, especially on high Tyrannical Key like this one, but we'll see how they decide to play this, because yeah, that 1 spear, it is a precious resource for Dismissed. Free-for-all are going to have 1 for each boss and be in a little bit better shape there. So definitely the dungeon not over just yet. Dismissed in the lead, but with a little bit less Kyrian weapon available to them. A lot more likelihood of something going wrong on either of these last 2 boss fights. They do still have to finish off Raging Rot Spew, although they have dispelled that Enrage off. And so it's not going to be posing too much of a threat anymore. They kill it off to the side. Always remember to kill that off to the side. If you kill that in the middle of the room, it stays with that puddle, and you have to fight the boss near it or pull the boss away from it, which is a time loss or dangerous.
They also have that Loyal Creation mind controlled by the Blood Decay here as well. Having a little bit of extra damage there by that minion. You can see they still need 1% trash, so they're either going to have to kill that Creation or the Flash Crafter, depending on what they decide is easier for them to finish off. And now we do see Stitch Flesh being hooked down. Spear not committed just yet. Interesting. So they might actually choose to save it for the last boss. Interesting choice here. But they commit the Bloodlust here. So Bloodlust on this boss and maybe Spear on the next boss.
Yeah, that makes the bosses safer. Although Spear is a damage multiplier. Bloodlust is a damage multiplier. Whenever you can use those 2 together, that should be more time efficient. right? When you think about multiplicative damage like that, that should be more efficient to use them at the same time. But for the safety of the encounters, for making sure that you can actually get through the encounters without dying, maybe it makes more sense to use them like this. And it looks like they are still going to be able to push Stitch Flesh below 5% here before that next escape, which is a really nice thing to be able to do. And they've killed off that first creation already, so they aren't really hitting that like soft enrage of multiple creations beating up your tank.
Yeah, that was really nicely timed too. The creation was really low when that second hook came in, and or the third hook came in and got the boss down. So really nicely on their damage allocations here as well. And now that the boss goes down, they still have those two hammers plus the spear. No bloodlust, but they still should be able to finish that last boss really quickly. And they also have the Flashcrafter that as a seat here in the back. You can see they're going to be snapping it up in just a moment. And then they have that extra friendly fire damage too into those shields and into the boss that is going to speed up that last boss room as well.
They actually, yeah, they cast fear on it before they came upstairs, so it's going to be like 20 seconds or so before that mob breaks that fear and is able to actually come and teleport up here. Maybe they don't want to deal with it while they're dealing with the relics and everything. Oh, and they're actually going to deploy the spear as soon as the interceptor spawns. And so spearing through the interceptor and hitting the boss will basically one-shot that automa, and you still get the full value on the boss as well. So nice move here from Dismissed is going to get them that Vi Cypher for that little bit of extra haste.
Unfortunately, their Warlock did get sent down with that exile, which is not what you want to see, especially because the Infernal just has been used, and having that extra haste buff as well from Vi, really valuable on that Daster Warlock. So very unfortunate for them, as the free-for-all still working on Stitch Flesh, and even though they did commit a spear, they didn't manage to quite one-face the boss, unfortunately. So if you think about it, you know, the difference between using a spear or not, didn't really save them one face, and that's really what you kind of want to go for when you do that. But free-for-all technically still has a chance to catch up, because they have that Bloodlust saved, plus the spear, plus the hammer, right? So technically, if they have all of their cooldowns available there at the start, and manage to maybe also get lucky on who gets sent down, then they could catch up, but it's going to be very hard, as they actually have a death on Dismissed side.
Yeah, that's maybe part of the...
died on purpose.
Yeah, so this was planned because the target of the Dark Exile, it's more efficient to just take the 5-second death penalty, spend the res, and not have your person be down for that long, especially towards the end of the boss fight, where you're not going to get full value out of that crit buff you get when you come back up. So they are going to do that. They're going to get that res sent, and then it looks like immediately targeted once again by the next Dark Exile there. Unfortunate turn of events for the Hunter there for Dismiss. But yeah, you can see the boss is melting quite quickly here for free-for-all. They're able to speed up at the start, but they've used those weapons. They just have one hammer left. No weapons on the side of Dismiss either. They're just going to have to take this boss from 20 down to 0 all by themselves. They do have another battle res for their Hunter, but they need to find some time to cast it. Unfortunately, the Comet Storm not really being cooperative, and that Fleshcrafter, they're actually not able to land its cleaver onto the boss there either.
Yeah, they definitely have slowed down the damage on the boss here, while free-for-all just now use all of their offensives. Free-for-all though didn't get the spear through the Vi Interceptor, so that means that they got the haste buff after all of their cooldowns were already gone, so not as effective on their side. While Dismissed did get that haste buff immediately, and now also free-for-all having some deaths as they suicide the players that have the exile buff there. But yeah, Dismissed slowly withering away on the HP of this boss. Without any of those cooldowns available, without any of those buffs, it definitely is quite a bit slower. And now they have the enraged Fleshcrafter though, using those enraged cleavers to get the boss lower. And once they finish up the Fleshcrafter plus the boss, then they also have the 100% enemy forces that they need.
Yeah, nice run here from Dismissed. Very close match between the two teams. Again, another dungeon where the teams were within a couple of seconds of each other for most of it. But as long as they can kill off this Fleshcrafter here at the end of the day, it is going to be Dismissed who reach that 100% first, and they are going to take this game and the series and stay in the upper bracket.
Impressive stuff from Dismissed for sure. You know, very clean until those final deaths at the last boss. But overall, you know, very steady play from Dismissed.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, you know, they did opt to go for a little bit of a safer route, like Drano's mentioned. Higher key level makes sense to play a little bit safer. So there's definitely time to gain here if they choose to go for it and practice more for it later this week, because you'll definitely need to go for a faster route in order to beat the likes of either Perplexed or MONKA, because those are both extremely good teams. But nonetheless, Dismissed through in the upper bracket to day 2. We'll see them tomorrow against Perplexed in that upper bracket. That's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And Free For All on the other side, they'll be going down to the lower bracket, and they didn't look bad by any stretch, but there were a lot of deaths. It was a little bit sloppier for sure. 6 deaths on that one, and ultimately that's kind of what it came down to. Really, is that I felt like if you took out the deaths on both sides, the speeds would have been very similar for both squads. But in the end, just a little bit cleaner play from Dismiss is what did it at the end of the day.
Yeah, because the mistakes are definitely there, but I don't want to focus too much on the hard mistakes. It was more the clean play from Dismiss that won this dungeon, right? The clean play in general on the major pulls, not having any deaths there, that would have won them this dungeon. And similarly for Free For All, if they played clean on those bigger pulls, they would have won as well. So overall, it just comes down to staying clean in these early stages of the tournament bracket. You don't have to do anything ultra fancy. You just gotta make sure you're not having any major mistakes. Those deaths on that big pull in this Necropolis for Free For All were kind of what sealed the deal for Dismissed here. I mean, their Stitch Flesh, a dungeon that we talked about teams having problems with last week, missing hooks, went well for them. No issues. And it got a little scary at the end of Nalthor here. I mean, at 1% they got that one extra shield, but they managed to play it cool, play it safe, get that cleaver into the shield at the last second, and everything was good for them. Yep, absolutely.
So, the question is now, looking ahead, a team like this, like, what are they going to need to do? How are they going to need to adapt to be able to keep winning in the upper bracket? Speed is one thing, but is it just a matter of, how do you increase speed? I guess at the end of the day, like, what's the best way to up the speed without taking, kind of more risks to add deaths?
I honestly think that they can just look at some dungeons that maybe we've seen from Perplexed earlier and just improve their routes from today to tomorrow, right? Because there's time off the MDI where they can still practice and refine their routes. Because before they come into the tournament, they don't really know how fast the other teams are. So they don't know how much time we actually have to invest in this Necrotic Quake route. Like, is it fine to have a 16-minute clear? Do we need to be faster? What's going on? And now that they see that Free For All actually also had a pretty fast route in comparison to them, they just didn't play as clean. That means, okay, we might actually have to be even quicker if we want to win against other teams. So they have the time to refine some of their routes for tomorrow, and in case they get to Sunday, to that day as well. But yeah, it's not going to be that easy within one day to make up a lot of time in one of those routes.
Yeah, you can kind of go by the time trials, right, to sort of like gauge a basic level, but against the differences, right? I mean, affixes can be different, key levels can be different, teams will have more practice. So it's like you're saying, like, sometimes you really don't have the information you need to sort of like tailor your practice in a specific way that you'll end up, needing later on until you actually get into the first match, right?
Yeah, and budgeting your time, the time you have to practice between Saturday and Sunday is really valuable time. You need to make sure you're looking at your dungeons and figuring out, like, okay, what is the dungeon that we are going to play tomorrow that we also have learned something new about that we are going to be able to practice, or so that we've really learned we need to improve our pathing on. And if you don't do that, you really don't have enough time to, like, update multiple routes or anything like that. So you have to really hyper focus on 1 or 2 dungeons that you are going to identify as being worthy of that practice going into Saturday.
Right. You're going to need to do the first one, but beyond that, it's all down to how you anticipate the bands are going to go. But our day is halfway done today. Perplexed with the 2-0 over Boomba Boomba, Dismissed with the 2-0 over Free For All. They will go on to face each other tomorrow, and then we have MONKA versus SOUNDPROOF coming up next. Just Reset versus Frog Gang after that. So a lot to look forward to yet here today. This isn't our marathon day like tomorrow, but still a lot of good stuff for sure.
I love the logos between Perplexed and Dismissed. It's just perfect.
Very different attitudes coming out of those 2 logos, I gotta say. Yeah. I mean, add MONKA and Frog Gang into that, we've got the whole like spectrum of emotion here, it seems like.
Very true.
Yep.
Yeah, the game coming up, MONKA versus SOUNDPROOF, I think that's also going to be an interesting one, because teams want to see what MONKA has to show, right? MONKA is a team that kind of has a lot of players that are known, but they're put together like for the first time. There's some players in there that Radiant Echo, there's players that used to play in Ethical / Obey Alliance as well. So we have some Oceanic players, some EU players, and it's interesting that how they found each other and just play together in this MDI. I do think they have the potential to do really well, but then we don't know. So I'm really looking forward and see how they're going to be performing.
Me too. Well, we won't have to wait too long because we are going to get into our third match of the day in just a moment. Going to take a quick break, and when we come back on the MDI match number 3, don't miss it. We'll be back in just a few. And we are back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Doey, your host here along with Nagura, and bringing us to the desk, or bringing them to the desk as well, Tettles and Makes. Welcome. We've got a great match coming up here, MONKA versus Soundproof. We've seen 2 series already, going to the 3rd one. One of the coolest things, I think, MDI is sometimes a story of how these teams sort of come together, and Makes, you were doing some research into this, and there's some interesting stuff between these 2 squads.
Yeah, so on one hand, we have a really new team that has played together for a while. And then on the other hand, we have a team with individuals that have been competing for a long, long time that has only started practice on the tournament realm, which is insane. So for Team MONKA, we have Skylar, Maystine, Crims, and Mode. And some of those names may seem familiar to you because we've seen them in previous teams. For example, Skylar played with Dr. J and Maystine in the Great Push under the name Mambo Jumbo. And Mode played with Maystine and Dr. J under the name Omega Pump. And we also have seen Crims before in only one of these tournaments, which was the Great Push. He played under the team name Bone Dust. So all of them came together here and decided to play together. Skylar, of course, before playing for a Bay Alliance. And yeah, on the other hand, we have Soundproof, who said in their note that more than half of the team has learned a new class for the MDI, and they have chosen that name because they're, as you said earlier, Doa, the opposite of Echo, which whatever that means.
I guess it means soundproof, apparently.
Yeah.
But you can see that's them in the triangle in the middle, apparently, and that's Echo all around the outside trying to get in, but they can't get in because soundproof is soundproof. That's science. That's how it works. But you know what? They've got a long road ahead of them if they're going to get a chance to play against Echo. First, you got to get to the Global Finals, and to do that, the first step is to take out MONKA, which might not be super easy. I got to say, I love the MONKA gargoyle logo as well. That's great.
That?
Yeah,
I do. I love it in, like, you know, it entertains me way, not like an actual affection kind of way, you know. Yeah, the colloquial love.
Now.
I'll be worrying.
I think that sounds
on camera, yeah.
A pretty heavy uphill battle to be able to beat MONKA today. So while MONKA, they are the 4th seed overall coming into like the cup play, and while they are a bunch of new players who haven't had a ton of time to be able to play on live servers together, their times that they put up during time trials were insanely fast. And I do expect, if they're able to make sure that their consistency is super solid, I think that's the biggest thing that we're looking forward to this weekend. They're definitely one of the favorites to potentially take one of those top 2 slots coming out of the weekend.
Yeah, because they're the best 2nd seeded team, right? Because the first 3 seeds of the time trials are always the 1st seed in each group, and then 4th to 6th seed are the 2nd seed in each group, and they're 4th. So that means that they are like the best 2nd seeded team in this group.
All right, well, here's our bands of Tazovet Streets banned by MONKA and Plaguefall banned by Soundproof. I don't know if we're going to see any Tazovet today. That really does seem to be, those dungeons seem to be ones that people want to save because it's where you're going to have the most hidden strats, right? They're the newest ones coming in, I guess, but that means we're going Spires, Mist, and if we need it, Theater Pain.
It's also on a 24, so I think that's
might be tricky too. Yeah.
In addition to this, I think that okay, so Obey Alliance, whenever they had Skylark on their team, they were always abnormally good at Spires of Ascension for just no good reason. I have a strong suspicion that this MONKA team probably going to continue to be just abnormally good at Spires of Ascension just off the back of Skylark, always coming up with super innovative strategies in this dungeon.
I'm excited to see it. Fortifying Raging Explosive is very serious business. Like that's a little bit of a scary one for this one, I think. But what do you have to kind of keep in mind the most when you're going through some of the pulls? Because obviously you got to pull like a little bit smaller. You got to worry about the explosions. You got to worry about making things die fairly evenly. But it could be a tricky one. Would this be one that you would maybe see banned instead of the Plaguefall if it were possible?
I don't think so, because of the low key level. Because 21 is the lowest level that we have in the MDI. And even though Fortified and Raging is a very deadly combo, I do think with Bloodticase being so strong, I think they are able to survive it. And you can also save your AoE stuns, your CC that you have plenty of if you're running, you know, the Warlock with that Shadow Fury, and if you're also maybe running the Havoc Demon Hunter having that AoE stun as well, or a Windwalker, which we've seen in Spires as well. Then you can just save that CC for later on. And then with all of the damage output that the Warlocks are providing, I do think that you can kill them really quickly once they are in the Raging range. So I think we're actually going to see really fast Spires clears this time around with these.
Yeah, it's a good point. Key level does matter a little bit when it comes into it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For sure. I think out of those 5, just a short preview, I'm surprised they didn't ban that Mist, because that is a scary dungeon, but we will see it in a bit.
Yep, that's right. For now, we're going to get into Spires of Ascension again, like we just were talking about, a little bit lower key level, but it remains to be seen. You know, a couple deaths here and there can change the entire run. MONKA versus SOUNDPROOF. You know, SOUNDPROOF already looking way ahead. You know, they want to take down Echo, but you got a long way to go before you get there. You got to get through that gargoyle on the left. Look at that face, the face of intimidation.
It's sweating.
It's
very
sweating,
scared.
but only with I feel like it's sweating with anticipation, just excitement.
Huh.
Cool little bit about that gargoyle face as well is that, of course, Mode used to be in a team called Das Gargoyle Stream in the MDI, right? So having the gargoyle face there as a logo makes a lot of sense as well. But as we're now in the game, we can see that MONKA did actually choose to play that Windwalker on their side, while SOUNDPROOF went with the Rogue instead. So I do think having a little bit more like AoE damage and just general overall damage from the Windwalker on MONKA's side, but having a Rogue means that you're going to have more control, especially with that Raging as well, having an extra Dispel for the Raging on the Rogue.
Dude, MONKA didn't lust their first pull and SOUNDPROOF did, and MONKA ended up beating SOUNDPROOF on that first trash pack by something in the magnitude of like 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. And it's just that Windwalker difference like you were talking about. If you look at the damage meter, you do see that Windwalker at that 70k DPS mark. In addition to that, it looked like maybe the Survival Hunter got some sick procs. 111k at the end of that pack is kind of a lot.
Yeah, there's definitely some RNG to the Hunter spec of survival. But we do see MONKA doing an insane pull here, as they actually pull all of the trash into the boss. We do see one trap actually coming out on the Castigator to make sure they don't have to deal with those casts going off at the start. So this is actually really nice. We do see the Windwalker dropping really low. Bob didn't manage to survive. He's amazing, just barely dodging this projectile coming in as well. And they also finish off an to get the cooldown reduction, plus a Vi interceptor as well to get the haste. Perfect combination of relic kills here to get the maximum amount of damage on this.
Yeah, and that's something that we see super common is if there are going to be 2 sets of those relics, and we saw it a lot last weekend, they're going to proc 1 Vi, 1 just because you don't really want to double up on the buff, and while the is typically the most potent, especially for specs such as Windwalker, Monk, and Serve Hunter, 2 of those doesn't make a lot of sense, so that Vi Interceptor is going to be pretty good for Team MONKA. I think that how they were able to kill off those relics, like you pointed out, is super smart.
And look how fast the boss is dying. It's already dead, and they just now killed the Vi Interceptor.
The Castigator's still alive!
And the boss, the Castigator was the seed at the start, and that's just crazy how much damage they just had there. That's insane. As they're now moving on to their next trash pull already, you can see they're actually just moving to the right. So that means that I think their Hunter Crimson actually. Oh no, Crimson actually walked to the left. You can see him doing damage already. So Crimson did pull the left side, misdirected them to Skylark using Turtle to not go down on the way. You can see the Hunter just now moving in. So they're gonna do a really big pull here. The left side trash plus the right side trash, and they're all gathering it up.
In addition to that, they set up that Warlock gate in advance to allow Crims to just build even further separation from those mobs in case they were going to potentially melee him down. But oh my goodness, MONKA's getting a lot of explosives here. They need to really make sure that they're dealing with those. And you do see Mode here, out of his Boon of the Ascended, was able to get those killed off. And the pack is going to fully enrage. You see that mass drift coming out. Skylark is still just tanking the full pack. Ooh, a nice leg sweep towards the end of that. That's something that you should be looking to do on live, is whenever the mobs go to enrage, then you should be looking to layer your CC. And that pull was incredibly scary for the full group, but MONKA's HP didn't even dip because of how well they were setting up their CC chain.
Yeah, that was so good. We got the lag sweep into the Shadow Fury by Maysteen, into the Ring of Peace by the Windwalker by RX to make sure that Skylark has some room to move away while the whole damage still stays on them up. So that was really, really well executed and such a difficult pull to execute perfectly. And now they're gathering up the next pull already. You can see just how much time they're gaining on SOUNDPROOF here by doing these insane pulls. Now the double Goliath pack being pulled with the initial pack plus the Ether Diver pack as well. And the most difficult thing here is to actually gather them all up, to get the extra damage on everyone, because you can see some of those mobs usually they jump out like the Praetors. We saw Moat actually using Shiny Force to make sure the Praetors are stacked with the rest of the pack. Now they're all raging, and again they're using the leg sweep to make sure that damage is being mitigated a little bit. And the Shadow Fury might come in just a second as well. Ah, never mind, he's just spamming Rain of Fire.
Oh my goodness, Soundproof has had their healer dead for this whole entire pull, Nagura. Chaz ended up getting melee whenever they were grouping up the pull, and it's going to be a full wipe for Soundproof as they have explosives going off. Oh, the pull that they were setting up on that corner there, it's so scary. It was actually a lot more scary than the one that MONKA was setting up because of where they were pulling all the trash to, and Chaz just ended up getting healer aggro and melee to death while they were grouping the mobs.
And we can see just how difficult it is to execute this, right? MONKA doing such a good job doing a similar pull, and just the way they set it up was safer. But in the end, something can go wrong immediately, and you have this full team wipe as Soundproof there, right? So, amazing job by MONKA as they're now doing this pull in the next platform, and they did actually commit a Carrion Spear for this. So now that all of them are in raging range, though, they have to make sure they get all of the interrupts on those Inquisitors, make sure none of those Dark Lashes go through, or none of the Magic Debuffs go through either, because that can cause someone to just get one shot whenever they are in raging. They also finish off the Woe Relic to make sure they can skip this trash pack, jump through here without waiting for the Angels, and then probably also skip the next trash pack because they don't want to deal with that because it's pretty inefficient.
Ooh, I think with the Woe Relic as well, pretty much all classes are going to have enough movement speed to be able to where they can go over halfway across, where the Angel will pick them up on the other side of the platform. Whereas in previous seasons, you would have to have people like mounted up or be like slow balled from a mage or something like that to make sure they would get ample distance to clear the gap.
Unfortunately, Soundproof having more and more issues as their tank went down to the raging of all of these mobs. They tried to do the same thing again, pulling the left side plus the right side. And yeah, the amount of pressure that is in the tank, you don't have a perfect CC rotation. And not only do you need a perfect CC rotation, you also need to make sure you kill them eventually, right? Because the CC is going to do nothing if the mobs are still going to be alive forever afterwards. So yeah, not having the cooldowns anymore that they had maybe the first time around they pulled it, just causing them to have another wipe there, unfortunately. Yeah, MONKA again just having an insane boss kill speed here. As Ventunax is already on 30%, just like what feels like seconds after it pulled it, with another Vi Relic being focused by them, getting that extra haste.
Alright, and now MONKA here, getting Ventunax down relatively quickly. It is that 21 fortified level, and we've seen the bosses get absolutely smoked on both sides, honestly, whenever they do have their CDs available. We're seeing something in the range of like 45-second boss kills. Like the Infernal is still up level of funny. And Soundproof is going 3 times the charm on that massive pull with all those Ether Divers and Skirmishers. And oh my goodness, another tank death. Oh my gosh, this MONKA is already onto this last like little ending part of Spires of Ascension. Soundproof just having more and more issues with that one trash pull.
This is actually a little bit more difficult for them to execute too, because of the difference in comp, right? Because the Rogue is not going to be as valuable for this pull compared to the Windwalker. The Windwalker not only provides an AoE stun, but also the Ring of Peace, which is really nice for when they're all raging. Tank can just walk away, and the Ring of Peace is going to keep them stacked in this corner, and you can finish them off without the tank having to worry about this at all. The Rogue, of course, providing some single target CC and stuns, but that's not really going to help you when there's 20 mobs on top of each other, all raging at the same time. So the Windwalker there really, really working out for them.
Ooh, looks like Soundproof is now adapting their strategy, going a little bit smaller on their crash pull, dealing with the skirmishers by themselves. For MONKA, coming into this match, we were kind of interested to see how their consistency was going to look, and especially with some volatile affixes like Raging plus Explosive, it could have become a problem, like depending on how much synergy these guys have together. But it looks like they've had basically no issues, and you see they were able to get down the Woe Drifter here, and now they are stealthing all the way up into this Apherion area where they're going to pull some of these skirmishers looks like as well, or the usurpers on top of Apherion. This is actually a really scary pull on Raging and Explosive because your healer is going to have a lot of stuff to deal with, but I suspect that they're going to utilize that Leg Sweep and Shadow Fury combination that we saw earlier on into the instance, like you see right there, to make sure that those usurpers aren't going to be hurling their spears onto players at the very end.
Yeah, again, another like really nicely executed pull, and it looks like they're dragging the boss towards this right side. I assume they want to pull even more trash on top of this in just a second. Maybe the other usurper pack that is on the left, right? So I assume they're pulling this this like caster trash pack with the healers, which we've seen teams wipe to that pull specifically, just because there's so many casts that you need to interrupt, and if you have Raging as well, and there's some heals that go off on the mobs, then that is really scary. We see the gateway even being used here to get them closer to that trash pack.
That was honestly kind of scary, because if Skylark isn't the first person to take the gate and say they're a little bit too close to that trash pull, I feel like they may have been able to like accidentally body pull that pack. But MONKA doing a great job of making sure that that pack didn't get body pulled out of the gate, and now you do see that trash is being grouped up. Apherion, it is in that recharge phase, so there's not much going on. Skylark is going to have to soak these orbs that are coming from the far side of the room, but whenever they are just coming in super late because of where they've taken the boss, this isn't going to be a problem. And that's why they're utilizing that gate and they're dropping those first set of puddles super far to allow Skylark to make sure that the pack is grouped up, to make sure he's allowed to get threat on all of this trash, because they do have an MD in the form of the Hunter, but that's not going to be enough if Skylark is not actively attacking the pack permanently, because Maystein can rip threat being on that Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well executed again by MONKA. This is such a clean run. I think you might have been right. They're just so good at the spires. Like, this is just insane how well they're executing this. But I do quickly want to note something. This boss's name is Orifrion. Okay.
Okay.
Don't want to just constantly say the name wrong. Poor Orifrion. Like,
I've been saying it wrong for 3 seasons. I've been saying it wrong for 3 seasons. I'm not. It's gonna be fine. I've also called Mozilla, Mozzarella, Moizala.
I've also said that boss name wrong every time. I don't even know how to pronounce it properly, honestly.
It's fine. I'm probably. Can you say it again? Orifrion?
Orifrion, yeah.
All right. Well, maybe next time. Anyway,
pay attention.
Orifrion has died for Team MONKA. It's on the right side of the screen. Soundproof is finally. They were finally able to get rid of those ether divers, those skirmishers, and all of those. All that trash that was after the first boss, but it seems like it's probably too little too late. MONKA here could have a catastrophe, honestly, on this triple angel pull, and Soundproof would still be in a position where they're kind of in a checkmate format where they're way too far behind right now.
Yeah, I do agree it's going to be very difficult, but if they wipe to this angel pull, they're going to be losing a lot of time, and I don't think they will, because they just played so clean, honestly. I don't expect them to wipe here, but this is still a very difficult point in the dungeon. You can see everything is being gathered up. Bloodlust is being committed as well. This Fury and Spear that they still have left is being thrown into it right now as well. And the most important thing about this pull is that you need to kill them within like a couple of seconds of each other, otherwise they're gonna heal to full HP. And additionally, we also have Raging, so all of the mobs are gonna be going into Raging range at the same time. They only have 1 Raging Dispel on the Hunter, and they have to use it on Klotos, which is the furthest, the one to the right, because that one applies the dot. It actually does ticking damage to everyone. Killed it so quickly in Raging range, it wasn't even an issue at all.
How do you feel about them committing so much to those triple angels? So in some seasons we've seen just the Lust committed. In some seasons we've seen just the Javelin committed. I think a little bit last season we saw neither. At certain points where it was just like people would just do the triple angel with only offensive CDs and no of those external like really long CD buffs. How do you feel about MONKA committing both the Javelin plus the Lust there?
I think the thing with this key specifically is that you have a 21 fortified, so the boss itself obviously has phases where the boss just appears, so I'm not even sure if you can get a full last timing onto the boss if you stack it with other cooldowns, because the only thing that would be worth it, in my opinion, to save last for is if you stack it with like the Vi Interceptor buff, plus maybe PI and all the offensive cooldowns that they have. But if you do that in like maybe phase 2, then I wonder if you get even the full duration of it, right? Maybe the keystone is a bit too low for that.
They're also 13 minutes into the dungeon, so I guess it's the question of like, where would they have even used their second lust if it wasn't? Yeah,
only Devos.
Yeah, it's only on
sure
Devos. That's probably not that great. I'm really thinking about it.
They also want to save Bloodlust for the first boss pull, right? Because they pull all of the trash on top of the boss, and that is already like I would say like a 1 to 2 minutes into the dungeon. So it only comes up there at the very end, so they can't really change it too much. And the one thing as well is that once you kill all of the angels, the boss can be attacked pretty quickly. So if you still have Bloodlust up, you might still get some seconds on the boss, which is not too horrible, maybe. But yeah, just I mean, look at the speed of how fast you're killing devils here.
Dude.
They also managed to delay the interceptor kill, the die interceptor. They just kept it up until the boss came down, so now they have that haste buff. And you can see, not even the haste buff is being used to its full potential, as the boss is about to disappear again.
Also, it's something that you can use at home if you're watching the MDI with the popularity of warlocks and healing priests in the meta. On a fight like Devos, the warlock should absolutely swap to their imp, and that you can alternate imp dispel and mass dispel to be able to reduce the amount of debuffs that you have on the party whenever Devos is active. Obviously, it's not super relevant for these teams as MONKA has absolutely blasted through Devos, but certainly something that you could do at home if you were running a composition that is somewhat similar to this.
Yeah, I mean, this round was just insane and so cleanly executed by MONKA. That is crazy. I mean, other teams in this group, they have to watch out for this route and maybe adjust their own Spires round for tomorrow if they are not as quick as MONKA is here, because otherwise they're gonna have a hard time winning against MONKA and Disky.
Wow, victory and then some for MONKA here in this one. That was a really, really fast Spires. We were kind of wondering, Nagura, you were saying it might be a little bit on the quick side, but what I appreciated was just like the bravery they had to go for the 3-pull on the Angel, even though they were like way ahead. They could have just done it safer, but they just sent it.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it might actually be easier to just pull all 3 angels because you're committing so many offensive cooldowns, actually, right?
Well, yeah, with all the damage, yeah.
Yeah, right. You have all the spears plus the bloodlust plus all of the offensives. So if you go one by one, it might actually just be harder to deal with a single angel instead of just pulling all of it together if you have just so much burst damage like they do with this team. So I like the fact that they just committed to it and just didn't go slower, just pulled trash on top of a referent. They didn't care that the other team is so far behind. They just sent it and executed it perfectly. They're incredibly confident in their ability to just do this dungeon.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the key, it literally spells out FREE with the affixes that are on it, and that's what MONKA saw, and they ran with it. Look at the beautiful setup of the first big pull here. We got all of the skirmishers using that Warlock portal to get them over to the other side, together with the stealth claws, and just DPSing all of it down. There was some scary explosions in there, but they beautifully handled all of these, killing them sometimes at the very last second. And then when the mobs enraged, we had enough stuns and CCs to make sure Skylar doesn't die to them. One mass grip also on top of that. Maybe a little bit of support from the Warlock 4 set coming in, which randomly stuns sometimes. But yeah, I just really love that pull, and I wanted to show it. And there's 2 more pulls that we're going to look at that I think really made MONKA go, very speedy throughout this key. So for the boss, after we killed the Vote Drifter, we didn't necessarily have all of our cooldowns, so we pulled the Usurpers together with a Rifrion and just made sure we DPS them down while we're already getting some damage on the boss, which was beautifully done. We have the Relic, it's going to spawn, we have going to damage it. And while we're working on getting that cooldown reduction, we're going to set up that Warlock gate here once again from Maystein. Going to gate over, and we're actually turning around, and there is a second pack that we're going to play together with this boss here, who's going to get the extra damage taken income and make it easier to pull, and as well get the extra trash count that we were still needing for going upstairs to the angels. So I really like that setup, and I think it's something we will see more often, especially with these affixes. But as you can see, there's a lot of damage coming in, and Mode, who used to be a Disc Priest main, and refused to play Holy Priest for the longest time. Really had to pump this group here, which doesn't normally happen with the DK tank. So I really liked seeing that. And then we went upstairs, and you were already talking about it, Nagura. We definitely did see that 3 Angels pull. I was like a little bit split on it. But when I saw that we had all cooldowns ready going upstairs, I was like, okay, they're probably gonna send it, like you said, because it's so much easier if you just full blast all 3 of them. You don't have to deal with the extra abilities when you play one after the others. We use the item here, making sure they're stunned. We're getting some extra damage coming in, and bloodlusted it, full send it, and completely annihilated this pack, which was really, really great to see. So perfect execution from MONKA here, and if that is what they keep showing throughout this tournament, I'm really, really excited for the next case.
Yeah, they are looking very strong. It'd be cool to see if we get a matchup between them and Perplexed later on. Obviously, there's still at least one more dungeon to go, but for now, it's looking like a bit of a mismatch. But hey, you know, everybody has an off dungeon every once in a while, so you know, maybe just maybe Soundproof can come back in this. But it's looking like it'll take a lot.
I think they can. I think that Spiral Ascension in the MDI is so hard.
Yeah, but not only that, I think, because sometimes when you see those teams that are maybe doing the MDI for the first time, they don't go for these big pools, they just go slowly, right? But Soundproof, they did wipe 3 times to the pool, but the pool itself was a good pool, right? Like, it was a really risky pool, and that's those kind of pools that you have to do in the MDI. Of course, you need to execute them perfectly and not have the wipes, but if they're attempting the pools in the tournament, then that means that they have already executed them in practice properly. So they have the potential to do those insane pulls. Maybe it was a little bit of nerves, you know, it was their first key as well that they played during the tournament. And I expect a clean run from them in that second dungeon. I believe in them.
Well, you need to be really good to get this far to begin with, right? Obviously, like, you need to be like one of the best teams of players in the world to get to this point, to get to MDI to begin with, right? But then once you do, then you got to perform on the day. Then the nerves start coming in a little bit from time to time for a new team like this. But yeah, if you're not doing these pulls, you're not going to be able to beat people, right? So you have to go for it, even if it means a wipe or two. But, you know, we got another dungeon left. So Soundproof still has another chance to prove themselves here. And they still have another chance if they end up in the lower bracket. But it is going to be a 23 mists. Yeah.
I think it's the scariest dungeon we have this weekend. Like, it is absolutely brutal. 23 fortified sanguine grievous. This is not a dungeon to overlook, and if you want to do well in this dungeon, it'll be really hard for either team, I feel like.
I do think, okay, so the affixes that we had last week in this dungeon was one key level lower, so it was a 22 compared to a 23 that we have now, and it was fortified, spiteful, necrotic. I do think, of course, the affixes are different, but I do think they are somewhat comparable. And the fastest dungeon we've seen last week was 1142 by Echo, right? So I don't think we're going to see that kind of speed this week because it's one level higher, plus it's sanguine. But I do think we can definitely get there because Spiteful that they had last week, that slows you down, right? And sanguine is something you can technically play around perfectly. Right? I do think Mist is a dungeon where mobs can be moved pretty easily in comparison to some other keys. So I do think avoiding Sanguine Heal in Mist is not like the most difficult thing compared to other dungeons.
How do you guys feel about the beginning? How do you guys feel about the very beginning of the dungeon with the villagers and stuff? Do you think it's going to be skipped?
Double villager, or do we go a little bit safer?
I think you skip.
I think that's a hard skip, personally, but...
Yeah, you don't want to play that.
Well, we'll find out soon. MONKA versus Soundproof, the second dungeon of the day in their match here. Soundproof trying to even it out with a 1-1. We'll see if we get to that third dungeon art. But MONKA, you know, it's a very light blue gargoyle face. It's almost Kyrian in nature, you know? See that gargoyle decided that he's gonna move over to Kyrian.
For the gargoyle.
I'm just in for the lore, you know, that's about it. But we're into the dungeon as well, so let's see who takes it.
Alright, so there we go. We actually don't see a skip from MONKA here as they are gathering up this first pull on the left side, presumably finishing off the Woe Drifter here to get the extra speed, while Soundproof just decides to use their Shroud to get past this. So already a different route coming in from the very get-go between those two things.
The MONKA's doing the Dratnos route here, where they're pulling that first pack on the left. This is actually super popular on live keys, but it is very dangerous on Sanguine. But MONKA was able to make sure that all of those Spike Claws ended up getting killed off, not underneath that Villager. Ooh, the Harvesters, they mitigated 100% of their Sanguine healing. That was insane from MONKA, really, really cleanly executed. Whereas on the side of Soundproof, they went for a little bit safer of a strategy. They ended up pulling the Bow Breakers into these Harvester pack. They need to really just make sure that they're getting kicks on those Harvesters, because that Harvest Essence is going to heal up that Harvester. Ooh, nice kidney shot on the side of Soundproof. They need to, if this pack gets killed off and these Bow Breakers are going to go super clean, I think that this is actually a pretty decent position for both Soundproof and MONKA, considering the routes that they're taking.
Yeah, and both of them playing that same comp here as well. MONKA not using the Windwalker anymore, switching to this Rogue, get that extra single target control, which is so nice to have in Mists. There's so many mobs that scary casts need to be interrupted, right? So having those extra kidney shots, extra interrupts, really nice. A Soundproof drops really low. So both of the Bow Breakers are casting their OE, and the Rogue actually goes down, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just so scary. MONKA as well, having the Bow Breaker cast go through. And it looked like they did recover, but yeah, Grievous on top of those AoEs is just so scary, as you can see right there.
All right, but it looks like Soundproof is going to be able to deal with the double Bow Breaker. Like you said, it is so scary to have both of those going off at once, and your healers are going to hate you if you do that on live. But oh, dude, MONKA was able to do the exact same pull as Soundproof without all of their cooldowns, and they did it just a little bit faster off of being slightly more technical with how they were getting the pack dealt with.
That is actually crazy. Like, the fact that they executed that quicker, even though they pulled it like a whole pack later, is insane. As they're now engaging Ingra, and they didn't even finish off the mob. Like, they just like carried the Bow Breakers into the boss and just immediately pulled it here. They did finish off the Relic as well to get the cooldown reduction, because you can see Maestein, for example, doesn't have the Infernal ready just yet. So getting that cooldown reduction here before the Droman is on 20% makes sense. And you can see they're even cleaving Ingra a lot. Ingra is already on 83% here. They're getting a lot of cleave here because they want to one-face the boss. Now the Bloodlust being committed as well. They want to just get Ingra down in this first phase.
I think that Soundproof is going to definitely get Ingra down in their first phase, because Hemo, he's got the light of his monitor is the only light that's shining on his face. He's a pure gamer performance. This is optimal for gaming. It's just, you make sure that, okay, actually they got feared, so maybe less optimal for gaming. MONKA on the left side of the screen, able to get down Ingra Malak with slightly better spell queuing, whereas for Soundproof they did get that Lust coming out on the boss, but I think the timing of that fear was really tough, and now Droman has reactivated Ingra Malak at 20%. This may be a kill call, but man, it's going to be close.
Yeah, MONKA just gaining another like couple of seconds here in this boss by killing it. Basically, I think they had it on 3% after the phase was over, so really like not a lot of HP to go through anymore. Soundproof, they're managing to still kill it here in one phase, but yeah, just costing them a bit more time because of that fear that went off, and also maybe not having perfectly set up their cooldowns beforehand. But there we go, MONKA is now in that maze area. We will see a lot of trash being pulled through the walls here with the use of pets. Either the Hunter pets or also, of course, the Warlock pets can be sent through and gather up some mobs.
Yeah, and you do see immediately MONKA ended up grabbing some trash mobs earlier. On the right side of the screen, you see Soundproof. Those mobs are wandering all the way through. That's a very common pull to be doing on live, something that's really easy to do. Whereas for the remainder of these packs, it's not super popular for you to just randomly pull trash through the wall, but you see MONKA, they're using that Fell Hunter. He just wandered all the way through the wall. He's just spamming the pet attack on those packs, and now he's pulling the pet back to be able to grab those defenders. And a pull like this is super scary, especially if you have multiple tenders that people aren't ready for, because you need to have like kicks assigned, or if you have multiple Mistveil Stalkers. Those are those foxes that do that fight. Both of those kind of mobs, if you're looking to pull packs through the wall, you have to be very wary of, and you have to make sure that your group knows what's going on.
Oh my god, I think that was the perfect bronze spawn I've ever seen in my life.
That was really lucky.
Right? Like, one mob went down, the Sanguine spawned, and Braun just came down and knocked him all out of Sanguine.
Okay, Braun is a turbo griefer.
God.
Braun is a turbo griefer, but oh my god, that was actually really lucky.
Yeah, one more difficulty that is being added here with Sanguine is because they're pulling trash from the walls, again, you can see Maystine with the Fell Hunter, is that you're going to have different kinds of HP values of those mobs, because at first you're engaging the mobs that are there, and then the other mobs come in later. So that means that Sanguine is going to be a much bigger issue for them, because mobs are going to be just dying like in a really staggered way. And they do have some mechanics to get them out, like with the Shining Force and with some other mechanics, but it's not that easy. And you can see Sanguine Acre in the healing done. You don't even have a healer. You can only see the Blood Decay healing plus the Sanguine healing. It's like, where's the Holy Priest even there?
Nakura flaming Holy Priests. But yeah, I think the absence of displacements out. Okay, so like this comp is not like necessarily that low on displacements, but the lack of like a Ring of Peace or a Typhoon does make it kind of hard. So they do have like the single target grip. They also have the AoE grip and the Shining Force, which is like on a technical level a lot, but it's really hard to be super precise with those specific abilities like you were talking about. And you did see the Sanguine healing out the defender pretty substantial amount in that last roll.
Yeah, I do think that MONKA generally though, up until this point, had handled Sanguine really well. I kept an eye on the healing done, and I rarely ever saw Sanguine even appear in the healing meter. So that is really, really well done by them so far. As now they're moving on to this Night Blossom here, so the Mistveil Night Blossom. And they dealt with the Relic here. In the maze, there's actually not that many relic packs that you are dealing with usually, compared to other dungeons where you just pull like 3 relic packs on top of each other and you just kind of get a combination. That's not really possible in this maze. But still, deciding to get the here.
Look at that, it was a Shining Force into a single grip to make sure that those mobs were getting out of the Sanguine immediately. And it looks like MONKA is, they're manually doing the maze, so the way that the maze actually ends up working on the tournament realm is that for the 2 teams that we're watching right here, they have the exact same maze, but the maze is different from run to run. And there are, I think, either 11 or I think there's like 12 different maze patterns. So once you know like the first few doors, you can kind of piece together where it is. But some of the patterns are like super similar. And so you did see MONKA, they had to make sure that they were doing this room just to make 100% sure that they were not going to be sent back to the start, because that would be a pretty massive time loss if they got sent back from this point.
Yeah, and one more thing to note about the route that MONKA is doing here is that they're actually dealing with so much trash here. And that's not something we see that often in the MDI, because the trash after the second boss is pretty efficient, because you can pull so much of it. As long as you have enough interrupt for the Staghorns, you can pull so much trash together and just all AoE it down. But I do think because they have Sanguine, it makes sense to pull more trash in this area, because it's easier to deal with Sanguine here than it is to deal with the trash after the boss. Because the Staghorns, they cannot be displaced, they cannot be stunned, they cannot be succeeded anyway, and they also cast a lot and stand still. And then you have the Reapers just constantly jumping around as well, and a really big mismatch of HP in those mobs too.
Soundproof go through the wrong door. That's a pretty big time penalty. Another thing with pulling through the wall, Nagura, that's actually kind of important for it, is you want to make sure that you have your view distance set pretty far. Otherwise, the packs, you're not going to be able to see them, / they're not really going to spawn. So you need to make sure that you have your view distance high if you are playing one of those hunters or those warlocks and you're looking to add additional trash pulls to these mobs. MONKA is doing a great job as well of making sure that where they're killing off their packs, they are going to get Sanguine healing, and those defenders are getting pretty high, but they're making sure to not put the Sanguine under where the illusionary clones are going to be spawning, because if the clone is just like sitting there and it is the one that you need to kill and it's just healing to full, that could be a problem.
And again, just really nicely handled by MONKA there with the Shining Force from Mode to make sure this defender is not standing in de-Sanguine from the other defender that was still alive. And of course also making sure Mistcaller is not getting healed either. And yeah, I mean, the execution here by MONKA is just insane. They're barely, like, not even 10 minutes into the dungeon, and they have 89% trash. They're gonna be able to skip so much after this and just straight go to the boss. Probably pulling that last trash pull they're doing is probably gonna be with the last boss, right? So there's only 1 pull left in the dungeon, probably, if they decide to pull that last 11% onto the boss. But,
most likely.
Yeah, just insane speed. Yeah.
I do think that Trodova, especially on Grievous, it can be very scary as well. Whenever you do also have like the trash that is available to you, because you're going to get those like green circles on you while Trodova can be pulsing AoE in that animation. But think more than anything, I think that like the amount of HP or like the amount of DPS that these teams are able to put out, the biggest issue isn't going to necessarily be like the Grievous. It's going to be more like, is the Sanguine management going to be clean? And like people can get 100 to 0'd really quickly if they're not careful. They're not likely to necessarily bleed out, especially whenever things like Holy Priest are in the meta, which has a pretty high amount of HPS throughput.
Yeah, definitely. As they're now entering that last intermission phase on MONKA's side. And yeah, I mean, that 11% trash we'll see in just a second. SOUNDPROOF now also engaging Mistcaller, as they're also full of trash. But unfortunately, their Warlock did get spotted here at the very start, which is... They can still finish it off maybe, but missing that damage from the Warlock definitely gonna cost them a little bit. Nice grip by their healer to make sure the Warlock does not go down to the snowball ability from Mistcaller there, so really well done.
Ah, yes, the snowballs.
Dodgeball, it's snowballs, this is what they look like.
I got a lecture.
They're blue!
I got a lecture last dungeon. I'm just giving you grief. All right, here.
Okay, maybe they don't look like snowballs at all, actually. They might be like night fae balls. I don't know.
Ooh, Maystein activating that seed in case there is a wipe that would occur. I'm surprised that they're electing to click it with just how far ahead they are on the timer. I think maybe if
maybe that's because they click it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Right? Because yeah, if they have a wipe here, they can still maybe win the dungeon if they release here. But if they have a wipe here and they don't have the release here, then they will probably lose. So I think it is a safety play. If they would be playing against a team that is closer to them, then they might not take the time to. But yeah, there we go, pulling all of the trash on top of Tredova. This is very difficult to execute, and they don't have Bloodlust ready yet. Still 5 seconds on the board.
Ooh, all these Gorge Gullets and everything getting mass gripped right on top of Tredova. If they do get like kind of close to the middle of this room, they're going to try to eat that food that's in the middle, and like they'll heal to full, but it looks like MONKA is keeping them so far away that these mobs aren't even trying to go into the middle. And like we were talking about earlier, just their DPS is so high that trash is basically dead by the time that Tredova enters that first intermission phase. All those Acid Gullets and Gorge Gullets are just getting smoked by that Warlock DPS. Holy.
And the boss too, I mean, look at Tredova's health. Already below 50% in this year for them. The amount of single target damage they have is just insane, honestly. I mean, this is not even a low key either, and they're just melting Tredova at this point. Yeah, I mean, we did see a cheap death proc there on RX, but no problem as Mode is healing everyone up with that haste buff as well that they have as they finished off the Vi Relic, and they have the 100% trash, 0 deaths as well on the board. I mean, what a clean run by MONKA in both Spires and Mists. I mean, that performance is insane, and I mean, Perplexed is to watch out for MONKA because this is just crazy what they're showing us here.
Holy moly.
Wow, that was pretty amazing from MONKA. 0 deaths, especially after that last pull. That last pull was quite alarming, but it is going to be a victory for MONKA, and you know, I gotta say, like, probably one of the cleanest performances we've seen yet in the MDI this season. That was very smooth from start to finish.
Yeah, it was just super intense. I do want to say, before we get into why what they did worked, I do want to say that what Nagura was saying earlier, SOUNDPROOF came here to fight, and they obviously qualified for a reason, and they're definitely a team that can still make it. They're going to go into the lower bracket and show what they're capable of. I'm not sure how much they're going to take away from today, but I think meeting up with a team like MONKA as your first game of MDI or your first matchup can be a little bit scary as well. So I hope that they kind of clean their mental today, come back tomorrow, and then show us that they can absolutely stomp it, because they definitely can.
You know, sometimes too, I've always felt this way when I've been competing in various other games, like over the years and all that. Like, when you run into someone that's just vastly better than you, there's an element of fun to it too, in that, like, you get to play against that individual or that team, but then it shows you like just how much farther you can go too, you know? And it's kind of cool. It's kind of inspiring in a way. So I don't know if that attitude is shared by the people on SOUNDPROOF, but I hope it is, because it is kind of neat to like go up against a great team and just get like bodied and be like, wow, they're so good. I have so much more I can aspire to, you know. But even to get to this point, like you said, got to be a good team. Obviously.
Just look out to the right side of the screen. You see the little warlock doggy coming back through the wall here after pulling the pets, and that is something MONKA did for every single pack throughout this maze. So every time they added a little bit more trash, which then later on led to them being able to skip trash, and it was just really, really great to see that once again. Not necessarily a technique that's new to the MDI, but with warlocks on the rising element, I feel like it's really cool to see again and again. And here's another point of view of it. You see the pet running through the wall and just like everything comes after him. Such a good woofy boy. So I'm very happy about just like, you know, setting up these poles. Beautifully done by MONKA here, and then of course doing all that damage to deal with them, so Skylar didn't have to fight for very long. They dealt beautifully with all of the sanguines, something that I was mentioning earlier that to me was just a little bit scary. However, Sanguine also had like a key element in this key, because the next boss, the Miscallet, was very scary for them. Maestine dropped really low 2 times, and then here it goes, the Shaper goes down, and then everybody is in that Ichor, and suddenly something happens on the healing meter. I'm sure you can anticipate it, but there it goes. The Sanguine Ichor just completely healed more than our Holy Priest. Shout out to Mode. He knows. It's all fun and games, but yeah. That's just something you don't necessarily want to see. He jumped back up after a little bit. So, but yeah, a little bit of unfortunate moment there for a second. They played it well perfectly after that. And here we see the beautiful, beautiful skip from MONKA, skipping all the trash that they could do because they had done all the extra trash earlier. And then the last 2 packs they pulled into the boss here. Skylar coming out of the Shroud, of course, dropping a little bit low early on, needing a little bit of extra health as he probably didn't have mitigation up instantly, and they pull all of this together with Tredova with just a beautiful, beautiful big pull, and executed that perfectly as well.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, of course, from MONKA, and that, like I said, just super smooth. Like everything, even running, hitting the Shroud at speed, like there was no pause, Shroud, go. It was like everyone was mounted up and going, and the timing was just great for all of it. And just being able to come into Tredova with those last 2 packs, get exactly 100%, be in great shape to win it. Like, you know, pretty smooth 2-0 for MONKA. And like you're saying, towards the end of the cast there, like Perplex has got to see this, and they got to sweat a little bit, because that could be a very tight matchup between these 2 squads.
Yeah, and not only do they have to play, I mean, Perplex doesn't have to play against only 5 players from MONKA, they also have to play against Braun, right? I mean, if you've seen the appearance of Braun in that last dungeon, I mean, that was some play.
Braun, literally on Sanguine, always is the biggest griefer of all time, and for some reason, MONKA has channeled Braun to fight for good for them, and in a way that I didn't even know was possible. It's 5v6. This is unfair.
You know, Braun giveth and Braun taketh away, as they say. Like either he's the one like knocking people out of Sanguine, or he's knocking people into it, right? Like,
or
you
he's
never
knocked
know.
people out of a Kyrian spear in Spires of Ascension.
That's true too. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we have and just like Braun, sometimes, you know, cats emerge too. Yeah.
Sometimes cat giveth and sometimes cat taketh. So.
Yeah. Hopefully, it doesn't knock you into Sanguine too often, though. That would not be fun.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
Man.
Yep. Well, there you have it. 3 matches done, 1 yet to go. Match number 4. Look at the dungeons we've got loaded up for that. That Streets, again, has been banned pretty much all day. Would not be surprised. What else stands out as something you want to maybe take out? Is it the Miss? Is it maybe the Sanguine at the end? Tettles, what would you go with?
Probably the Sanguine Depths 23. So it's a 23 Tyrannical, which, I mean, Sanguine Depths is a dungeon that has not been like overly popular just across like all of the seasons because of how difficult the bosses have been, and those bosses have received a decent amount of nerfs just over the course of the season. But the biggest issue with Sanguine Depths is typically like your lantern management, and whenever you have like a clean run in Sanguine Depths, it looks so sick, but to get to that point, it is so hard, and it requires just a ton of practice. And I think that there are dungeons that we talk about being practice sinks, and Sanguine Depths is definitely one of those that you just like, you could sink 30 hours of practice into it and probably still have jank runs fairly consistently.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a double ban on Streets in that last...
It's totally possible. Fair. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see a streets ban. I'm not sure if both teams will go for it.
Or both teams think the other one's going to, and then we get streets.
Maybe,
like,
yeah.
You never know. You never know. Well, you will know in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the final match of the day, it's going to be Just Reset versus Frog Gang. Don't go anywhere. Mythic Dungeon International will return in just a few. Welcome back to MDI, everybody. Your host here, along with Tettles, Dratanos, and Makes here on the desk as we get ready for a final best of 3 / best of 5 / you got to just win 2. That's the point. For Just Reset versus Frog Gang, claiming that second spot in the upper bracket, or the final spot in the lower bracket, depending on how you want to look at it, I suppose. But this will be an interesting one.
Nice. Like,
the
final spot in the lower bracket.
It's just, the lower bracket is where the hardcore teams go that just like can't get enough games. They just want to play more matches, right? That's where that's a real Thunderdome, isn't it?
Nothing better than a good reverse sweep. That's true.
That's true. Yeah, you just want to get that underdog story, right? I mean, yeah, Tettle's all about those dark horse picks, so you can't be that dark horse unless you go to the lower bracket.
Why do you bring this up every weekend?
Somebody had to.
Dude, they were literally a second seed coming into Global Finals. They literally lost their cup weekend to Incarnation. They were a dark horse.
We had almost gotten to the end of the day without this coming up, so it had to happen. It had to happen, didn't it?
Anyways, it's Just Reset versus Frog Gang. So for those who don't know, Just Reset, they were one of the only Alliance teams to get 3K IO in Season 2. So very good high key pushing team, really good strategy, good synergy between the 5 members. And then for Frog Gang, it's a team of SK Pieces Raiders. And so they are just like a high quality, that is like a high end guild. And so that is a team that has a lot of talent on their roster, maybe less so focused on more the Mythic Plus side, but we do know that if they put their mind to it, they can absolutely be a top-end team. So I expect this matchup to be fairly competitive, and it really just depends on how much time these guys have put into all of these maps.
True. Extra points if you know what SK stands for, by the way.
Well, Schrittkommando, but
oh yeah, there you go. Why, I suppose.
What did you just call me?
German on the desk, so.
What?
But,
that's true. That's true.
Speaking of names and where they come from, their name is Frog Gang, and they told us it originates from one of their friends who had an army of frogs. And I tried to find
frogs,
info on that army of frogs, like who this mysterious person is with the army of frogs. I did not find anything. Like, everybody directed me to something else. So if you know anything about this alleged army of frogs, I would love to know about it.
What do you mean by
Look at that frog. That frog is built, by the way.
That is
built. He is built different. Look at those biceps.
Yeah, the left arm a little bit larger than the right arm there, so it's got to even out the lifting a little bit, I guess. But aside from that,
he looks like
JPC
the man.
That's right.
I actually
don't know who that is.
But I think this is a candidate for our potentially closest series. Like, I think so. The seeding is a little bit less close than our Dismissed versus Free for All one. But Just Reset are coming in here with high key experience, and then Frog Gang are coming in here with SK Pieces Raiders, right? Potentially one of the teams that's more likely to overperform their seed if they've got some good practice time together. And so I'm really excited. I think that we could be in for a 3-game series here.
Yeah, potentially, and we haven't gotten one of those yet today, so I'm all for it, right? Just Reset kicking it old school with the cassette, the good old number 2 pencil versus Frog Gang with the buff frog in the hand. A buff frog in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, is what they say.
What? I don't even know what that means, but never mind.
Yeah, they wrote that on tomes back whenever Doa was going to school.
I'm pretty. We carved it into rocks,
But we're gonna go into the first key for this matchup here, and we're seeing a mirror match if there ever was one, beautifully side by side, same class as Blood Decay, Holy Priest. Then we have the Survival Hunter, Warlock, and Rogue coming in. And not a surprise here, but Dratanos, we're going into the first boss with all that trash, and that could be very scary potentially, as we have Sanguine on this key.
Yeah, they need to be very careful with managing that affix as things are dying, and even the storming can also be a little bit dangerous in this whole dungeon, but especially when you're trying to mitigate that affix there. Although, yeah, it looks like Frog Gang has done a really good job of handling that, as have Just Reset. Both teams are now pulled away to the side. They've got their second resonating arrows down, and they are off over in a place with no Sanguine, as the tank soaking some of the storming there. It's actually not a bad idea if you're a tank. Run into all the tornadoes as they spawn and prevent them from hitting any of your DPS players. especially if you're not taking a lot of damage at that time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I am melee on a pack and the tank doesn't soak these, then I'm not playing with that tank again. But actually, Froggang didn't play all of the trash count here. They left some for when they get back up and the boss spawns. So they're saving that time there and just DPSing down the boss, which also this explains the discrepancy between these two teams, where Froggang is just a little bit ahead on boss DPS, but Just Reset has that extra 5% trash count.
Yeah, it's a little bit misleading, right? Because it's not like a full 5%, because it gives you something efficient to do while you're waiting for the Mordretha RP at the end. But it doesn't take the whole time that the boss is spawning to kill that trash. So it's hard to say who's got the better of these first couple of minutes in this dungeon. I think I prefer Just Reset's side, but on the side of Froggang, it's actually really nice for your survival, or not your survival, but the other two DPS players. Bring trash onto the last boss, that does help you funnel even more damage into Mordretha. Even the Destro locks, they actually do a tremendous amount of extra single target when they get some of that good funnel going. So I'm interested to see how this is going to work out. Just Reset, though, kind of getting the best of this on both sides, because they've gotten the boss dead sooner and they got more count. They were able to actually accelerate the boss DPS towards the end of that fight, and they are just in the lead here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just have a look at that DPS side by side. Their Warlock was just able to pump so much damage out there. He was completely blasting. But now comes the interesting part in theater.
I think the 1 million sanguine healing on the side of Froggang is actually a big deal for how that took longer for them. So that extra million damage you need to do ending up costing them a little bit of time as Just Reset. Yeah, deploying that Shroud, they're going to get through these souls. Let's see how many of them they want to pull forward. It looks like just 3 souls are going to come with them, maybe onto the Portal Guardian. Interesting. So I wonder what they're going to do with the other souls, if they're going to pull them later, maybe snap some onto the boss.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've been seeing before, right? You can pull the boss together with these souls, just pull them up if you have any range abilities, so they just snap up there, and you save a little bit of time there. But with Theater of Pain comes the pain, because both teams are choosing different routes here, and now it's going to be really, really tough to keep a tap on who's actually in the lead before we go to the final bosses. But of course, we'll try our best to keep you updated here, as one team has decided to go into the Souls wing and the other one is in the Butcher wing. So I'm just curious to see which route is better. Dratnos, which one is in the weekly Dratnos route?
I think I usually go Zav first. I usually do the third, like the other one that neither team went to.
So none of them, okay.
Definitely not that one. Either of these has got to be better. Historically, we do expect the Kultharok wing to take a little bit longer, so even though Just Reset, we have them 15 seconds ahead on the first boss, it'll probably be another 2 or 3 minutes on their boss 2 split. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be behind, though. Like, it's really difficult to directly compare these two. We're just going to have to wait until probably the very end of the dungeon. Unless something big happens to see who's got the edge, because, these wings are just so different. Such different pacing between them, especially with MDI-style pulls. When you're in this Butcher wing where Froggang are, you can combine pulls pretty naturally. But in the Kultharok wing that Just Reset are in, you have to do only one platform at a time.
Okay, I'm just seeing something that is worth calling out for. So Froggang had pulled the pack at the beginning of this tunnel here, and before everything died, they decided to add the Smallies from the bridge here, and they're now DPSing all of them down as they don't have as much health. So I think that's really, really smart from them, saving time and not having to play these, and now they can deal with this gas back. And if I'm not mistaken, they should be taking this all the way towards the other two, and we're playing these together. I really like seeing this split here.
Yeah, the gas bag's an interesting one. This is one of the more dangerous mobs. You can skip this and just pull the 2 afterwards into boss, but if you don't really want to do the 2 after into boss, you don't want to make the boss harder, especially on a setting with swimming, knocking people around, and those ads doing random damage to people, spawning more tornadoes. It can make a lot of sense to kill them with the gas bag instead of with the boss. So that is exactly what Froggang is doing here. Unfortunately, the gas bag is going to get a tick of sanguine healing. It's not too bad for them, and they should be able to grip the Butcher out of any sanguine, or just kill them at the exact same time. Beautiful there for the Frogs, as they are now starting the Gore Chop fight. Just Reset, though, have been going quite quickly through the Kultharok wing, as they are on the last trash pack before Cult of Rock. So again, depending on how quickly this is a little bit quicker because they only killed 3 of the 12 souls at the start of this wing. So if they want all that count, they are still going to have to do that at some point. I wonder how many they can even get into the boss encounter, because usually you see like 2 or 3 maybe coming in. I don't know if they can snap more. You have to be really careful with Sanguine as well.
I think with Tyrannical, what you're probably going to do is you're going to pull 2 or 3 at the time, kill them, and then pull another pack. Because you're on this boss for so long anyway, that you can probably comfortably do this. So let's just keep a look if that's what they're actually aiming for. And while we're looking at that, Just Reset is now on 38%, whereas Froggang is on 31%, both of them at the second boss of the dungeon. Of course, keep in mind there's an extra 5% on Just Reset side from just doing that pack in front of the first boss. And as we see, the first... No, actually they haven't been. I thought the nameplates were up there, but they're not. So it doesn't seem like they want to snap them up here.
Interesting. Yeah, right now they are just DPSing the boss. Whenever they want those ads, if they want them, they could use Misdirect, they could do all kinds of things to bring them up, that just people could tag them. It's really nice to use Misdirect so that they just start by attacking your tank instead of attacking somebody else, because when they snap a little bit, they're going to evade, and so you want that initial threat to be on your tank, ideally. But it's not the end of the world if they auto somebody else a couple times, as long as you don't snap up too many all at once. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're actually interested in doing that, though. They have Cult of Rock now at 45%, and I think if they wanted to be doing souls with this, they probably already would have. So maybe they're going to jump down and do a big souls pull after this, because we know there are still 9 shackled souls down there, including some that will be where they end the boss fight. Unless they want to use the crowd again, which I don't even think... I guess it will probably be coming right up as the fight ends, so maybe they could crowd out. You think of those shackled souls as being pretty efficient count generally, so I do wonder what they're up to.
Froggang was able to kill Gorge Up, and they're going to move on. We'll see where they go in just a second. But something that's really confusing me on Just Reset side, and I'm not sure if it's not maybe just an ops bug, but apparently they've been sitting on cooldowns for quite some time now. So Ghost has just used them, and Hugo literally just now used them as well, and they had them ready for like 40% of that boss. So I'm not sure what they were waiting for. PI was also ready, so really strange that they wouldn't just blast them right away. Because normally in an MDI stealth setting, you don't want to sit on cooldowns so long, as that overall gives you one less set of cooldowns in general. But Froggang moves on, still not in that Ghost wing, but will continue here with the Warrior wing.
And Just Reset are going to start up their pull. It does look like they want... Oh, maybe they're getting the woe here. So maybe this is the thesis, right? Is we do this big pull and we kill the woe, and then we're going to use the woe to potentially skip all the way to Gore Chop or something. Maybe you could do that and do the trash after Gore, like the trash at the start of the Gore Chop wing after the boss rather than before. Or yeah, maybe they'll just use this to skip a little bit into that Zav Warrior wing. Sure, they got the woe relic, a couple of souls they have to finish off here. Meanwhile, Froggang are just weaving down 2 of the mini bosses at the same time. This is a nice and efficient way to get this done for Froggang.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that, especially when it's not fortified. It's just so easy to just group them up and play. But I really want to see where Just Reset is going. And actually, we're going to go into the Butcher wing here and just going to skip through everything, it seems like. I'm not sure where it will let us end up, but the buff should be up for just a little longer. So technically, I think they can probably go all the way, but Tiefpas seems to have gotten in combat here, so they need to rest him. We're actually porting him. The Ritual of Summoning has been put up, so we need to get our tank back. Has he lost a woe buff now? He probably did, right?
No, the woe buff persists through death, so they do still have it if they need it here, but... It's okay, yeah. So they're just going to use it. They're not going to skip anything more with it. They're just going to use it to pull these mobs up. And we have 10 mobs plus a gas bag coming in. This is going to be bloodlust for Just Reset on trash in this tyrannical dungeon. This is a bold call for Just Reset. I actually really like it. This pull is so dangerous with that gas bag in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? And the reward seems to be paying off for them quite nicely. Most of the pack has already died, and they're just chomping off of these last few ads. That they're jumping around is doing them actually a favor, because the Sanguines therefore are not getting sacked where the group is standing. So that's really, really beautiful. But I'm not sure if you really want to use your Bloodlust for this pull in a Tyrannical week. So I'll let the timer be the judge of that at the end. I love seeing that pull, but with the Bloodlust, maybe a little bit too much put in just to play it. Tiefus goes down here.
Oh, and they're trying to cast the Soulstone, but they're actually interrupted on the Soulstone. And now the Pod Tender's going to come out, and this is going to be a full wipe for Just Reset. There's no coming back from this at this point. They're going to have to reset and run back, actually, to Gorchop. Ooh, that is brutal. Meanwhile, Frog Gang
there's a problem about that. We used Woe to get there. We can't just run back, Drapnos. There is a lot of trash in our way. I mean, we can use Shroud, probably.
We can get
but
this
we're
Woe.
going to play it. We're going to play it, yeah. We need to play it to get the Woe.
So this was not in the plan for Just Reset, right? They had a plan of coming back up after the boss and doing this big pull here. Oh, but they've actually got the as well, so they're not even going to have the Woe movement speed. They've killed all the mandatory trash between them and the boss, so they will still be able to skip. They'll just have to take gas bag control or use the crowd to get past those gas bags on the sides. But yeah, I mean, this is just really brutal. They are hugely behind at this point. In order to win this, they are going to need a Frog Gang now to win.
Laren down.
Yeah, this is turning into
unfortunate.
Just a couple of seconds loss on that death. It's really that wipe on Gorchop that's going to cost them. Whereas Frog Gang, this tyrannical Zav fight actually takes a really long time. This was where they decided to use their second Lust of the dungeon. Lust is a cooldown that is historically better on single target than it is on AoE, because haste tends to scale better for most spec for single target rather than AoE. That's been complicated a little bit this season with how well it scales for like Destro Lock AoE.
Yeah.
But it's still true that especially in a tyrannical setting, generally you'll get the most time off of a single target Bloodlust, unless the AoE Bloodlust lets you do a pull that you otherwise couldn't, and therefore do the dungeon in fewer pulls. I think was the idea behind Just Reset strategy.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and I really like the idea, but at the end of the pack, they still, like when everything was dead, they still had the buff up. So not only did they use that buff to kill the pack, but we also didn't use all of that buff. So to me that seems just a little bit insufficient, but it could also be that in practice just the mobs died slower due to like some random sanguine healing and so on. So I don't think it's terrible. What you said before, the Gorchop wipe really did them in for this time around. And that's really unfortunate because they were on a really good track before that, I feel like.
Yeah, I really liked the way that they were moving through this dungeon and the idea they were having. You know, I think this is going to be a really close series, and I could see this going either way. But certainly at this point, Frog Gang have a huge edge. If they can just keep it together and do this last wing cleanly, they are going to have several minutes over Just Reset based on just how badly that Gorchop wipe. I mean, when we talk about wipes in the MDI, there's a bunch of different types. Right? Sometimes you wipe technically, and it's like 5 people died, but by the time the 5th person died, the other 4 had already run back, and they were able to get the full salvaged, and all the mobs died. When you wipe on a boss, and you die, you have to die, you have to release, you have to run back, you have to do a different pull than you were planning to. Like, those are the sorts of wipes, especially if the boss is already taking a lot of damage, and he's already popped cooldowns. Those are the wipes that are going to cost you multiple minutes, rather than, like, 1 minute. Sometimes teams can salvage wipes and make them only cost a minute.
To be fair, I think they didn't use cooldowns because it happened right at the start, and we just came out of that Bloodlust AoE pull, where they probably pulled everything. So maybe we didn't lose too much on that, and that's the reason why we were able to pull the next group that we had to play because of the routing and the wipe. That died very quickly, so I feel like maybe that helped them a little bit, but of course it's just a very devastating wipe when you have to change your route and use things you didn't necessarily plan to use in the first place. So now Gorchop also down for Just Reset, and they will move on to Xav, whereas Frog Gang is in the Soul Swing, and I actually didn't catch if they played all of those Shackled Souls. Did you, Dratnos?
I think that they did, yeah. I think they've run through and pulled almost all of them. Although I'm not 100% confident about that. But I remember seeing them fighting stuff over there for a while. So if they've skipped them, there's 1 or 2 skipped off the side that'll be with Rock, I think.
I'm just gonna have an eye on the replay to make sure that we're not missing any souls somewhere that could come up later. But I think you're right, and they played all of them. Yeah, it looks like that.
I actually want to revisit the lust discussion a little bit, because there is one more factor that is going to come into play in this dungeon, which is the length of the dungeon. This dungeon, it looks like for Frog Gang, with the route working perfectly, it's probably still going to come in a little bit over 20 minutes, which means if the dungeon goes over 20 minutes, you get to press Bloodlust 3 times. If you press it exactly at 10 minutes, you have to press it at like 0, 10, and 20. The longer it goes over 20 minutes, the more flexibility you get to delay one or multiple of those Bloodlusts. But if you are having the dungeon ending at like 21 minutes, you need to be pressing that button on cooldown to get value out of it. And so the fact that Just Reset pressed their lust a minute earlier may be something that means they get more efficient on that third lust, right? They actually get to press a third lust on Mordretha, assuming their route works perfectly, whereas maybe Frog Gang don't, or they only get the last 20 seconds of the fight with Bloodlust, something like that. These are always the kind of things that are really interesting to think about in theory, but then as soon as you have a wipe, of course, the whole plan is now out the window.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have anything to add to that. It really just depends on the overall setup of like what you're doing, where you are, how your route works. And I think in terms of route planning, you do want to keep that in mind. Like, okay, what are we estimating for this dungeon? How many minutes are we going to be in there? Are we going to get a second Bloodlust or even a third one? And then where do we want to be? Because Theater of Pain is one of the dungeons where you actually have the freedom to decide in which wing you want to go at what point in time. There's nothing that's like linear, which makes it one of the more funner dungeons to watch, but also harder to follow in a side-by-side competition. So I think maybe if it forces you to pull Bloodlust and Theater of Pain on a pull where you don't necessarily want to pull it, then maybe revisit the route. But that's, I think, too much theory crafting for this. Now, I do want to highlight something that we haven't talked about just yet, and that is DICE actually had one of the ancient captains controlled as Control Undead, was using that. So I really, really loved seeing that. One of the many benefits of blood DKs and DKs in general, and we love DKs, right?
Oh yeah, we do love DKs here. This is certainly a DK apologist cast, for, at least until Tuttles gets back. Yeah, it changes the dynamic of this wing, because historically that ancient captain was such a brutal mob that you would just skip the whole pack because that mob was in it. But now that you can mind control the ancient captain, get him working for you instead, all of a sudden that opens back up the pathing of being able to pull that pack, get a little bit extra count there, skip a little bit more in some of the other wings, and yeah, it's just a really great adaptation you get whenever you are smart enough to play with the DK.
And something I want to highlight, I mean, we're seeing it on the left side for Just Reset as well, but something I want to highlight, both teams pulled the fourth boss here at nearly the same time. Obviously, we have an extra couple of seconds for Just Reset just because of that wipe and the penalty seconds that they're getting per wipe. But I would not have thought that they end up at the same trash count at the fourth boss after what we've seen so far, Atlas.
Yeah, to me, this suggests that the Just Reset plan in this dungeon is actually really, really good, right? Because, again, I would estimate they lost probably 2 minutes to that wipe to Gorechop. And so the fact that they are actually, I want to say ahead if it weren't for those 25 seconds, right? Like, they have Zav lower than Frog Gang have Cult the Rock. Both teams are just going to have to go back to the start of the dungeon after this. I mean, yeah, Just Reset are blasting through here, and maybe they can even still win this map.
That would be completely crazy, but we really need to look out for it because we're just passively cleaving these banners, and T-Pass is only gonna get bonked here by Xaf with the AoE, but it won't do him too much. Hugo actually proccing Cheat Dash, gonna go down against Castiel, and they have to make sure that they're back up quickly with all of these oppressive banners up, and we really want to get going on Xaf and make sure we get up to the boss. And while we're waiting for the boss spawn up there, I assume we're going to play the Ancient Captain? Or do you think we're going to wait after the final boss is down to play it?
You probably release it and fight it before the boss comes out, but
yeah,
I'm not 100%
just
sure what they're going to
skip that roleplay.
Yeah, just to have something.
I'm not
useful
sure
to
how
do.
much extra gain it is
like
in
a
terms of how
2%.
much time it takes to kill. So
When you have it active, you get a damage buff,
Oh,
but it's only
here we
like
go.
2% extra damage. So I think it is better to just release it instantly, because the downside of not spending all those globals on something useful is so costly. But yeah, Just Reset, they are releasing
oh, there we
it.
go.
Yeah. And the
Beautiful.
4 of them are going to do this while the healer goes and starts the RP. And this is a really efficient way to have everybody doing something important. This Ancient Captain doesn't do any AoE damage. It's just attacking a Blood Decay. Blood Decay doesn't need a healer anyways, right? And so you're just going to kill this off. The healer's starting the RP, and now everybody else can do this run, and they don't need to be there for this RP starting. And also your healer gets to eat a nice hearty food buff, get that extra little bit of stat that they lost when wiping earlier. So very efficient plan here for Just Reset, 100% trash count. Frog Gang are sitting at 98. They're going to release their captain in a more traditional way right before... Actually, they're recontrolling it. So they're going to keep this captain, and they're going to bring the trash from the start of the dungeon into this pool. They're going to be a little bit over count as a result of this. This is 5% count. They only needed 3, so potentially they pulled something accidentally in the rest of the dungeon. But Just Reset are already into boss. They've already popped Lust, and they're doing so much damage here right on pull.
Yeah, and it seems like we got the Woe Drifter on top of that. I'm not sure if that was intended. I assume not, but here we go anyway. Maybe for Tiefas to survive, since that boss can hurt just a little bit and they want Laren to do more damage. That's the only kind of outcome I can imagine, because Woe also gives you that passive damage reduction. But yeah, Bloodlust is now over. The boss is at 59%, and they're still doing the best that they can. However, they are 25 seconds behind Frog Gang, and they really need to make good on those meters.
Yeah, they have to stay this far ahead and probably even do a little bit more damage, because Frog Gang certainly have that big advantage of all that extra time here. So it's all going to be about pumping just as much damage as possible. Bloodlust is expired for Just Reset. It's still active for Frog Gang as well. 22% difference in the boss HP between these two teams in favor of Just Reset. 25 seconds at the end of this will be going against them. So I have no idea who's going to win this. This is so close. Neck and neck as these two teams closing even a little bit closer now. Just 20% difference on the boss health here. Oh, this is going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, and it's actually a really intense boss fight as well on Tyrannical. It has so much health, you need to shave all of it down. There are these Deathwalkers, they do extra damage, you need to deal with those. You need to not get trampled by these extra Oxen Raiders. And then there's this big scary beam, as well as the fighters who spawn randomly here that you also need to dodge. So there is so much to keep in mind while you're also trying to do the highest possible DPS here. And I really love seeing what Just Reset did, but I am afraid it's not going to be enough in the end, as Frog Gang catches up more and more on the right side of the screen to where Just Reset is. This was so close. They're trying to do the most here. Just Reset has killed.
So we have to wait 25 seconds now, 20 seconds from here. Can Frog Gang do 13% of this boss's health in that time? That's going to be the question here. It's going to come right down to the wire. They're getting gripped here. This is a damage loss. They have 10 seconds left from this point. You can see at the top of the screen, when those two timers are equal, it will be over. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, we're gonna need a replay. What? Oh my god!
Right. We need a judge. We need to go down to the milliseconds.
We're gonna need a on the field.
Wow. All right. So down at the bottom it says 24:49 for Frog Gang, 24:48 for Just Reset. But we'll wait. We'll wait to see what the official ruling is with this.
Yeah, we'll have to check with our.
We'll have to wait.
We gotta wait.
That's not always.
Oh, it's Just Reset.
Oh,
Just Reset.
They did it.
Oh,
Wow.
What? Wow.
Coming back from the wipe to win it. That was incredible, dude. Just Reset. I mean, it's all in the name. It's all in the name. Little reset during the dungeon, and they still won.
The woman was too stunned to speak. I don't know what to say to this. That's amazing. After that devastating wipe and everything, they're still making it. It actually was 24 minutes and 44 seconds to 47 seconds.
Still.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That was incredibly fast. You don't often see the team with more deaths get the win like that. That was just pure speed from Just Reset. There's a lot to break down there, isn't it?
Yeah, oh my gosh, dude, that dungeon was like there was a lot of really cool stuff that we saw in that dungeon. I think that's the first time that we've seen a team that has like a full team wipe come back to win a dungeon in a long time, though, because just with like the state of the MDI, it's one of those things that like the first team that wipes almost always loses because they lose offensive CDs, they kill their flow, and then it's like they have to get back and like re-pull packs and stuff like that. Oh my goodness, they were able to do it. But just looking at some of the replays here, Frog Gang, they started off a little bit. They started off not great because they had a ton of Sanguine Healing on this first boss. And it's
when it comes down to
it is bathing in free casting in the Sanguine.
How long does it take to do an extra 1,000,000 points of damage?
Well, for Destro Luck, maybe a second and a half.
All right.
But then Frog Gang is doing like a lot of really cool stuff. So they're going into the Gore Chop wing, and they're managing their Sanguine really well in this pack. And this is off the back of like having that DK, and just also the Shining Force. They were making sure that they were pre-positioning as well to let that Sludge Spewer leap out of that Sanguine. And I thought that Frog Gang was actually in a pretty decent spot. But overall, whenever we were looking at it, just Reset's pathing was super interesting. How they were dealing with this Kultharok wing, and just making sure that they were getting like all these Shackled Souls dealt with, and they killed the Woe Drifter here, and they drifted into the Gore Chop wing. They were going to come back and kill this trash after Gore Chop, by the way. That's why they were skipping it. And I thought that this was so smart because they're pathing around their offensive CDs. So in seasons past, we've seen Theater of Pain.
Sorry.
Cat in the background. Huh? We've seen Theater of Pain and DOS be like so heavily pathing focused off of like Ashen Hollow. This season it's you're pathing off of Infernal. They have a wipe here because their tank ends up getting deconstructed while at the same time he's getting chopped by Gore Chop. And I thought that Frog Gang was gonna bring this back, but it's just like super sick play. And Dratnus, you were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, look at this Arbalest micro here. So during this pack, DK's actually playing Necrolord in this dungeon for A-Bomb Limb, constantly moving to whichever side is far from the Arbalists so that they're just out of range so that they'll get gripped by the A-Bomb Limb, and then moving back through the pack to the other side. That actually saves so much damage on your group to do that. So if you go back and watch how they handled that pull, like 30 different shoots from the Arbalest get interrupted by the DK just ping-ponging from one side of the pack to the other and keeping that A-Bomb Limb, constantly gripping on CD those two Arbalists. Really, really good micro.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the cool things to see is like when it comes down to it, those are the things that really make the difference, right? When you have a dungeon where the timer comes down to 3 seconds between the two teams, it is really those like tiny things that happen in the dungeon that make a difference.
Yeah, so the timer as well, for those who are wondering why we had 24:48 at the top and then it was actually a 3-second difference. We have ours there is an estimate, but sometimes the teams start their keys, 2 milliseconds, 2 seconds separated from each other. It's actually not the teams, it's our admins. But what we have is we have an official count that are tracking the actual like time in game down to the millisecond on each one. Mm-hmm. So when it's close, we use that to compare, and that's where we got the 3 seconds number, and we're able to figure out who won with 100% certainty. Guaranteed result. No need to stop the count or check it again at all.
That's right.
My cat is just yelling.
Accurate the first time. It's all right. Well, I'm sure the members of Frog Gang are yelling after that one too, because man, like losing a dungeon like that is a crushing one, right? Because it's like you know the other team wiped too as well, so it's like, well, all right, what can we do? It was close though, so maybe we're gonna get a dungeon 3 out of this. I think it's still absolutely within the realm of possibility.
Dude, just Reset, even though they had a full wipe, they looked so sick in that key. It's really hard to explain just how good they looked in the Theater of Pain, even with their wipe. I thought their pathing was so good. Like, oh my goodness. I think that teams are going to start running into some issues with this 9th-seeded team over the course of the whole entire weekend.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, we're seeing the exact milliseconds. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, admins. I don't think anybody expected these teams to be as head-to-head as they actually are. And I think it's just such a nice treat to see 2 very high skill performing treats as like the last matchup of the evening just going so close to each other. And I'm just so hyped for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to think about, too, is whichever team makes it through here, you know, how much of a threat are they going to bring to other teams like MONKA's or PERPLEXED? You know, it might not be a 2-team race like we thought it might have been in this group. It might be pretty close when we get to Sunday.
Wow, we are going to be in for a treat now as we move to our first Tazavesh dungeon of this group. If I'm not mistaken, I think the others have been either banned out or so late into the map pool that they haven't seen play. But 24 fortified bursting storming Tazavesh streets. This is a nice key, especially if you haven't seen Tazavesh yet. These affixes and this key level will really highlight some of the lethality of some of the trash mobs in here.
Are you going to recommend a Dratnos expert route for this dungeon, or do you think that we're going to recommend an MDI special for here?
I think if I was running this, I would recommend a Burning Crusade Classic style pull of we're going to CC 3 mobs and fight them one at a time, right? Sheep
that sounds about right.
Trap square, right? And then we go in and we literally just fight them one at a time.
The other one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan.
Make sure you hit the interrupts, Yep, and someone still dies.
Yeah.
That is beastly life, yep.
Dude, the first few mobs of this dungeon are so dangerous. Like that whole entire first boss area, just all of that trash in there, especially on a 24, especially on fortified. Oh my gosh, I think that there is like a high degree of. There may be one team that wipes, maybe 2 teams that wipe to that first couple of pulls of trash.
I mean, it's like we were saying.
Nobody wipes.
Well, one of those situations where it's like, oh, I'm sure they'll ban streets. You know, we don't need to ban streets. Like, they'll do it. They'll do it. But, you know, who knows?
No one did it.
Maybe they're both confident in it. Maybe they both just didn't ban it on purpose. Like, we got the sickest Tazavesh streets. We're going there. We don't care if it's 24. We don't care what the affixes are. We're going there. So we're going there. We'll see though who takes it. This one might be a little bit more you know, violent, a little bit more lethal than the last map we saw here. But it's gonna be fun either way. I really like the way they divided Tazavesh into these 2 new dungeons. It's fun. I enjoy them all. They're probably my 2 favorite dungeons to play right now.
It's super fun. To be honest, I really love Tazavesh. Just speaking aesthetically, okay? I think it's a beautiful dungeon when it came out, and I did like the Mega Dungeon experience. I thought, wow, this is so pretty. The bosses are so fun. And then it came as like a Mythic Plus dungeon, and I did my first weekly 15 before it got nerfed. And I was like, this dungeon is terrible. I never want to go here again.
Which nerf?
I got completely clapped, like all of them. Like the first week before anything happened to the Tazavesh dungeons. And I was in there and I was struggling. Like the first boss room that you spoke of, Tavels, the everything in there kills you. I don't even know. Like, I had such a bad time. I'm still a little bit scarred.
Well, hopefully watching this isn't going to be too traumatic then, because this is going to be a very difficult version of that dungeon for these 2 teams. But we've had all 2 O's today. I wouldn't mind seeing a 3rd dungeon in our final match. So we'll see. I'm not saying I'm rooting for anyone in particular, but yeah, maybe I am. Frog Gang logo is pretty cool. What can I say?
So, yeah, I think we're going to go into the game just shortly. I think the Just Reset logo is also pretty cool, and I'm saying that as a Zoomer. I still know what that is, so.
Oh, I don't. What are those things on that logo? I just thought it was like abstract art.
Yeah, we'll let you keep that one, and you'll tell us what's going on here, because this is already quite sketchy. Just look at the HP bars going into the first pack of securities here for the Tazavesh streets. I mean, 24 fortified is just, it's a number.
Yeah, these mobs are just, I mean, affixes aside, they're so scary, but whenever you're seeing anybody getting hit by a tornado as well, they're in so much danger here. Frog Gang have dealt with that pack much more quickly than Just Reset. Let's see how aggressively they decide to pull this room. Looks like fairly conservatively. We've got maybe 6 enemies here. A couple of important interrupts here, but with good AoE stuns, kidney shot coming out as well. They're doing a good job of managing the most important cast here, and you can see there's not even really all that much stuff on the ground for them to dodge. Just Reset, on the other hand, are not having it. They are going in for a big pull instead, and this is going to be their bloodlust.
I just want to point something out while we're looking at that big pull from Just Reset, blasting it away. There hasn't been a plus 24 on lifetime with these affixes, if I'm seeing correctly. The highest with these affixes has been 22.
Oh so, my goodness.
We're in for a treat. Unless I like misuse Radar IO, which could happen. I'm Amelia after all. But listen, this is something. This is something. I'm scared about this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm scared too, looking at the polls that are going on here, but somehow Just Reset have escaped with 0 deaths, doing this in 1 fewer poll than Frog Gang. Despite that, Frog Gang actually do have a death on the board, so interesting start here for this dungeon. Really bodes well for Just Reset. They've gotten more count, less deaths, earlier use of their Bloodlust, so I think they're actually doing really well to get started off here. Frog Gang, on the other hand, are going to be starting that mini-boss. It looks like they're kind of just fighting the mini-boss by itself as well right now, whereas Just Reset have taken care of it with some of that previous trash and are now going into boss. So Frog Gang look to be on a much more conservative route through this dungeon. That might pay off for them, though, if Just Reset end up wiping.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should focus on if a team keeps wiped or if a team wipes.
That's the thing with the more volatile plan, right? If you're pulling bigger, you're more likely, you're in more danger of having a wipe.
It's high risk, high reward. And I think, like you said earlier, with this dungeon, you probably shouldn't go high risk because it's very scary and everything hurts you and it's dangerous, and don't go alone. I don't even know how they can pull this off here. Just Reset has me stun locked with what they're doing. Sophex is such an annoying boss to deal with, and we see this right now. You can't damage it while you're in the direction where the shield is, so you need to keep moving. Then it silences you, which is just You need to run and pick up a weapon so you can attack again, and then sometimes it will target you and you have to run away, you're gonna get trapped, and then the rest of your team has to get you out. And Just Reset has decided that just isn't enough for them. They want more, so they're adding trash on top of that boss.
Yeah, the timing of this trash pull is really nice as well because there are relics in this pull, and so they've gone with the Woe relic here, and that's going to let them skip to their next pull afterwards. We saw teams like Echo using this in the last group weekend as well, getting this Woe towards the end of the boss fight, and even though they got this fairly early with still a lot of health left on the boss and left on the trash pack, the Woe buff is a minute long, so they'll have more than enough time to use it, and they'll be able to skip those armored security that guard the door out of here. Those mobs are really annoying and really slow and CC immune, so it's pretty hard to do things efficiently with them, so they'll be able to walk right past them and go right into the next pull that they want to do. Let's see how closely this mirrors what Echo have set the pace in this dungeon, what they decide to do in this area. Echo would traditionally here be sending their healer forward to start the RP in the bazaar area. It looks like Just Reset are just going to all be sneaking through, maybe? Setting up a gateway for that healer.
Yeah,
like
I'm not sure what's happening. So, Tief has pulled a lot of the mobs there. We're going to pull them all together here with those relics. And it seems like we're going for a second Woe relic to maybe just make sure we don't die here, or we actually want to keep skipping. So let's see. There's a muscle in there. That's very scary. We need to Ghost proccing that seed nearly instantly. That looked like a one-shot to me. Hugo still has cheap deaths, but probably doesn't want to use it. Now cloaking to make sure they survive here. Laren has popped that Guardian Angel, so a lot of the defensive cooldowns are out here. This pack is super brutal. There's so much damage coming in, but they're being true legends with how they're dealing with it for now. The muscle will now try to punch that tank, and they need to somehow survive it. It's intense.
Yeah, especially without Rune Weapon, without Vamp Blood, you can see both of those are not available for Tief anymore. Luckily, it's just one mob at this point, even though it's a big, scary 24 fortified mob. At least it's not 10 of them all at once, which is something that they do have to survive from time to time as they get that muscle dealt with. They still have, it looks like, 20 seconds of this Woe buff. They're going to be using it to, looks like, head left around here. And I think this is a pull that maybe Baldy was... Oh, where are they going? Are they going all the way to the Menagerie?
It looks like they're going to the Menagerie, to be honest. I'm not sure if Laren is not just triggering the event, and I think that might have been the case here. So Laren went to trigger the event, so they don't have to wait for it. And Ghost and the rest of the team that we're now seeing again is in the mail room, and they're dealing with the elementals. And and another relic for the group.
Yeah, you can see actually Laren, the woe ended up expiring while still in danger, so they popped the invis pot there as well, so able to get all the way through that courtyard and started that RP in the Grand Menagerie, which actually takes quite a while to get through, so it'll be nice for them to not have to deal with that later. And luckily, there's not too much grade-wide damage during these crash pulls. So as long as your tank can live without a healer for 30 seconds, you can probably do this area without a healer. Sometimes we even see teams sending their healer to do stuff in the RP gauntlet. Oh, look at this from Just Reset. They've actually banished just off and to the left there the male elemental, leaving it on low health. And what they'll be able to do is actually kill it later whenever they want a haste buff. They kind of have a haste bubble on demand by keeping that banish on that male elemental. This is really cool tech out of Just Reset.
Yeah, and we're just seeing the other male elemental getting killed as they pull the boss, so it just gives them a little bit of extra haste, which I'm sure that warlock will just love. We're seeing them now trying to soak. Well, no, we're not soaking. Some of these patches here, killing that and the postmaster is doing its best to make it hard for the group. There is a group soak coming that you need to deal with. Now we're going to grip the male elemental. We're going to get the double haste bubble here, so we get like a little bloodlust windowy, I would say. However, there's a lot of stormings in there, so we can't fully itemize it, because if that warlock's going to get hit by a storming, then, you know, the damage is gone. So he moved out just a little bit to make sure he can keep casting. And we're playing these little suitcases. They need to be thrown into the vent that is active. You can't just throw them anywhere. And if they are getting dropped on the floor or exploding, then it's a wipe. So we are actually dealing really well with this boss. Just look at the HP. I mean, I know it's not tyrannical, but we decided that we don't need a lot of space. We're just dealing it here in this place, soaking one more time. Actually, we're gonna turtle it and immune and make sure nobody else gets that damage here, so the rest of the group can just keep doing damage. Laren doesn't need to heal anyone, and we're gonna finish that postmaster. Beautifully done. On the other side, just so we don't lose them out of the picture, Froggang is now also moving onwards. They have 62 trash count. And it looks like they're all also trying to start that male elemental postmaster room soonish. I'm not sure what we're waiting for right now.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting
We're
that
just
going.
pulling something out?
Huh. Interesting. It is easier to deal with this pull if it's farther away. So yeah, it looks like that's what they're up to. They are certainly behind at this point. They are a boss and 13% behind. Just Reset, on the other hand, having... Oh, did they successfully start the RP earlier? It looks like that hasn't all been done. Looks like those mobs are still there.
So I wasn't sure with Laren just dipping into the front door. I think you need to walk into this one here. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not too sure here whether or not that's the case. However, we're going to bring some extra mobs into this area here while we're waiting, so we can DPS them down. And now Al Crooks is ready to pull, it seems like, and we are in fight. There we go. This boss is quite interesting, I feel like, because there's so much you can actually look out for Dratnos. Do you want to take us through?
Yeah, it sort of has this raid boss style feel where it's got 3 different bosses that jump down at different times.
It's like a council.
Yeah, so the first boss, mostly you just dodge swirlies on the floor. If you ever see a ground effect, make sure you move out of it. And then there is this debuff that jumps around, and every time it expires, it jumps to the closest player. And all it does is damage people that are too close by, not by a huge amount. But in the later phases, you'll be able to, whoever has that debuff will be able to absorb these orbs that get spawned by one of the future bosses and get a nice big damage buff. So managing this correctly is pretty important. Making sure that it's jumping to the right players, making sure that it's jumping to somebody who will not lose too much damage by moving and picking up the orbs, and also who will gain a lot of damage by getting a damage buff is a valuable thing to do. So it looks like you see right now that buff is on the Warlock, making sure that it's going to pass next onto either the Rogue or the Hunter, keeping it going between the DPS, making sure it doesn't land on the healer, as we now are on Acolyte. Acolyte's positioning is really important. They're going to move it to the edge of the room here, because Acolyte is the one that spawns those orbs. But if you have it in the middle of the room, the orbs are going to go everywhere. If you have it in the edge of the room, some of them are just going to bounce right back against the edge of the room, and it's actually quite easy to scoop up most of these orbs, and the ones that you miss are all going to be in the same part of the room, going in the same direction, which makes it a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, thank you so much for that explanation. And while you were explaining that, we saw KSP from Frog Gang actually what looked like play the role play to get into the club. At least he was moving around there. I'm not sure if we finished it, because I only caught the last second of it, but they're now back on the boss. So I'm trying to figure out what happened there, but he definitely left the group for like a little bit while they were doing the trash pre-boss, and then came back.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially if you got a WoE buff. It's really nice to be able to do that. Somebody like a Rogue is a good candidate, or a Demon Hunter, if you're playing one of those, are great candidates to go and do that RP. Or, you know, a healer or a mage, something like that, depending on what you want to be doing with the other 4 members of your group during that time. Worst case, you can always just go with the whole group, protect the VIP, make sure that it's safe, but these teams don't want to lose the time of spending, you know, of just escorting an RP doer. They want to be doing something useful with the other 4 members. So that's definitely the idea here. And yeah, Frog Gang really not too far behind. You know, the count is now even between the 2 teams. They're about 1 boss behind, which again, they're in range if just reset, make a mistake, to catch back up in this thing very quickly.
I mean, they already finished off that replay, roleplay that I was just talking about. And as far as we could see, Just Reset hasn't done that yet. So that will also cost them just a little bit of time while the rest of the group, I assume, will be doing trash. And that will be, Splat in the seed here. Hopefully they can live. KSP also dropping very low, gonna pull that cloak, but we see an angel from Olby, and Splat is now down as well. Can they serve the rest of the boss? We're gonna get a battle rest onto Splat. Olby also now down, but they don't necessarily need a healer here, and it looks like they also are not deciding to pick up that battle rest and just gonna finish the boss without the 2, save that battle rest for in just a second, and we can pick both of them up or they release.
Yeah, you can release here, and if you've got the gateways activated, then that can not cost too much time. Or you can just commit the 1 battle res and then have the healer do the mass res afterwards, which is also fine. It's a little bit faster in terms of how much time it takes to do that, but it does mean you've spent one of those precious res resources, as we now have Frog Gang making their way into this RP area. There actually were some lackeys that were still there if they've already done this segment, which they are going to just pull, and they can just pull this down into Mize's Oasis. That's fine. Meanwhile, Just Reset, they get this woe at the end of the boss here, and they are now going to be moving towards this area. Echo pioneered a really creative way of getting that woe buff and bringing it in right at the end of that boss. And so that's just something you can do to get so much extra time if you can set it up correctly and get the combat working properly with the relic pack that is just outside the Grand Menagerie. So Just Reset.
I love the little mini camera story Dratnos that we see of Teef just like running all the way with his little DK legs, pulling the rest of the mobs to the cartel guy here, so they can have a little more trash to play in just a little bit once these mobs come down. It's gonna take some time as they're not as fast with all of the stairs and walls and everything that's in between, but they will appear eventually, hopefully.
Yeah, it looked like that wise guy showed up and then maybe decided, nah, I don't need to be here, and went back home or something like that. Maybe they've reset some of the mobs and they've just gone back home somehow.
Oh, no.
It's probably not the end of the world even if that happened. They're at 92% count. They can just grab whatever they want from outside of here, but they do need to watch out because Frog Gang are also on this encounter. Now, Frog Gang still have to do the Grand Menagerie, and they also have to find 10% extra enemy forces, but I mean, we learned from the last Theater of Pain that you should not get comfortable on a 1 minute or a 2 minute lead, right? Something like that can disappear so quickly in an MDI setting.
Especially between these 2 teams, I feel like no one is safe with them after what we've seen in that crazy Theater of Pain. But yeah, this little music boss. So right now we're in kind of the pre-event to the boss, similar to what you would see in Necrotic Wake. There's just a bunch of ads spawning. You need to kill them, interrupt that menacing shout, and you have these instruments, and if you pick them up, you can use your extra action button to play them, and it'll move your character in a certain direction and stuff like that, and you'll get a little nice buff here.
Yeah, one of the things that's really valuable, actually, is you can keep that buff refreshed during the boss fight as well. So during the boss fight, it casts that big suppression circle, grips everybody towards the middle. In the last 2 seconds of that cast, some musical notes will appear under the boss. And if you hit those, you get to keep your buff refreshed, and you get to keep that huge haste buff for the whole boss fight if you can do that every time. So look out for DPS players doing that, keeping that buff going, and getting that huge extra damage if you wait until the end. Yeah.
I didn't. So I'm one of those people that play with sound off, and this is the first time I'm hearing the music that's actually coming in here. I was like, where's the music coming from?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. There we go. So Zokran pulled for both teams. Froggang a little bit ahead here, but like you said earlier, they still need one more boss, which is the Menagerie, which is just one of the bosses that just takes very, very long, even if it's not tyrannical due to the nature of the fight. And then they also need 10% more trash count. So I am really curious to see where this ends up. Froggang also having those 4 additional deaths, which gives them 20-second penalty. But like you said, we cannot be sure that that will be enough for Just Reset here after what just happened the other way around. So Zokran will eventually die for both of these teams here. Froggang already moving on. Beautiful Warlock Gate there, something we've seen from Echo as well. And then Just Reset will also follow. Maybe we're going to see the music. Yeah, there. We saw the music just one more time that you talked about, Ratnos, where you have the AoE suppression circle and you can just move out and get that buff extended.
All right, so both teams are now in a woe skip. Just Reset need to find 8% enemy forces, and they also need to kill the last boss. Froggang, on the other hand, have their work a little bit more cut out for them, as they have to work on getting 12 or 18% count, and they have 2 more bosses. Looks like Just Reset are going to head upstairs. Let's see if we see a demonic circle here from the Warlock.
Oh, it looks like it. I saw Ghost look over the edge there, and that tells me we're going to see Warlock who's going to pull something, and then Warlock Portal back up there with his circle and pull some more trash. And it looks like we're just waiting for him to fully make this happen. We're now on his POV here. It's going to make sure he's accurate with them, and now walks up. And now we need to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get slapped, but they should be coming here in just a second, hopefully.
Yeah, so
unless
one
they
of the
said
mobs...
goodbye again. Yeah, one is there.
One of the mobs that's coming up here, that big one,
go.
That Enforcer is the reason that you do this. The Enforcer has an AoE and Rage that's 20% damage done, and also 20% increased damage taken for all the enemies that are in that AoE. So by bringing that onto the last boss, if you can deal with the last boss doing 20% more damage, which is, dangerous, of course, you do get to deal 20% more damage to the last boss, which is valuable. This was something that Echo also pioneered last weekend, but it is huge extra damage if you can make it work. And look at how much damage Soasmi's already taken here. 60% and dropping.
Yeah, and we're going to go into full screen here. We have Bloodlust running, 2 battle rests available. We're gonna get the Warlock cooldowns popped in just a second. They just came off cooldown, so we will be able to push them in here. PI is also available to Ghost. There comes the second line, and I really love this boss. So if you're not familiar, it will port around and you need to follow it. So we're seeing it right now. It's in the other corner. Pats can just walk over, but the rest of the team needs to use these little portals using the signs on top of them to make sure they find the way over there. And now we're there. I think this should be the moment where we pop cooldowns.
Yep, there we go. A little bit of extra damage. It's worth noting as well that Just Reset are at 97% trash count. So they do need to actually get another 3% before the clock will stop here. I think the idea was for some mobs to get snapped onto the boss they just did before this, right? The music boss. But for some reason, they reset instead. Maybe because they had that woe buff on them. They were in stealth. And yeah, that was pretty close towards the end there. They now need to go and get that 3% count. But once they've done that, it will be all over here. Froggang so far behind at this point. A boss and a half and a bunch of trash count. So Just Reset only need to kill like 2 of the mobs in this pull, and it will be able to stop the clock. They'll be able to punch their ticket through to the upper bracket tomorrow. They do have to make sure that they don't chain wipe to any trash, though, if they want to avoid. something weird happening here.
I mean, we pull Warlock cooldowns, we pull Power Infusion, we have Shadow Blades ready, like everything we can possibly use to just absolutely blast this mob here, we can use, and we're now on 100% trash count for Just Reset, and I'm pretty sure that's a 2-2-0 for them.
You are correct. It is indeed going to be a 2-0 for Just Reset. And, you know, that first dungeon, very, very close. Second one, not so much. Just Reset with a ultra clean run here on streets. And they're going to be, I think, a real threat, perhaps a bigger threat than people expected coming into this weekend.
I think going into that level 24 streets, I mean, that's kind of their specialty, right? They were this high-key team. They were one of the only Alliance teams that got 3K IO last season, which is an incredible feat, by the way. And I think that their ability to be able to go through this 24 streets, and basically, they had like one minor issue with like their pack snapping to the fourth boss, but beyond that, that was a really, really clean run from them. And they could give like a pretty steep run against MONKA tomorrow if MONKA's not careful. So it's one of those things that I don't think that the teams are really out of the water. We kind of came into the weekend looking at Perplexed and MONKA as pretty heavy front runners, but oof, that Just Reset team is dirty.
They're insane. I love it. But also Frog Gang coming in really, really strong here as well. Obviously not as much as Just Reset, but not far behind either. So I'm really curious to see what they do tomorrow.
All right, so we have a lot of things from Just Reset. It's not a ton of like weird and new tech, but I think that how they were just setting up some of their pulls really is a testament to just how good this team is. For those who don't know, this Wise Guy Smuggler pack, do not pull those mobs. Like, those mobs are pretty much off limits. And if you're going to pull one of the packs, only pull one of them. They pull all three of the packs at once, and they were dealing with them together, and that is an incredibly scary pull. In addition to that, just how they were dealing with like these Peacekeepers and these Spark Casters, whenever... I'm really worried about how some of these pulls are going whenever I see them getting set up, because for the Peacekeepers, you want all 5 of your players to be in melee. But whenever you pull that boss, it's like impossible to keep all 5 of your players in melee, so they need to make sure that people aren't going to get double jumped on by the Spark Caster. And so they were doing a really good job with that. Then on the other side, we saw Frog Gang here. They were just having a couple of issues on the Postmaster. They were able to kind of clutch it out, but not without losing a decent amount of time just to this boss. In addition to that, they were kind of down 45 seconds, maybe even like a minute or so, coming out of the first boss area, which seemed super difficult. And then whenever Just Reset is having such a clean run, this is crazy pull. This is absolutely nonsense. The fact that they have so many Peacekeepers in this pack, I think there's 4 Peacekeepers in this pack, they need to make sure that everybody's staying in melee while dodging out of the way of the storming. And if not everybody's going to be in melee, then they can get double, triple, or even quadruple charged on by the Peacekeeper and immediately die. And that would more or less cause like an immediate death and like have a team wipe if it's on your healer or your tank. And so you have to be super scared of that pack like that. And I think that those things, whenever I'm watching Just Reset, I'm like, oh man, they can actually give Perplexed and MONKA a run for their money tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty great, right? Group A was fairly top-heavy as far as like what teams we knew were probably going to get through, and that proved true. This group, a little bit more of a mystery, a little bit. Obviously, Perplexed looking really good, MONKA's looking good, but now we have Just Reset in the mix as well. So I think Sunday is going to be extremely exciting when we see what 2 teams finally take the spots to the global finals. And on top of that, as we look at our bracket, on top of that, whatever team does not out of those 3 will be a huge, scary presence in the last chance tournament as well. But here's our bracket as it's shaken out. Tomorrow we have Perplexed versus Dismiss, MONKA versus Just Reset, and then we're moving into that lower bracket with all the elimination matches. So it is going to be exciting. But results today, was Just Reset the biggest surprise, Ratnos?
I mean, so according to the seeding, all of these were the expected result, right? And they were all 2-0s, although I will say the Just Reset Frog Gang one was the one where I had the most belief in there being it wouldn't even have been a huge upset, because Frog Gang does have those players from SK Pieces, a bunch of great individual players. But yeah, I mean, the way that Just Reset played certainly has surprised me. Although, honestly, their opponents tomorrow, MONKA, also looked so good. MONKA looked incredibly strong in their game. They should be worse than Perplexed if you look at the time trial seeding, but from the way they played, they looked I mean, they were looking like Echo tier gameplay from at least the 2 maps we saw them play against Soundproof. So
yeah,
I mean, there has been impressive results from so many of the different teams already this weekend.
I think the other thing to keep in mind too is that if you have to choose between a face or an object for your team icon, go face, because we have 3 out of 4 face icons go through. Yeah.
Please just look at the first game of tomorrow. Just Perplexed against Dismiss. Those 2 little squishy faces. I'm in love. Like,
a
they're
cat
so
versus
adorable.
a duck. Who will win?
Who wins that? I think the cat generally wins that one in real life, but this is the world of Warcraft, so who knows?
Well, cats are alpha predators, of course.
that's
The
right.
real winners, of course, are the viewers.
How do you feel about gargoyles and frogs?
I gotta put my money on the gargoyle. I gotta.
Well, you're
tell
in
you.
love with the gargoyle. We established that narrative.
I guess, especially that cartoon in the '90s. That was sick.
What?
Yeah, gargoyles. Oh come on.
I didn't know that.
Stay a while. Listen.
Gargoyles animated series.
That's the one. Oh, there you go. We had to adjust the antenna to be able to see it well. That's right. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, come on, though. When did everybody start playing WoW? All right, this group right here. First expansion you started playing.
I lose
First
that.
expansion
I
you
don't
started
want
playing.
to say it.
Then no shame.
Warlords of Draenor.
Okay, Dragnos.
Already. Okay,
Burning
I'm good.
Crusade.
Okay, Mex.
I started at end of MOP.
Oh, okay. All right. See, nothing wrong with that. So that's I started in beta, but you know that's it's because I'm 1,000 years
Very
old
cool.
apparently. But you know, I know, right?
Thank you for flexing on us, Doa.
Oh yeah, that's right. And you know what? The server I played on, it's right back there. No, that's it.
You
I don't know
actually
which
have
way I
the
put
server
it.
blade, don't you?
That is a server blade I played on. Yeah, when I was way back when. Yep, that's
Okay.
all Aldem NA.
Impressive.
Yeah,
Okay, that's kind of
Flex.
cool.
That is impressive.
yeah, but ultimately way less impressive than what we saw today in MDI. Like honestly, like these teams, I love this. I love this event because I mean, Great Push is fun too because you get to see the high keys, you get to see the min maxing. But like MDI, you just get to see the insanity, right? You just get to see like the god tier pulls and like who can pull it off with the coordination. It's great. There you go. Oh wow, what? How did you find this tweet?
Well,
This is like years ago. Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's it. NA Uldum. Yeah, if you played on that back in the day, if you're on the Horde side, me and my brother and some college friends, we're all rocking it. My shaman that I still play to this day was started on that server back in like 2005, I think it was. Yeah, I guess
and
that's what it would have been. Yeah.
For anybody that was hoping to keep playing characters on that server, we're sorry Doa needed this for his collection.
took it.
So,
That's right.
he needed this to flex on us.
Yeah, I'm surprised they let me take it. I just walked in and I was like, hey, can I have that one? And they're like,
Where did
Sure you did.
let's autograph it all.
Where did those signatures come from? Yeah, wait a second.
You know, I just asked, I
made them
passed it
all.
around surreptitiously. Well, no, I had like this little plastic plate, and I'm like, sign this. You know, I'm like, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to put it on. No, those for those who don't know, Blizzard auctioned a bunch of their old server blades for charity back in the day, so that's where those originally came from. Yeah, very nice. Yep. But there you go. I got that one on eBay though. There you go. Don't forget the last stand is an option if you are knocked out here, or if you are just a team out there, and if you just want to compete anyway, you have a chance to get that banner, which is just, you know, you want to flex like I flexed on this this group here. You flex on your groups in the game by throwing down this
Fair.
banner. Let me tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I signed up for the last stand because obviously I did not manage to sign up in time for MDI to get it, so I'm going to get it for last stand. So you should do this too.
Yep.
yeah, I
It's
mean,
the
throw
same
together
banner.
a team, give it a try. What's the worst that could happen? At least you'll get a banner as long as you complete like 2 keys during the
Yeah, and
time
you like a
trials,
couple
so-
15s basically.
Yeah. It's a really great reward and definitely a great thing to do. And you might find, hey, we actually are really enjoying this, and then you find yourself on this list of teams right there where you can see the 2 banners next to Echo and Baldy who've already qualified. We are going to find out 2 more teams that make it to the Global Finals based off of the results of this weekend, of course. Only 2 slots out of each group, which makes it hyper competitive in each of these weekends, and so much at stake for all the teams here. You know, once they lose out of that lower bracket, that's it, right? No qualification unless they can make it through the last stand tournament.
Pretty much. Well, it's time to end the day today. Before we go, let's get some final thoughts. We'll start with you, Tettles. Final thoughts on the day?
I think overall, most of these outcomes were relatively expected. I do think tomorrow the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking forward to is that Just Reset versus MONKA match, and then just kind of seeing how some of these elimination series ends up going. But that Just Reset team, they are swift and they could cause some problems, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying some problems. I think they're causing some PogChamps. I'm super, super happy to see them come in and just stomp. I don't think anyone of the other teams had them on their list as a team to look out for. And they're just swoosh, absolutely making everybody run. I don't know. I'm here for it. I like it.
Sometimes they say more PogChamps, more problems, you know? Depends on the situation. Yep. Final thoughts from you, Dratnos? I do. I don't know.
Okay, here's my hot take. MONKA beats Perplexed at the end of the weekend, based on the way the games look today. That's my hot take.
All right.
And then
I'm here for it.
But wait, if MONKA beats Perplexed, how does Just Reset against Perplexed then play out?
Perplexed and MONKA take the tickets out of this group. I'm not ready to change my prediction on that. But I'm saying when they meet, it's going to be
it's going to go the
MONKA
other way.
Okay.
Down.
Yeah, that's
all right.
Which is against
you're wrong,
what the seeding
but that's
would
okay.
suggest. Okay,
well, we'll find out. We'll find out who's wrong or not by the end of this weekend. But for today, that's it. Thanks everybody for watching MDI. Thanks for production crew behind the scenes, putting it all together, for the players for showing us some awesome strats and great runs, and for all of you, all of my wonderful analysts and casters as well, for making it fun too. But we'll see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. MDI day number 2, 6 matches, not just 4, 6 matches. So we got a lot to look forward to. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Take care. See you tomorrow.